It's the 6th round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and we are here at Watkins Glen for the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. We're getting set then for the race to get underway. It's the 31 Cadillac on pole position in GTP. LMP2 has the 43 Inter Europol competition. GTD Pro has the 14 Vassar Sullivan Racing. And the Heart of Racing 27 leads in GTD. We're moments away from getting started here as well for the racing action. We hope that you can join us. It's going to be a lot of fun here today as the grid starts forming. We're ready for the pre-show. Let's go over to IMSA Radio for the pre-show.
Up in the front, which is ideal. I think there's a few cars behind us that are probably a little stronger on the long run, so we'll just do our best to hold track position. Clear air here is really key because it's high speed, obviously, and high speed means you need clean air and downforce. So hopefully Neil can make quick work of the two in front of us. If not, we'll kind of settle in and just try to stay up front, keep the track position. And as we know, this race can get chaotic, so it's long hours of just keeping it clean and trying to be there in the end when the time counts.
Changed the track up at the inner loop, the bus stop chicane. What's the discussion been in the team about track limits and the risk you're willing to take there?
I think track limits, you just stay really conservative, especially with the race being long. Obviously, the bus stop will have new curbing there. Neil has seen it because he did qualifying. It'll be new for me, but at the moment, they're not enforcing track limits there, so I think overall I'm not too worried about that in the bus stop, but I think a little bit of our advantage we had over the weekend is a bit negated. I think when the first curb was there, our car was really good on the curbing, and our ride heights and generally in the M4 GT3 Evo are on the higher side just because that's how it's built. So we can usually run over curbs that others can't, and now they remove that, so I think it took a bit of our advantage away. So we'll see how that shakes out in the race, but either way, I think we have a shot to be up in the mix.
Thanks, Connor. Good luck.
Thank you.
Robert McGinnis back in the WeatherTech Championship paddock with Triarsi Competizione. Been a little while since we've seen you guys, so welcome back. What has the weekend been like so far, and describe your degree of confidence going into 6 hours of racing here in upstate New York?
I mean, it's 6 hours, right? Like, anything can happen. Like, how confident can you actually be going into this race? I think we're good, right? I think we have 3 really good drivers in this car. The car's been great all weekend. And, like, the Ferrari's just good everywhere. And so that gives us confidence, right? We're not going to – there's no way that this race is going to play out where if we execute well, we're not in a position to go and win it. So that's exciting, right? That's exciting, and I felt that at Daytona. I felt that at Sebring. I feel that at every event with this group, so I'm excited.
You're a New Yorker, are you not? Is this something of a home race?
Yeah, we'll call it a home race. It's a 4.5-hour drive.
Yeah.
We call it a home race.
Closest one that you got, probably, right?
I've seen some people in some Knicks shirts and stuff, so I feel at home.
Are you a Knicks fan?
Yeah, I'm a Knicks fan when Knicks are winning.
I'm a Pacers fan, so you guys have haunted my dreams for a number of years. Although I guess we've got you guys in the playoffs the last couple of years. You didn't have to see us this time, so more the benefit for you.
Sure.
You really are a fair weather fan.
I'm not thinking about that.
That's fair. Let's focus on the task at hand here. It is warmer today than it's been over the course of the weekend so far, and it's only going to get warmer. What does that do to track conditions? How do you stay on top of that as the race progresses?
Yeah, I think it's just making sure that, the car's under us the whole time, right? That when you're driving this thing, you're not overdriving the fronts, the rears, the lefts, the rights, and, you're just keeping the car within the window that it has to be in. It's so easy when it gets hot to overdrive it, to ask for too much. So we've gone through old video. I mean, this is the best weather we've ever had for the Glen. So we've looked at old video and data and whatnot. So we know what this track is going to do when it gets hot. And it's just kind of executing on that.
Good to see you as always, my friend. Good luck.
You too. Thanks, Ryan.
Nicky Katzberg, fresh off a 24 Hours of Le Mans victory, but also leading in the IMSA Points Championship here in the GTD Pro class. I know qualifying didn't go great. What are you expecting from the race in the Corvette?
I expect it to be a lot better than qualifying. I believe we have a very good race car. We put a lot of effort and focus in that in practice. And honestly, the car felt great. I was a bit surprised with everyone's pace in quali. I honestly don't really know where that came from. We did find a little issue with our car and our top speed. So hopefully that's fixed for today. But I still don't think that will make up the difference to the Lexus. But I do believe we probably handle the tires a bit better than some of the other cars, so hopefully today that will play in our favor, especially with the high temps. So let's see how it goes.
30 points covering the top 4 in the championship. It's very, very tight. Tommy Milner said that just consistency is what you're looking for. Is that still the case?
That's still the case. Tommy Milner is right. I mean, everyone in the top 4, whoever is in front of the other guy today is in the lead of the championship. So, we just need to make sure that we keep scoring points, and that's all there is to it.
Thanks, Nicky.
Thank you.
Let's talk to Wayne Taylor Racing's Trent Hidman getting ready to go. A pretty good starting position with the field set on points in the GTD class for the Lamborghini Huracan. Weekend didn't start off all that smoothly, though. The car stopped on track in, I think it was the first practice session. How much of a setback was that? And you feel like you're in a good position to go for the gold here today?
Well, track time's everything in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, especially with how close everybody is. So you've got to make the most of it, but luckily we know this Huracan well enough. The Wayne Taylor Racing team, these guys know how to execute with this car. We've got a whole year of data, especially with the new torque sensor settings that we need. So to get everything dialed in, it doesn't take us too much time. But of course, Watkins Glen, it's a high commitment track. You want to get all the laps that you can get, because you're sort of slowly chipping away at it and building up to it every lap. This is not a place that you can just go out and hammer it right away without maybe suffering a consequence, and consequences tend to be pretty big here. So patience is key.
And now the change to the entrance to the inner loop as well. From what I gather, the message from race control was basically you go down to those curbs at your own risk. They're not going to be enforcing any track limits in that area. Are those curves, such as they are, that remain usable? How much risk are you willing to take as you explore the new confines of the track?
I think it's all context-driven, to be honest with you, Ryan. I think you've got to see what your car can respond to, for one. Hey, are we in a place that we can use this, or do we have to be a bit more conservative? Did we get the setting right with the car? But then also, I haven't really seen it yet, apart from just standing on the track last night or just watching other races and watching qualifying. So trying to get a read on where we're going to be is going to be very important early in our stints later on in the race. But, I mean, ultimately everybody's in the same boat, and it's going to be what it's going to be.
That's Trent Hidman, driver of the Dex Imaging Lamborghini for Wayne Taylor Racing. Good luck.
Thank you.
I've got Earl Bamber, part of the Cadillac wheeling crew that's going to start up front. 7 consecutive podium finishes, and that's led you to the front of the championship. What's clicking for Action Express in 2026?
I mean, we did a lot of hard work in 2025, and we had a lot of heartbreak, and, you know, the team hadn't had a podium for a long time, and I think we've just built a lot of really good momentum within the team, a lot of good structure, and, you know, Jack's performing on such a high level. You know, we had a great Detroit. The team's giving us a great car, and the boys are great in the pit lane. And at the same time, we're having a lot of fun. And normally in high-level sport, when you enjoy what you do, whether it be us as drivers, whether it be the mechanics, engineers, when they turn up and love being here, that's what makes a difference. And I think that's what the Whelen Cadillac team has in the 31 camp at the moment. A lot of smiles, a lot of good fun, and a lot of good momentum. So I think it's going to be a tough day, because the 60, the 93, and the 5, I think, are pacey. So it's not going to be an easy one today. But we're ready for it, and we're ready for the fight.
What's the biggest challenge today, then, in your opinion?
I think it's going to be track position and strategy. That's going to be the whole thing. Whoever's out front and has that track position is going to really have an advantage.
Thanks, Earl.
Thanks.
Turner Motorsport will start second in the GTD class. Francis Seldorf, along with Robbie Foley and Pat Gallagher, the driver lineup. Again, this is a class that the grid was set by points. Do you think you would have been starting this far up anyway had you been given the opportunity to go qualifying?
I'm not too sure. I guess we'll never know. Maybe not, maybe so, but I think we're pretty happy with the situation starting second. So I think we definitely take that if we knew all the cards beforehand.
Fair enough. So you get the good starting spot. What are you going to do with it? How do you keep the car up front?
Well, it's going to be hard. There's going to be a lot of traffic. It's going to be a long day. It's a lot of cars in a short space, and so there's a lot of decisions to be made. Obviously, every team's going to say staying clean, but that's really the name of the game. And we have, Turner Motorsports always does an awesome job with the strategy. No matter what the series is, they're always learning how to leapfrog and stuff like that. So as long as Patrick and I can keep it clean, and Robbie, I think we have a good shot.
Nice knowing he got that ace in the hole with Robbie Foley to finish off, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Full trust in both of these guys. They're awesome. So, and obviously as the endurance guy, I care a lot about their championship and stuff, so just trying to keep it clean for them and hopefully keep them in the fight.
Really appreciate the time. Best of luck. Again, starting second here today for Turner Motorsport.
Brilliant stuff on the pit lane for our driver database-informed pit lane team. You heard Arjuna Kankapati and just there Ryan Marine, who'll join Peter Mackay and me, John Hindorf, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre during the race as well, as we cycle through our talent team, make the best use of our resources. And that also, Peter Mackay, is one of our Porsche keys to the race. I put together weather and tyres. I'm going to put together traffic and track position. This is a track where you can overtake, but by the same token, there's a couple of significant portions of this track where you have to follow. It's really difficult to overtake. So getting that track position, short fueling maybe, getting that grip advantage that you were talking about with tyres earlier on, that's all going to play into the next 6 hours.
Traffic's a great point, John, I think, because when you look at the times from the end of Sector 1 going up the hill towards the inner loop chicane all the way around to the toe of the boot, a well-driven LMP2 car there is just as fast and in some cases quicker than a GTP car. Why? Because it's not about outright horsepower where the GTPs have a big advantage. Aerodynamics-wise, the LMP2 is a seriously good package. So a well-driven LMP2 through that part, very, very high speed. If you're in a GTP battle, you're probably going to want to be on the radio to your race engineer to see who is in the car, because the big difference between, say, an ex-Formula 1 driver like Paul Di Resta or a bronze-graded driver is massive. And to get that time out of the car, you need to be one of those top drivers. So traffic is definitely, in certain part of the racetracks, between certain classes, is definitely something to consider.
My last Porsche key to the race, and I'm sorry to have to bring this up in the World Cup with Scotland sadly going home a little bit early. I would have loved to have seen them progress a wee bit further. But penalties, mate, penalties. Here, it's quite a long lap, but it's a quick lap. And we've seen in some of the support events across the week already, as soon as you start having to do drive-throughs, even drive-throughs, never mind having to do stop and hold, you're going to disadvantage yourself. You'll lose that track position, might even lose the lead lap.
And it's very much open to how many full course yellows we have and when they fall. Last year with the weather interruptions that we had 10, but usually we have less than that. Sometimes maybe only 1 an hour, sometimes even slightly less here at the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. So if you don't have those full course yellows, the drive-through penalties will be much more penal. And I think if you're in one of the cars that maybe doesn't quite have that ultimate pace, so at the front of the field, I expect the Acuras to be strong and I expect the Cadillacs to be very strong. So if you're not one of those manufacturers, you really can't afford to have those penalties, because if you do, it's going to be hard to get back on case. But I do think the Cadillacs and the Acuras are looking really strong. So they might be able to get away with it, but always advisable to avoid it if you can.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That's Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Well, we've got 54 cars here. We've heard from a selection of drivers from our hard-working driver database informed pit lane team. Check out the all-new driver database at driverdb.com. Let's find out now where your favourite team, driver or manufacturer is as we look at the grid for the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen. So the grid lined up with GTD at the back, then GTD Pro, then LMP2, and then at the front GTP. And should we need a restart, they will be reordered in that way. GTD, red flag, stop their qualifying, so they, for the most part, have been set in championship points, with the exception of the car that will start in 20th position on the GTD grid. That's Winward Racing. They should have been 4th on their championship point score for teams, but they caused the red flag that meant we couldn't get a legitimate 15-minute session in. So Indy Donche will start Winward Racing's number 57 on the outside of row 10. John Potter's alongside for Magnus Racing and Aston Martin Vantage in the 44 car, one of 8 Bronze Cup cars. as is Ryan Hardwick on the outside of the next row forward, the 912 Manthey First Form Porsche. He's got Eric Lux for another Porsche, the 911 GT3 out of RS1, the number 28 car, another Bronze Cup runner. Grid, row number 8, Robert McGuinness, Triassic Competition, Ferrari 023 has James Rowan, Lone Star Racing's AMG GT3 number 80 for company. In 14th position in GTD, AF Corsa USA Ferrari, and that number 21 car will have Antonio Forco behind the wheel as it starts the race. Salih Yolich, the Turkish driver for DXD Racing, Chevy Corvette, that number 36 starts in 13th position. 6th row of the grid on the outside, Henrik Edmund is another Bronze Cup car, Dragon Speed Corvette number 81. Till Bechtelsheimer will start the Gradient Racing Ford Mustang GT3 number 66 alongside him. Top 10 now in GTD. Sheena Monk starts the Myers Riley Motorsports Mustang GT3 number 16. That's another Bronze Cup entrance. Trenton Estep for Car Blanche, brand new team. We'll give you more details about that when we get into our World Feed TV. The Aston Martin Vantage is number 068 and starts on the inside of row 5. Inside of row 4, Adam Adelson for Wright Motorsports, and that's the Porsche number 120. Alongside Adam is Ore Fadani for 13 Autosport, back in black this weekend, black and gold for the 13. Row number 3, Wayne Taylor Racing's Lamborghini Huracan. Number 45, Graham Doyle will start the Dex Imaging car with Brendan Arib for Inception Racing's Ferrari 296 number 70. He is the best placed of the Bronze Cup drivers. Top 2 rows in GTD, Fran Rueda for Conquest Racing, another Ferrari. That's the number 34 car with Frankie Montegalvo. The Lexus RCF GT3, Vassar Sullivan Racing with Dreyer Reinbold this weekend. Haven't picked up on that. That is a tribute to their old racing partner who sadly died earlier last week. That's the number 12 car in third then. And the front row of the grid, Turner Motorsport, BMW M4 GT3 Evo, Patrick Gallagher will start the number 96, and Zachary Robichon, Heart of Racing, Aston Martin Vantage, the 27 car. Not an earned pole, that's on championship points, so there will be no points awarded for that pole position. Let's move on to the fast dozen that we have in GTD Pro. Sandy Mitchell will start Pfaff Motorsports, the Lamborghini Temerario. That's the new version of their GT3 car, the number 9 car in 12th position with Michael Christensen for Manthey, and the number 911 alongside. It's Porsche, of course. Nicky Katzberg, Corvette Racing number 4, is in 10th with Daniel Serra alongside him for Risi Competizione in their Ferrari number 62. Tonio Garcia, Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller. That's the number 3 Corvette with Dennis Olsen. Ford Racing and the Mustang number 64 alongside him. Max Esterson, the RLL Team McLaren 720 GT3 Evo. The number 55 car starts on the outside of row 3 with James Collado, Triassic Competition Ferrari, and that's the 033 under the auspices of the Ferrari Works driver. Chris Meese, Ford Racing 65 Mustang GT3 on the outside of row 2 of GTD Pro. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing in the number 1 BMW for company. On the front row, AO Racing, Porsche 911 GT3R for Harry King in the 77, and Jack Hawksworth captured an earned pole, so they will get the points in that Lexus RCF GT3. The 11 LMP2s are next. They are all Orica LMP2 07s. Naveen Rao starts in 11th position for Era Motorsports. That's the number 18 car. John Ferrano for Tower Motorsport. The number 8 is on the outside of row 5 with John Field for Intersport Racing. Traditionally the number 37, and is this weekend for company in 9th position. Chris Cumming on the outside of row 4 with Pratt Miller Motorsports number 73. Phil Fair recently announced an extension to his partnership with United Autosports USA. He'll take the starting stint in the number 2 from 7th spot. Toby Lütke for TDS Racing in the number 11. has Misha Goikberg for company in the Brian Hearn Autosport with Curb Agajanian number 52. Front 2 rows of the grid, it's George Kurtz, CrowdStrike Racing by APR. LMP2 Pro-Am winners from Le Mans, that 04 car starting alongside the United Autosports USA number 22. Daniel Goldberg will start that car. PJ Hyatt, AO Racing, the number 99, brilliant qualifying from PJ as he lost his fastest lap. But even that wouldn't have been quick enough to beat Jeremy Clark on pole for Inter-Europol competition. They've won Le Mans 3 times in the last 4 years, including a couple of weeks ago. So now it just remains to go to the top 11 cars, all GTPs, and will be put back to the front, of course, should we restart. BMW Team WRT, Marco Wittmann starts the number 25 in 11th place. Felipe Nasser on the outside of row 5, Porsche Penske Motorsport, the 963, number 7. Both versions of the Porsche 963 has lost weight this weekend, but they're particularly the Porsche Penske cars have struggled to find a balance here. He's got Ross Gunn, Aston Martin, Heart of Racing, and the Valkyrie, number 23. They were over 2 seconds away at the start of the week. They pulled that back to just over a second. They'll start in 9th position. Lawrence Vanthoor is the best of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s on the outside of row number 4. That's the number 6 car, who has the number 10 of Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. The V-Series R will be started by Philippe Albuquerque. Dries Vanthoor is the better of the 2 BMW M14 WRT M hybrid V8s. He starts the number 24 in 6th position with Lauren Heinrich. He was here. He's not here. He is here. He's going to start the race for JDC Miller Motorsport and that Porsche 963, the number 5 car in 5th position. Renger van der Zande, Acura Meyershank Racing, the ARX 06 will start on the outside of row 2 with Louis Delatraz for Cadillac V-Series R and Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 40 car in 3rd. Tom Blomqvist, Acura Meyershank Racing on the outside of the front row with the number 60. Jack Aitken, imperious form in qualifying, captures yet another pole position for Cadillac Whelen and Action Express in the V-Series R. The number 31 will bring them to the green flag for the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen. Well, Peter Mackay, that is a stout field, to say the very least. And we have a situation here where we've talked about our keys to the race. It'll be probably 3 or 4 laps before we get into that traffic. The start here, however, can only go one of 2 ways. It'll be lovely and exciting, or it could be somewhat chaotic. Getting that balance at the start between losing too much track position and being too aggressive, that is a very difficult compromise to get right for the starting drivers.
I think it's about getting the car through clean, and often that can be out of the driver's control. We've seen it several times here at Watkins Glen, where those opening S's, there is no runoff. It's as good as a street circuit at that point. It's track and wall. That's it, and it's very, very fast. And with the field as big as it is, it's fantastic to see the health of the championship with so many good competitors in each category. The other side of that is that there's not much real estate for them all to get through. So, in my opinion, I think the first lap or 2, particularly the first lap, is just to try and get through there clean, because we have seen some big wrecks there in the past.
As the race goes on, I mean, we've got some great drivers there. Very interesting that we've got Lauren Heinrich here. He's in with a chance of the championship, Peter. Should have been at CrowdStrike this weekend at the 24 Hours of Spa with CLT Schumacher racing in the GT car. If he wins the championship, he'll be the first driver since, I think, 2014, maybe 2015, to win the championship on his own, because he's done it for 2 different teams and several different co-drivers.
Well, I think Lauren Heinrich's seat at the top table of sports car racing had been well and truly booked after his performances at the Rolex 24 at Daytona and indeed at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. But for me, actually, I think one of his standout drives of his whole career will be that day at Laguna Seca in the JDC Miller Porsche, an independent team running last year's car and going toe-to-toe with the current championship leading car, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and came out on top. I mean, we've all known about Lauren's pedigree for a long time, of course, GTD Pro champion in his first year here in IMSA. But what he's doing in the various 963s at the moment here in 2026 is just remarkable, and what a story it would be if he could challenge for the title. But he's going to have to get through the other man of the moment right now, the pole sitter, Jack Aitken.
The other half of that, of course, is JDC, John Church, and that team. I don't mean this in a bad way to John at all, quite the reverse. They don't have the resources. They don't have the financial investment of Porsche Penske Motorsport. And for those guys to be doing as well as they are is brilliant. Got to credit IMSA as well, because they didn't upgrade their car to the 2026 model year, and IMSA actually gave them a waiver to do that. So there's a lot of people to credit for this competitive spirit at the sharp end of the field.
I think you make a great point there. JDC Miller, what they are achieving up against Team Penske, who are regarded by many as the powerhouse in motorsport. And I spoke to a Porsche engineer recently who worked with them on the RS Spider program in the mid-2000s, and he said, I am utterly convinced that they are the superpower of motorsport. And he talked about all the facilities that they had in those days. It's even more so today. So for JDC Miller, a small independent team, to compete the way they are is just remarkable. But I've no doubt about it that Lauren Heinrich has just been a lightning bolt for that squad.
When we look at the other classes, Peter, as we'll turn on the cameras in about a minute or two, Jeremy Clark's time for Inter-Europol, well, there's another team that are absolutely in form at the moment. They are no doubt standing in line waiting for a manufacturer to give them an LMDH or an LMH car. 3 Le Mans victories in the last 4 years in class. They're going to be a tough act to follow here.
And they've backed up that success over here in the United States, which is such a difficult thing to do for a European team to move an operation over, to bring members of staff, equipment, etc. over. It's a big effort, and they've done that time and time again. I totally agree with you. They surely, if I was in a manufacturer boardroom looking to put a sports car program together, they would be right up the top list of the candidates that you would choose to run that project.
And in the 2 GT classes, Jack Hawksworth's done Jack Hawksworth's thing again. The thought for me of Jack Hawksworth, Harry King, Niels Verhagen, Chris Meese, James Collado, all established, fabulously established. We hear the engines firing up, down on the lane. All established stars. And then Max Esterson mixing it up with Dennis Olsen and Antonio Garcia. And they're just the top 8 I'm talking about in GTD Pro.
It's the most densely competitive championship, I think. 12 cars, and all of them filled with superstar drivers, and many with a real point to prove. You look at Luke Hartog, champion a couple of years ago in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, making his IMSA debut, but making it in the Grello Manthey. What a moment for that young man. He's teamed up with Michael Christensen, who is determined to get back to winning ways after a quiet 12 months or so after the closure of Porsche's WEC project.
Peter Mackay was with me, John Hindhaugh, for the Michelin Countdown to Green. In GTD, we're going to be entertained by the sight of Indy Doncic having to come through the field. And it's live next on IMSA TV and IMSA Radio.
Getting all set then to go. Just the introduction coming in. Your commentary team for IMSA Radio. I'll be here throughout as well, providing updates. Let's get going for Watkins Glen's 6-hour race.
WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on IMSA Radio.
It's time.
Welcome to Watkins
Green.
Glen International. For those of you on RS2 and Sirius Channel 206, now joined on the international feed as well. We're at the 3.4 mile, 11 corner Watkins Glen International Circuit, the so-called Grand Prix layout. And the history here is so thick you could cook it with a cricket stump. Going back to the days of the final Formula One Grand Prix that used to be held here down through the years. We've got 54 cars ready to go racing. Action areas right off the top at turn number 1. A tricky downhill right right-hander, braking, getting it right. I'll give you a decent set of odds now and an over and under that there'll be people off on the runoff there. We've got a brand new profile to the inner loop. The inner curbs have all been taken away. There's no track limits there. It's significantly changed the profile, literally, and the character as well of that corner. 6 hours to go, and roughly halfway through our IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season. The team this afternoon, starting down in the driver database pit lane. That will be Arjuna Kankapati and Ryan Marine. It's John Hindorf and Peter Mackay in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Almost time to go racing. And hope you can stay with us for the full afternoon into the evening. Just past high noon here on the Eastern time zone in the United States of America, and we've already had drama with a spinner on the formation lap. Incredibly, Sheena Monk in the Myers Riley Motorsports Mustang should have been starting on the outside of the 5th row in GTD. Third qualifying Bronze Cup car has looped that car and has continued. Now she should be able to get back to her starting position as long as everybody else did not go by when she was standing still. We will start with the front end of the field. The GTPs will always start at the front end of the field, and it's Cadillac and Acura split across the front 2 rows. Whelan, Meyer Shank Racing, Wayne Taylor Racing, and Meyer Shank Racing. That's your top 4. In LMP2, Jeremy Clark for Inter Europol took the pole position ahead of AO Racing, and Vassar Sullivan Racing with Ryan Reinbold this weekend. The AO Racing Porsche alongside them. The GTD field set by points, and that will be Harter Racing and Turner Motorsport who lead them off. So as the drivers warm their tyres and their brakes, let's have our Brembo brake facts for the Watkins Glen International. It's rated 3 out of 5 by the Brembo technicians. Their toughest braking point is turn number 1. You're on that pedal 8 times per lap. And that turn 1, you're coming down about 80 miles an hour in a pretty short amount of time to turn 1. And you're going downhill as well. 2.7 G when you're doing that. And the peak brake temperature, about 1,111 or 12 Fahrenheit, which that is going to be something over 420 Celsius. Yeah, don't touch that. Stay well away from all of that. Hello to Thomas Richer, who's tuned in, ready to go as you are around the world. It's at IMSA Radio. Peter Mackay alongside me here in the booth. This is the third of our long-distance races. Beautiful track temperature, 72 Fahrenheit. That's about 22 Celsius, and about 21 in the air is 70. Pretty decent weather for a race.
Perfect conditions to go racing here in beautiful Watkins Glen, a classic circuit. This is the 44th running of the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. It's one that every sports car driver wants to add to their CV. For me, it's one of the majors. I like to talk about golf a lot. If this were golf, Watkins Glen 6 Hours, definitely a major.
I just wanted to take a little breath there, because knowing this circuit and this race and 54 cars in the field, it may be a while before I get one again. The lights are out on the Cadillac safety car that is leading the GTPs around. Jack Aiken, Tom Blomqvist, Louis Delatraz, Rinke van der Zande, Lauren Heinrich, Dries Van Tor, Philippe Albuquerque, Lawrence Van Tor, and it's the red and white Whelen Cadillac that comes to the green flag and takes them down there. Everyone fanning out. Can see the Wayne Taylor Cadillac having a little look further back, but it is as you were from the start. No, round the outside. I think the Acura number 93 is up into third. Yes, it is, and that's Renger van der Zande making the best of his start as they go up the hill. Very tight through there, almost like a street circuit is what the drivers are telling me. The GTs are off and running. Jack Hawksworth has converted pole position there, but Harry King is under pressure from Neil Verhagen in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Top three absolutely together in GTD Pro, and I think Neil Verhagen is going to go through. No, Harry King fights back on the curbs going up the hill. They almost touch. Sitting right in behind them, the Ford of Chris Meese with a watching brief at the moment, but we've got through the first few quarters. Head towards turn 7. The tour of the boot, Peter Mackay. Some very, very powerful racing early on, but it was respectful and it was clean.
That's what we like to see. Yeah, that's what this championship is all about. Your race leader, Jack Aitken, weaving back and forward in the Whelen Cadillac number 31, trying to generate a little bit of temperature early on in those hard compound Michelin tyres. And going into turn 1, the 90 as it's known, Tom Blomqvist in this number 60 Marshank Acura had a big lockup on, they look like the front right tyre. So that's going to make it, I would say, a pretty long opening stint until they can get that tyre off, because it was a big one.
Yeah, they are running the red sidewalls here. That's what Michelin have chosen for the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen. No tyre choice here for the GTP, in fact, for any of the classes. From qualifying to the checkered flag in 5 hours and 58 minutes time, 7 sets of those hard tyres to be used. Now, already problems further back in the LMP2 field with, well, I was wrong. I lost my bet, didn't I? Nobody was off on the runoff earlier on. But we've just had some very forceful running there with 3 of the orange prototypes all in a row as they head into the new entry to the bus stop. Who was getting together there, Peter, down through turn 1?
Hard to tell with, yeah, like you say, multiple orange cars. A little bit further down the order in LMP2. I'm going to say it's the Intersport.
The Tower was one of
John
them. I'm pretty
Field.
certain it was.
Yeah, so Intersport's the other. There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. John Field, who's it's been quite a while since he's been here at Watkins Glen, but great to see him back. The evergreen John Field, sports car legend here in North America.
Yeah. Always has a good quote for us as well. Let's take an early trip into the pit lane for some analysis, and our driver database informed pit lane team Arjuna Kankapati. But first, let's go to Ryan Marie.
Well, GTD has been a story all weekend, really going back to qualifying in particular, as you guys touched upon, the fact that they set the grid by the team points. It also opened up some strategy for these teams, John, because it meant that the teams could select whichever driver they would like to start the race. It wasn't necessarily the designated qualifying driver. All 3 of the Corvette GTD teams, for instance, elected to change up the driver that would start the race from what they had initially planned had they gone qualifying as usual. So that's a little wrinkle to the strategy here today.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shayna Monk recovering after the spin early on. Coming back through the field, Jack Hawksworth leads in GTD Pro. Now, on the warming up lap, we mentioned that she'd had a quick rotation in that classic, that vintage red, white and black Mustang livery. And it was just coming out of the inner loop towards the outer loop, where the problems were for Shayna. But the good news, Peter Mackay, she has plenty of time to make that time back up again.
and already making good progress as well, trying to pull away from her respective bronze graded drivers. She just made a good move down into the 90 past Henrik Hedman in the incredibly natty paint schemed Corvette for Dragon speed. So that's what Sheena's got to focus on, is that bronze graded driver position, because at the end of the year the top placed bronze driver gets an invite to go to Le Mans, the Bob Aitken Award. It's a big deal. So that's what she's got her sights set on, and driving well at the moment. Got her eyes now set on Eric Lux, who's the next one, 15th in GTD.
Yeah, the Mustangs going a little better this weekend as Jack Aitken leads the race. 1.7 seconds, our Porsche keys to the race that we went through in the Michelin Countdown to Green. The weather has so often been a script point here, a storyline here in the past. It's good at the moment. The temperature's right in the window for the Michelin tyres. Maybe actually track temperature a little cool for the hard Michelin tyres. Traffic and track position. Well, traffic here always going to be a talking point. Big wide open straights and heavy braking areas should make it relatively easy to overtake, but when you look at the track on paper, that looks easy. You don't race it on paper, and there are a couple of significant areas here where you have to play follow my leader even with the slower classes. And what about penalties? It's a long pit lane here, and the start-finish straight is particularly quick. So you want to minimise the mistakes and catching the eye of race control, because that can make your afternoon into the evening very, very difficult indeed. Pretty clean start, Peter Mackay.
Yeah, very, very tidy from Jack Aitken in the Whelen Engineering number 31 Cadillac. What a run they're on. 7 podiums in a row coming into this one. Got their first win of those podiums at Detroit last time out, and they just are in a groove right now. We heard from Earl Bamber in our Countdown to Green show, and he made 2 great points. He said, you know, we've put the hard work in over 2025. We had a lot of heartbreak in 2025, but he also said the team, they're having a lot of fun, and that's vitally important, isn't it? And you can tell the whole demeanour of the drivers, and the lap times don't lie. I mean, at Sebring, they could have won the race, but they didn't in the end. But since then, really, they've had a car that's just looked on rails, and Jack Aitken driving beautifully right now, and already onto the back of the GTD class after only 8 minutes of racing.
Yeah, 4 laps is about what we thought, looking at the respective times, and this is the first danger time for the leader as he picks his way through the GTD runners. It's always difficult for the leader because you're the first one there, going past the Magnus Racing number 44. Welcome back to the championship for those guys. The other talking point, actually, which I didn't put in the Porsche keys to the race, and possibly I should have, is track limits, particularly at turn 8. As always, the start is under review and is continuing to be reviewed. They always have a look. The fact that it continues to be under review, I suspect, is because somebody was in the wrong lane or changed lane as we came to the stripe. And we'll wait to hear from race control about any machinations that could be coming from that. Neil Verhagen in the BMW number 1, tracking through the far side of the circuit, heading back to us on the start-finish line now. Coming to turn number 10. Big crowd here this weekend. It's a huge area to fill, but the infield full of campers and a very knowledgeable audience here as well. Hello to Ray Lathern from Cape Town. Been awake for more than 24 hours watching the crowd strike Spa 24. And a big FIFA World Cup football match coming as well. At South Africa versus Canada, isn't it, Ray? Thank you very much indeed for propping up the eyelids with matchsticks to follow us here at the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. Sirius XM 206 around the US, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You'll find the player at imsaradio.com, and that's where our video player is as well. And of course, if you don't have a URL from the US, you can watch our international feed on YouTube as well with the official IMSA YouTube channel. For those of you who can't access that, if you want pictures, then it's our NBC Sports colleagues who are looking after you, but you can always just follow along with us here. 5 hours, 49 minutes and 38 seconds to go. GTD Pro looking racy at the moment. Hawksworth, Verhagen, and there is the penalty that we thought we were going to see. And Antonio Fuoco lined up in the wrong column. That will be a drive-through. And that is an unusual error for AF Corsa USA, Antonio Fuoco. It's not as if he's a rookie to this championship, Peter. Third in class at the moment.
Far from it, and leading in the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, which that is what that car is focusing on. They're not a full season car, and yeah, for someone of Antonio Fuoco's credentials, factory works driver for Ferrari for several years, and many times a winner here in IMSA. Yeah, there's just that's a really sloppy mistake, and in a class as deep as GTD in terms of car numbers, that will be punishing.
Yeah, you made a good point there, actually. Michelin Endurance Cup points awarded partway through this race, so we might see a little bit of interesting strategy coming through for the teams who are contesting that. It's a championship within a championship. Battle for the lead in LMP2, going through some of that traffic. The 13 Autosport Corvette unwittingly giving a helping hand to Jeremy Clark of Inter Europol in the yellow and green Inter Eurosport car, Inter Europol car, excuse me, as PJ Hyatt just have to lift out of it at the moment. George Kurtz right there as well, the top three in class heading into the inner loop and through it. But they've got through there reasonably clearly. Sheena Monk coming through there as well after her spin early on. Peter Mackay.
A few moments ago, the number 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Dex Lamborghini had gone slowly away from turn 7. That car is now down in the pit lane. Graham Doyle was aboard. They're changing the rear left tyre at the moment, John. That's not a great start for our winners at Laguna Seca.
There's a lot of attention on the left rear, John, and in fact, as frantically as they are pulling, the lug nut seems to still be attached and engaged on the axle itself. A couple of smacks at the wheel gun. This is a car that had a fuel pump issue earlier in the weekend. It's not been a smooth running for the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen by any means, and they continue to wrench and get to work trying to remove that left rear tire.
Arjuna Kankapati on the team. This is the car that ground to a halt earlier on in the week. There's debris as well, and we've got a full course yellow. Debris coming out of the inner loop. Now that looks like a little bit of bodywork maybe, and this will pick everybody up. John Field went off course at that area, and I wonder if that is some... Oh, he's got a left rear tyre that has broken apart and is taking parts of the bodywork out. So he's lost part of the rear wing. Now, has he gone off? Ollie Jarvis and Seth Lucas to get in there. So he came through the new part, the entry to that. The car got away from him, and the left rear, he went the wrong way, spun around 180 degrees and went the wrong way into the wall. And that's what's caused the problem. He'll come into the closed pit, but that's all right because he needs some emergency service. They can change the bodywork. They can change that tyre, but he will have to come back in again when we go to green. That's significant damage to the left rear. Now, they're putting fuel in that. I'm not sure that's going to be allowed because they don't need fuel. Emergency service, Ryan Marine, who's down there, is supposed to be just for the obvious issues.
Yes, sometimes that can be to top off with fuel, though. So I do think that they can put some in, but it's limited. We can double-check on that in a second. What I can tell you right now is the bodywork is off of that car. The field is going by, so this car is going to lose a lap here. They'll definitely need to change the left rear tire, and that's what they're working on at the moment. But I have to say, there's not a huge sense of urgency from the crew. Aside from the tire change, they've taken the rear deck lid off, the rear clip off of the car as well, and it sits here in that state of undress. There's currently a mechanic trying to open the cockpit door as well and actually having some trouble doing so. So maybe some of that force of impact actually went into the latching mechanism because he's having trouble getting into that car. All of this to say, though, John, this looks like this is going to be a lengthy stay in the pit lane. So whether or not they ran afoul of the emergency service rules or not, I'm not sure that that's anything more than academic at this stage.
Now, Peter Mackay looking at, we have the ability to review some of these incidents, as does race control, and it looks like, Peter, there was some contact there between Naveen Rao for Era Motorsport in the blue Oregon number 18 and John Field heading in to where the safety car is right now.
It will be very interesting to see what race control decide about that particular incident, because it did appear that going into the inner loop chicane, it was built in 1992, you know, a GTP car there is entering at 185 miles an hour. LMP2 won't be a million miles behind that, so it's a very fast entry, and you're over 100 miles an hour the whole way through there. And it seemed like the Era number 18 LMP2 was very, very close and may well have just given John Field a little bit of a helping hand there. And at that speed, it doesn't take much to unsettle one of these cars. So let's see what the race control team decide. They've got a lot of very, very experienced heads in there, and they'll be reviewing the footage for sure.
Back down into pit lane for the Wayne Taylor Racing Dex Imaging 45 Lamborghini Huracan. I had a quick word with the team, John, and they said that the driver had reported vibrations from the rear, and so that was the slowing down that Peter had observed. They came in, checked that left rear corner, but they weren't quite sure if it was a toe link or something else, so they've come back in, stayed crucially on the lead lap, and are taking another look.
John Field has left the pit lane. The Intersport crew they replaced basically everything replaceable on the car as far as bodywork is concerned. The front section replaced, the rear section replaced, the deck lid replaced. They did have, as I mentioned, some trouble getting the driver's side compartment door open. They eventually were able to get that latch to work as intended, and then they tested it a couple of times to make sure that it wasn't going to be jammed again, and it lived up to their expectations. So after replacing the bodywork, after replacing the left rear, they did send the car back out on track, and I'll check in with the team and see if I can figure out if there's anything more damage-wise that they're going to need to contend with, or if that is the extent of the repairs.
54 cars, 4 different categories, and Jonathan Main observes that Watkins Glen is much tighter than it looks, and with multi-class racing, it's like 180 miles an hour down a ship's passageway. You're not wrong there, sir.
Great description.
I'm stealing that. I like that a lot. It is a great description. We had a couple of the drivers saying to Arjuna, it's basically, in parts, not that different from a street track, Peter, because there's no runoff. Maybe that bit of grass is a car's width, but a place is not even that. So it's a very beautiful natural terrain road circuit, but the penalties and the consequences of making a small mistake is much more in the higher level, which you'd normally that you would normally associate with street circuits. Right, let's get back down the pit lane. Early problems for Intersport. Here's Ryan.
John Fields in the car. Seth Lucas also part of that driving lineup, and he's with me now. I noticed you were peering over the pit wall watching as the crew made repairs. What can you tell me about the state of the car now that they've replaced the bodywork? Is there any more concern?
It's hard to say. Contact to the wall can always mess up a lot more than you would think. Hoping it's just body damage. Unfortunately, there's always a chance of something else. Kind of just got to give it a couple laps, see what John has to say, and then we'll go from there on what's next.
The guys in the booth were looking at a replay, and they said it was close. They weren't sure about if there was contact or not. What can you tell us?
I have no clue. Honestly, I was looking at something else when he spun, so I have no word on that, to be honest. The new curbing there in the bus stop since the incident yesterday is just so very sketchy, especially when we're so low in the P2 cars. It could be a thing. He just grabbed a little bit too much curb and sent him around. So.
Sure, very well. All right, well, we wish you the best. Hopefully that's the extent of the repairs. And look, it's a long race. It's IMSA. You can fight back.
A lot of time left, so we'll see.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably doing a little, or being careful to make sure they were doing everything right down there on the lane. And I might have thought, to be honest, Peter Mackay, that John Field's not particularly backwards in coming forwards, as we would say from the UK. I think we might have heard on the radio, the team radio, if it had been a little touch from Naveen Rao, although it is being looked at. We've opened the pit lane for everybody now, and so anyone who wants to go off strategy can do it, and we're doing the class splits. So we'll get all the GTP cars back to the front, and that is done. We're going back green with 5 hours, 38 minutes and 30 seconds as they go across the line. And once again, Jack Aitken weaving backwards and forwards, but it's a good restart with Tom Blomqvist in second, Renger van der Zande in third, Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, Lauren Heinrich holding his starting position in fifth for JDC Miller. Lawrence Vanto has made up spots for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Philippe Albuquerque's gone backwards a little bit. He's in seventh, and they stream onto that 180 miles an hour run before they turn right, left, and then right again. Now through out onto the outer loop, Peter, and that is another textbook start for Jack Aitken. Scrabble amongst yourselves, guys, for the minors. I'm off.
I get the feeling that Jack Aitken at the wheel of that Cadillac for Whelen Engineering, he has pace when he wants it. He's got that switch-on pace on the rolling race start and on this restart as well, and then sort of manage the gap in that opening little stanza there, which shows that they've definitely got pace to spare. But they're not the only Cadillac, of course, in the race. There are not one but two Wayne Taylor Racing cars, and they've had success here, 2 wins in the past here at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen, and they will be beyond determined to try and stop this rolling express train that is Whelen Engineering Cadillac right now. And I feel the performance that they put together at Le Mans will give them a huge boost of confidence coming into this race.
They've already pulled out 2 seconds, or at least Jack Aitken has, and he's done that in a lap after the restart. Good battles going on in the GT, the street car class, or cars that bear a striking resemblance to the cars of our dreams. Would that we could walk down to our local Lexus, BMW, Porsche, Ford, Ferrari, Chevrolet, McLaren or AMG dealership. And we have got the stop plus 10 seconds for the LMP2 of John Field for not fulfilling emergency service requirements, as we've got cars in the pit lane. That is a stop plus 60, actually. I'm seeing on here. I think that's 2 penalties for them, as they have been announced. Tonio Fuoco, AF Corsa, has just done his drive-through for not lining up correctly, and that was John Field following him in. Let's pick up some more from our driver database informed pit lane team. Here's Arjuna.
Down at Heart of Racing with Dudu Barrichello, coming off a podium at Le Mans to add to the podiums at Daytona and Sebring as well. Leading the championship, things are going well with this Heart of Racing crew, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been great. Everybody from the team has done such a good job, and it's been really enjoyable as well just to work with them. You know, we have a lot of fun together. Also, my teammates have done a stellar job, really. Tom and Zach. I shared the car with Spencer as well at Long Beach, which was nice. Had Mattia Judy in Daytona, so a lot of people that I could learn from, really. And yeah, just enjoying my time around.
Settled back into second after leading the race off the start, but that was because qualifying didn't take place yesterday. What's the plan right now, strategy-wise? Are you content to sit back and save some fuel?
Yes, I think so. I think we're pushing but saving a little bit at the same time. We're struggling a little bit with straight speed as well, which makes it quite difficult to pass around here. But yeah, so far so good. It's a long race, you know. We've had situations and drive-throughs and whatnot, and at the last hour we were competing for the top three. So yeah, just trying to keep the car in one piece, and we'll see.
Struggling in a straight line, but pretty good through the corners.
Very good through the corners. So yeah, it's quite enjoyable to drive actually. The track is very nice as well. It's my first time here. And yeah, as I said, I'm just trying to enjoy it.
Good luck. Thank you.
Peter Mackay, you spotted it first. Race control took a look at it, and there is a penalty for contact with Intersport.
Well, I certainly won't be putting it as part of an application for a job in that particular department. I couldn't handle the stress. Their job is so well done and so difficult that I'd much prefer my seat here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. But yes, unfortunately for JBMotorsports, it's an early drive-through penalty for them. Naveen Rao making contact with the rear of the 37 Intersport Orica of John Field, and it will have to come back down pit road. But for really the penalties for the Intersport car have been more punishing. That's 6 stop plus 60. That means they've done much more work than is allowed under emergency service. Why? If we explain why that is, because you think, wait a minute, they're in the pits, full course yellow, what's wrong with that? Well, in the first half an hour of the race, we have what's called a short full course yellow. Now, whether it's actually short or long, it's referred to as a short yellow, and what that means is the pits remain closed, so you cannot come in to take on any kind of service at all unless you absolutely have to, so whether it's a damaged tyre, puncture, bodywork, etc. So the stewards have deemed that they've done more work than they needed to get back out onto track.
And I'm pretty certain that was the fuel. They weren't running out of fuel. You can only have 5 seconds of fuel if you are fuel critical. Well, at that part of the race, there couldn't have been. They changed all the bodywork. I think that would have been fine. They changed the tyres. I think that will be fine. Ryan told us to change the front end as well, which, if that was damaged, that would have been fine. Be interested to find out, actually, from our driver database informed pit lane team, what it was that they did extra. But I'm pretty certain that the crash damage was fine. It was something else from that. And the reason that they got the 60 is it was because they did far more than they were allowed to. Hello to Sarah Rigby, action-packed already, cheering for the Car Blanche YRB Racing Aston Martin. That's a story in itself. Let's pick up on that with Ryan Marine down in the pit lane. About a week ago, we were expecting to see Van der Steur Racing in a couple of events here. They're not. The cars are still here. So are most of their team. What's the story, Ryan?
Right, if you only looked at the truck that's parked in the paddock, you would think it was Van der Steur Racing that's here, but that's not the case. They've gone through an ownership change that was only announced in the last week or so, and it's now known as Car Blanche. What exactly this ownership group is, it's hard to say. They're being very strategic in what information that they are putting out to the public, but what they do want known is that they have big aspirations for this program. They expect to see it grow substantially in the not-so-distant future. They're committed to Aston Martin as well. So really exciting times for them and for what that could mean here in the paddock and further afield for that matter. The car's in this blank white livery, kind of playing into that Car Blanche name that they've come up with. And I expect that we'll see a couple different drivers in that car over the course of the season as they try and figure out what their plans are moving forward from here. But this seems to be the start of something big. At least that's the aspiration.
Yeah, big plans. One of the key things there, Peter, is that they have retained the Aston Martin Racing support the Van der Steur Racing had, and Aston Martin don't partner with just anybody. I think that is key to get the support for the cars going forward, but obviously they've got some plans. We're not party to them yet, but we welcome them to the pit lane, and they've had a pretty impressive debut already.
Well, it's a big commitment to to go in and buy an existing team and to take it on lock, stock and barrel is very impressive mid-season. And straight out of the gate, clearly that support network around them has worked, because looking at the sector times through practice, that car has been the fastest of the Aston Martins through each sector. The Aston Martins generally have been very, very strong indeed, and in the hands of Aston Martin driver Valentinas Clos, it's a seriously quick car, so really intrigued to see what result they can get out of today.
It's Peter Mackay down in, alongside me rather, down in the pit lane. We've got, well, we're going to have to give the 45 Lamborghini Huracan frequent flyer membership for the pit lane as it stands at the moment. It's back in, and it's the left rear again that is causing concern for Wayne Taylor Racing, and that Dex Imaging supported car. They're wiggling things around, so the driver clearly reporting some issues, or it's a sensor problem. Just wonder what Graham Doyle has been reporting to them. Let's see if we can get an update from our driver database informed pit lane team. Oh, just a second, chaps, because we've just had another incident, and again, it's the Intersport car, and it's at the same part of the track. Big sideways moment for John Field. This time he kept the car off the fence on driver's right, but quite clearly the LMP2 cars not riding those revised curbs or lack thereof in the same way as the GT cars. Right, let's get back down to that Dex Imaging Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. Well, and we've gone full course yellow. More debris on the track, and it's at the same part, just out of the inner loop. And somebody has... no, this is turn 6. Somebody has clobbered one of the signs at the side of the track and pulled it onto the circuit just at the exit of the left-hander at turn 6. So once again, the Cadillac safety car will neutralise the field. Louis Delatraz, we think, has just lost a place actually to Lauren Heinrich as he was going through traffic, tried to go around the outside of Sheena Mung, got the whole car airborne. Wayne Taylor air, and through went Lauren Heinrich and Renger van der Zande and Lawrence Vanto at Philippe Albuquerque. But that was a scary moment as the GTP cars were going through traffic. Safety car number 2, 33 and a half minutes gone. Peter Mackay.
This also means now that the pits will open for all classes each in turn, so there will be an opportunity to top up with fuel, which I would suspect most teams will take that opportunity to do so with 34 minutes of green flag running. The CrowdStrike and Brembo banners being put back into the safety trucks, hopefully replaced with some nice fresh new ones there. But that must have been a big landing there for Louis Delatraz. These cars so stiff, and yeah, they won't ease out one of those bumps like, say, a road Cadillac would, for example.
Interesting development, guys, strategically. Right before that full course yellow came out, 13 Autosport was in the pits for what appeared to be a standard pit stop for them, part of their strategy. It was a short fuel, and they just put on a set of scuffed tires all the way around. Ori Fidani stayed in the car, and they sent him back out, and that happened just before it went full course yellow. I think it was before we had any indication that we might go full course yellow, but I think that was quite serendipitous for the Corvette team.
I can confirm that because Ori Fidani left the pits after a 51-second run through the lane at 42 minutes and 46 seconds past the hour, and the full course yellow was called at 43 minutes and 2 seconds past the hour. So absolutely that was done. So they're going to make up some places there. We will be talking to our on-air team about the BDO Nose Strategy Awards. One for the prototypes and one for the GTs. We'll have our VP Fuel in-race update coming in a little while. We'll do that after the pit stops, I think. And in the meantime, let's find out what's going on down with that Lamborghini from Will Taylor Racing as Graham Doyle is out of the car and can talk to Arjuna.
Graham Doyle joining Trent Hinman and Danny Formal in the number 45 Dex Imaging Wayne Taylor Lamborghini. Talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I mean, we started at P6 today, had a really fun start, and then we were able to kind of race, stay in our position, maybe lose a few there, but the car was really starting to come alive. Unfortunately, started to have an issue in our right rear, not exactly sure what it is. Felt something like a bent toe link or something, unfortunately, so just lost a lot of traction back there, and then started to compound issues with the car, so we had to bring it in there a couple of times, and now we got Danny in the car to just get us a better feel of what was going on. But really unfortunate because we had a great car today to go out and fight for hopefully a podium or a win, and a great team behind us. So, I mean, these guys are going to do the best they can for the rest of the race, and we'll just see what ends up happening.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you.
Pit stops underway here under this full course yellow. I'm in LMP2 land, and from second place in class, PJ Hyatt brings Spike the Dragon to the attention of the AO Racing crew. This looks like fuel only here on this stint for PJ. Behind him, I see Aero Motorsport in, also fuel only. Similar story for PR1 Matheson with Brian Herta Autosport. Don't see many tire changes going on here. PJ had been coached on the radio throughout that stint about hitting a fuel number. If he was able to save some fuel, he might be able to pick up the track position he looks for in the pits, but he will not. Jeremy Clark wins the LMP2 race off in the pit lane.
Looked like one of the Porsches that won in GTP. We'll confirm that in a moment. It's a long stop for the BMW M Hybrid partway up the pit lane. They're taking time to clean out the front of that car, and it's going to be Peter Mackay sitting on its own with every other prototype having gone. It will get back to the end of the GTPs. So, I mean, it's not a disaster there, but that clearly wasn't a properly executed stop, or was it? Were they just taking their time?
Well, sometimes it's something you don't say very often about Team WRT having issues in pit stops, but that seems to be what's happening for Marco Wittmann's number 25 entry there. But that said, they were running towards the tail end of the GTP class anyway, so they're not really going to lose much more unless it's a much more sinister problem. We do have, of course, the NASCAR Cup Series that comes to Watkins Glen International, and as the GTPs and LMP2s came in, it did resemble a little bit of a dash to the pit lane in NASCAR. But yeah, I wonder with the BMW M Team WRT 25 car, it's still in the pits at the moment, so basically they've got a lap to try and figure it out and then get the car out so they don't lose any further ground. But yeah, not a good start for BMW, and they have left the pit lane now, so no harm, no foul.
And Peter, I can tell you that not only did they have the engine cover off, but there was a lot of inspection on the right rear. So I'm going to have a word with the team once we get the GT pit stops in and out to see if they're maybe diagnosing a problem. But I can see the GTs begin to trickle in to pit entry.
before we get the rundown on that from our driver database pit lane team, Felipe Nasser and Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, they split their strategy. That car stayed out. Fred Vesti now behind the wheel of the number 31 wheel, and Cadillac was first out the pit lane, and Lawrence Vantor at the wheel of number 6 was out in second place. I'll give you the full rundown in a moment. Let's catch up with the GT pit stops. Here's Ryan.
In GTD, Turner pits from the lead in the class, started second. Patrick Gallagher drove to the front, but he's out of the car now. Francis Seldorf gets in. It'll be a 4-tire change and fuel. Pretty quick pit work there, but they lose the race off of the pit lane. Conquest in the 34 Ferrari, quickest out of the GTD class.
BMW as well, very, very quickly, and almost, whoa, that would have been a huge penalty there for the number 1 BMW of Neil Verhagen. He had to swerve mightily to avoid the pit out and the RFID readers for the Michelin tyres. Arjuna, you were watching some of those pit stops as well. What went on at your end?
It was a good pit stop, though, for Paul Miller Racing, and I think based on what the driver's briefing told all the teams and drivers, that he'll be okay with that. The instruction was to the left side of the RFID readers, and that's exactly what he did. Great stop from Triazzi Competition in their GTD Pro entry, though, to leapfrog in front of Vasser Sullivan as a bit of a mix-up, John, at the front of the GTD Pro field after those pit stops.
Peter Mackay, it was one of those things where it was like people filtering out of a car park after a concert or a football match. They were all going for the exit barrier there, and it was very tight indeed as they came out through the RFID Michelin readers.
It was the number 4 Corvette as well, the championship leader in GTD Pro that's been taken out it's been taken out by Nicky Katzberg, started by him as well. Had to lost 3 cars, 3 positions there trying to get out of pit lane. Those narrow RFID readers make it really, really tricky, and when we get towards the end of the race, if we have a late race caution, that could really play an impact in how this race plays out. It's really tight getting out of that pit lane.
Fresh out of the erstwhile leader in the GTD class, Patrick Gallagher, Turner BMW. You started second, drove to the lead. Fun first stint for you?
Yeah, for sure. I was kind of surprised there. I mean, we definitely had a good start, got to the lead and held it. I think the 27 was saving.
Were you?
No. I mean, obviously we're stuck in traffic, so that kind of forces everybody's hand a little bit. Like, you can't go flat out. But the 27's really fast, but I was happy, the happiest I've been with our Liqui Moly Belhaven Investments BMW M4 from Turner Motorsports all week. So that part's positive. You know, it's just going to be interesting to see what the Astons really have. They're super fast, and I think the Ferraris are too. But we have a good car, and like I said, pre-race, we'll just grind this thing out and see where we are at the end.
It's our first chance to talk to a driver that's raced now in the track, with the track in its current condition, with the changes to the inner loop. What is it like?
Yeah, you're carrying a lot more speed in, and you carry the brake quite a bit longer, which makes it a lot more rear limited in the center of the corner, which you just have to have your head on straight and kind of build up to it. Luckily, my first couple laps were in traffic, so you kind of got an idea of what's going on. And I got to the front, and there was a little bit of a gap, so I had a couple clean runs through there. And it's certainly faster, but I would say the biggest difference is you're carrying the brake further into the corner, keep the car on the nose at a higher speed. So, you know, you can figure that out.
Great insight. Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's take a look at our VP Racing. VP Fuels in race update will start in the GTD category, which is led by no, it's not. It is led by 13. Oh, there's been a shunt under yellow, and there's all kinds of carnage on the far side of the field, including the better placed. Well, it's the Aston Martin Valkyrie. It's the number 60 Acura. So Roman De Angelis and the 60 car. There's a GT car in there as well, which I think was one of the Ferraris. It was the Dragon Speed Corvette. It's the Dragon Speed Corvette in there, and that is under safety car. And this is going to take a lot of clearing up. Henrik Edman in the number 81 Dragon Speed car, the AMR Safety Cruise in the Porsche Cayenne, and the brand new for 2026 Ford F-150 Raptor are on the scene. I can see 2 of the drivers are out, just waiting. Well, all 3 of the drivers are out now. That's the main thing. It was Colin Brown who'd taken over the Acura, and he is the last driver out. They've all got out under their own auspices. That's the good news. Oh, my goodness me. And that is a huge incident. Cars facing the wrong direction. This is going to take some sorting out. They were sitting in the pit lane with the red light. Now, has somebody run into the back of them whilst they were in the pit lane? Is that what's happened? Is that the pit lane? No, we get the green light. Out we go. Actually, we're going into traffic, though. There's still cars going around and blending into GT traffic, but there was definitely a green light through the S's. All is good there. No overtaking allowed. We're still under... Oh, and then, for whatever reason, the Acura of Colin Brown stops towards the top of the hill, and that causes the concertina effect. Fabulous piece of avoidance by the RS1 Porsche that managed to stop. So what happened there? Peter Mackay, I've never seen anything like that before. The green light was definitely on, and those cars came out into traffic. And something happened for Colin Brown to lift off at the top of the hill going up through the S's.
And with Colin Brown, you're talking about one of the most experienced sports car drivers ever. I don't even think he's 40 yet, but he knows he's been in this championship a very long time. And what we couldn't really tell from our pictures here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre was why Colin was slowing down. And it seemed like he had to slow down relatively abruptly, but he wasn't to a complete stop either. Was it the fact that the Dragon Speed Corvette in front of him had spun, perhaps, and then it was across the road? That would be my guess, but I say it's purely a guess based on what we've seen so far. We'll need to confirm that. But in Roman De Angelis, you've got to feel for him as well, because it kind of makes him look quite foolish too, because he's ran into the back of Colin Brown, not expecting Colin to slow down, but it doesn't really reflect too well on Roman. It's really unlucky for him, I would say, as well. It's a really bizarre incident. I think that's probably the best way to summarise it.
Colin Brown, for some reason, having to slow down quickly. Yeah. There was another GT car alongside him that got through, and on the scene very quickly, Roman De Angelis trying to catch up. And, of course, they were going for the GTP split as well, and looked like Roman locked up and just had absolutely no control of the car. Absolutely incredible scenes at the top. Now, I think we might have to red flag this, because to recover those cars, we're going to have to put flatbeds onto the track, and I'm not sure there's room to get everybody through. So we might actually have to have a short red flag here. And
I agree, John.
We've already driven through the debris once, and there's a path through there, but I think it's the recovery that might cause the problem. Let's leave that to race control. And Heart of Racing and MSR, our junior counterparty, has already spoken to them. They've got nothing to add so far. What about Dragon Speed? That's Ryan's end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and I talked to Elton Julian, the team owner, and he didn't have a whole lot to say, and certainly not a whole lot that wouldn't come across as quite frustrated or a little bit more than that, right? So let's put that to one side. Basically, his comment was, as far as he could tell, Henrik Hedman was doing his own thing and doing what he was supposed to do, and then the prototypes came up from behind, and the Corvette basically was a victim of circumstance in that. And you can understand the frustration. Henrik's put a lot of effort into this program. His goal is that Aiken Award. He wants to go to Le Mans, and obviously this is a significant setback here to have this incident, and by the team's account at least, it was not something that was in their control.
Yeah, just going through the turn of events here, we're going to have to crane those cars away. Now, the track is completely blocked right now. There is no way through that area of the track right now as the safety car is heading up towards that part of the circuit right now and comes through. So they've had to clear the wrecker trucks out of the way. The Acura is off the ground on the back of a tow truck, and they'll try and drag that away and then basically get it high enough to put it on a flatbed, I think. So let's see if we can unpick this again. Roman De Angelis is travelling along behind another Aston Martin, actually. And then, yeah, on the brakes from Colin Brown. Not just lifted off, on the brakes. United go through, just about get through. Brilliant from RS1 that pulled up just in time. But there must have been something in front of Colin Brown's car that he felt he had to brake. They were, as I say, they were released into traffic, but there was no doubt that they didn't run a red light there, Peter. They were sitting waiting for the green light. The green light came on, and they went out, stayed to the right of the line, and everybody was moving quickly, trying to catch back up again. They'd come in right on the end of that full course caution where it was open for everybody, and the category split was just starting. So they commenced the category split at 53 minutes and 24 past the hour. Colin Brown left the pit lane just 9 seconds after that. So he was trying to get back around, and therefore everybody was up to speed. What we don't know is what happened in front of him, but it has caused a serious incident there. Whilst we are getting that sorted out, let's go back down to our driver database informed pit lane team. Don't forget, check out the all-new driver database at driverdb.com. Let's start with Ryan Marine.
A chance to talk now with Corey Lewis, who's back with Gradient Racing. That in and of itself is not a surprise, but I don't think you were expecting to be here until a couple of weeks ago, filling in for Joey Hand, who I understand might have suffered an injury karting with his son, something to that effect. So we wish Joey a speedy recovery, but I know you're plug and play. You know the team and the car super well.
Yeah, first and foremost, obviously, I wish circumstances were different and Joey was in the car, but obviously grateful to get the call and speedy recovery to Joey. Good friend and great teammate, so hopefully he'll be back for Road America. That's the plan, and like I mentioned before, I'm grateful to get the call and kind of plug and play with the Gradient guys here. Mainly just focus on the sprint program, but coming to Watkins Glen's like a homecoming for me. It's a few hours from home from living in Pennsylvania, so it's great to have some family and friends here and see how this race unfolds. It's been a little chaotic, so to speak, so far. So long way to go.
You've been here a lot over the years, and we've had everything from extreme heat to torrential downpours. Can you remember a race day for this event any more beautiful than this one?
It's picture perfect. To be completely honest, nice breeze. It's not too hot. This is the best. I think the best year that we think we've had in quite some time. It's not brutally hot, or you're not in a monsoon and getting stuck in the parking lot trying to leave after the race. So, this has been great so far, and it seems like we'll have some beautiful skies for the rest of the race.
Well, just to close, how is the Mustang looking ahead 5 or so hours? Where do you think you can be? How far up can you get?
Obviously, we're always optimistic, and we want to go win the dang thing. But honestly, every session, the Gradient guys have been working their tails, guys and girls have been working their tails off to make improvements on our Ford Mustang GT3, and we've done just that. Till's in the car now, doing a great job, and having these cautions play out, opens up the door for a little bit of strategy too along the way. So I'm proud of everyone's efforts here at Gradient Racing, and we just got to keep our heads down and stay out of trouble and see where we end up at the end of this thing. There's just so much time left.
Great to have you here, and as we said before, speedy recovery to Joey Hand. Hope to see him at Road America.
We were about to do a VP Fuels in-race update. So let's try and get that out of the way. 3 GTP cars just coming out of the pits again. So the bottom end of that field is going to change. And again, they're overtaking GT cars as we're going in to that area where the marshals are working. I don't really understand that. Looks like the GT cars that might have stopped there to let them go through. But this is very confusing. And, I mean, fair play to the drivers. They must be following orders from somewhere. But it is very bizarre. So the class split is ongoing. We've now got a situation where cars are virtually grinding to a halt at turn 4 as that recovery goes on. And they pass through. Track Services, MR Safety Team, and the marshals have done a cracking job there. As it stands, and subject to any reordering, it is Frederick Vesti behind the wheel of the Whelen Cadillac, the pole-sitting car, that is leading the race under yellow from Porsche Penske Motorsport, who split their strategy. The third place car is Acura Meyer-Shank Racing's 93 with Renger van der Zande. Then Louis Delatraz for Cadillac Wayne Taylor, number 40. His teammate, Philippe Albuquerque, in the number 10. Then it will be Dries Vanthoor got out of the pits ahead of JDC Miller Motorsport and his teammate, Philip Ain. So they'll be the next three in line. Then it's Felipe Nasser for GTP. In LMP2, I think it's still into Europol who lead with their starting driver Jeremy Clark in the yellow and green car. PJ Hyatt second, as it has been since the start. Misha Goikberg third now in the 52 Brian Herder Autosport. Then George Kurtz fourth for CrowdStrike by APR in the 04. And the top six made up by Chris Cumming and Naveen Rao, who I think has served his drive-through. Actually, in GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing's BMW, I thought I saw him get out in the lead. He has for BMW and Paul Miller Racing. James Collado for Triazzi in the 033 Ferrari in second. Then Jack Hawksworth, the pole sitter, is in third place. Harry King in fourth for AO Racing. Then the Ford Mustang, both Ford Mustangs actually, Chris Meese and Dennis Olsen, 65 and 64 for the top six. And finally, the GTD, Triazzi's just pitted, so I think that we will get Ori Fadani coming through for 13 Autosport, courtesy of the fact that they pitted just before the start of this yellow, which then caused the continuation of the yellow. So they haven't pitted in this yellow. They've pitted under green, but they've cycled to the front in the black and gold number 13. Harter Racing, Zachary Robichon in second for Aston Martin, number 27. Fran Reder for Conquest in the 34 Ferrari in fourth. Francis Seldorf for Turner in fifth position. And Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in the 12 Lexus in sixth. That, as far as I can see, and subject to Eddie reordering by race control, is your VP Fuels in-race update.
VP Racing, the official fuel, coolant and additives of IMSA.
Down in pit lane at the Ford Racing awning with Fred Verviche. I don't know if this was necessarily the favored track for the Ford Mustang previously, but you brought some updates in 2026, and it looks like there's a bit more speed and competitiveness this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think we worked hard on a better aero platform for the car. Some more aero, and this is definitely an aero track. Car feels really good here. We're in I feel we're in good shape, and let's see till at the end of the race.
It's a very close championship. You're 20 points off the lead coming into this event, coming off a couple of podiums as well. Do you feel some momentum? Are things on the side of the Mustang?
Yeah, definitely. I think Laguna was a big changing point for us and for the whole team. Both cars and the team and crews work together like one team, and that really helps. And on our car, we have been lucky. We have some good momentum, but we also the car, the Evo is working. So that's really great to see. And hopefully we can keep thriving on this momentum. Yeah.
Has Chris said anything about how the track's feeling right now?
No, he never does. So he leave me to experience it. But no. I think it's all good. I think he feels good with the car. So that's reassuring. So
thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
So, Peter, bit messy. Fair play to Track Services for getting that cleaned up without requiring a red flag stoppage. I have to say, I didn't think that was going to be possible, so well done to that. But I don't understand this GTP cars coming out the pits and then immediately overtaking people, going straight in to the area of the track where they know there's marshals on the track. There's plenty of other straights where that could happen.
Well, I think the fact is that there's been a serious accident under full course yellow. These things that can happen. So there's quite a lot of unpicking to do about that. I would say it's whether the procedure wasn't followed or the procedure itself is wrong. That's up for race control to discuss that. But it's not what we like to see. 6 hour race sounds like a long time, but if you lose 45 minutes of it because of a clean-up, it's a shame. So a real pity. Good to see the drivers all getting out there okay. But for me, it's one of the, I would say, the favourites to win the race. Last year's winners, the Meyershank Racing number 60 Acura, Colin Brown, Tom Blomqvist, a strong driver lineup. That car out of the race. And, they already were kind of on the back foot championship-wise. Well, that probably wipes their chances of challenging for the title now, I would say.
I wonder if we might see some penalties for some of those GTPs, actually, because of them overtaking and trying to do the class split whilst things were still going on. The class splits are ongoing now from race control. We'll wait to be informed about that. Ryan, sorry, I interrupted you. Give us your update, please.
Oh, you're generous. I interrupted you. That was my mistake, John. Anyway, wanted to give a quick update on TDS because they just brought Toby Lutke in for a top-off of fuel. The LMP2 cars, by and large, pitted just over 20 minutes ago, which under normal conditions would be approaching or just past halfway through a fuel tank. But because we've had so much yellow, we're probably not quite that far along. But they didn't have track position anyway, so they brought him in to top him off. He'll take his place at the back of the P2 field with this class split. A little bit of strategy from the TDS team.
Thank you for that driver database informed pit lane update. The all-new driver database, if you're a driver in any form of motor racing around the world, you can go in, check your results, and now a new feature, you can add in your socials, contact details, and all kinds of other information. Check it out at driverdb.com. So just under 5 hours to go. We've gone through the first racing hour, of which we have had about, well, we've had more yellow than green, haven't we? By the way, whilst that was going on, remember Felipe Nasser stayed out when everyone else came in. He did come in whilst the pits were open, so that car, having led and been scored the leader for a couple of laps, the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7 car is in 7th position. Arjuna.
He wasn't the only car that came in for a top-off of the energy, though. I noted both of the BMW M-Team WRTs as well as the JDC Miller Motorsports number 5, which has done a driver change, John. They've pulled Lauren Heinrich out, and I believe Tymon van der Helme is in the number 5 Mustang sampling machine, which should mean that Lauren Heinrich qualified, took the start, and I expect to see him in the end on the run to the checkered flag as well.
You're spot on with that. A couple of people asking about driving times, always a hot topic here. GTPs effectively forget it because there is no driver times. It comes down to the Pro-Am classes, really, Peter, doesn't it, where the driver times have to be monitored properly.
Well, I do think it is pertinent to mention for GTP and GTD Pro, they're 30 minutes from the 6 hours. That said, if you're in a 2-driver lineup, there is a maximum drive time of 4 hours, and of course the race length is 6. So it actually, although it's not written into the regulations, if you're in a 2-driver car, it becomes more than half an hour anyway, if you see what I mean. But in the LMP2 and the GTD categories, which, as you say, are Pro-Am categories with mixed driver lineups, it's an hour and a half. So 25% of the race, it's quite a lot. Just like we see at Sebring, 3 hours of the race to be completed at the Mobile 1, 12 hours of Sebring for those drivers. So most of the LMP2 teams, they normally decide to get as much of their bronze driver time out of the way as possible, and actually they, within the next 24 minutes or so, they will actually all, if they all stay on board, which right now it's all bronze drivers on board in LMP2, then they've got to go another 25 minutes, they've got the fuel to do that, and then they'll hand over to the pros.
Yeah, I think you've called that spot on, Peter. Your days as a team manager can surely only be moments away. The Cadillac safety car racing drivers and engineers around the world take a deep breath and crawl into a hole should any of us ever be given the opportunity to make decisions down there in the pit lane. The Cadillac, the beautiful blue Cadillac safety car lights are out, and Frederick Vesti then will bring us back to some green flag racing. So it's Whelen Cadillac from Porsche Penske 963, from the remaining Acura of Renger van der Zande, Louis Delatraz for the Cadillac Wayne Taylor, number 40, with his teammate right up behind him, and Dries Van Tor makes up the top 6. 9 GTPs left in the race, with the demise of the Heart of Racing Valkyrie and the second of the ARX 06s from Meyershank Racing. Nice clean start, very sensible from Jeremy Clark. He dropped way back from the rest of the prototypes and led the LMP2s through. Now, was there a pass before the line? Felipe Nasser was very, very close. We've now got a pit lane penalty for Ford Racing, and Dennis Olsen will have to come through, leaving equipment unattended, and also for Toby Ludke for TDS. That was a 1 kilometre speeding penalty. He'll have a drive-through. Minimum full refueling time penalty. That's just come out. As soon as we go back green, we see all of these, and that's Daniel Goldberg for United Autosports USA. And we said in our Porsche keys to the race, keep the penalties to a minimum. Everybody's stacked up right now, so get them done quickly if you can. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, we're around the world on RS2, on the IMSA YouTube channel, and of course on Sirius XM 206 here in the US. Another good restart by the Whelen Cadillac, Peter Mackay.
Very strong from the 31 Whelen Cadillac. Fred Vesti aboard now, jumping in for Jack Aitken, his teammate, the pole sitter. But my eyes were on GTD Pro on the restart, because Harry King, on his debut here at Watkins Glen, making his presence known to fellow countryman James Calado, who's in the 033 Triarty car, who was in second place in category. But Harry King effectively just barked straight through him on the way into the inner loop chicane there, and through he went up to second place. So Harry King, when he announced to be part of that AO racing operation alongside Nick Tandy, I thought, oh my word, stand back, what a combination. Two drivers who aren't backwards and coming forwards, to use that saying for the second time in this broadcast.
Daniel Goldberg and Dennis Olsen both coming down the pit lane to attend to their pit lane penalties, just waiting for the third driver. I think that was TDS, wasn't it? I said Toby Ludke. Yes, it was. He's going to give him one more lap before he comes in. You want to get shot of those as quickly as you can. So back to racing again, and all closed back up again. Vesti's pulled out 3/4 of a second. Great battle in GTD Pro, and what a pass from Harry King as described by Peter Mackay. And there was just a little bit of hip and shoulder from the right front, on the right front fender of the James Collado Triasi machine with the Harry King Porsche. And James Collado knows which way is up as well on the restart, but no quarter asked or given there by either of those charging drivers. Verhagen then for Paul Miller Racing. Harry King now a half a second behind, still waiting for Toby Lutke to come down the pit lane for that pit lane speed violation. Dennis Olsen and Daniel Goldberg have served their drive-throughs for their pit lane infringements. Hello to Thomas. Says, glad to be back to green. Quick shout out to all the safety teams that allow us to go racing each week or all around the world. Without them, we couldn't have these amazing events. Here. And as a proud ambassador to the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, I echo that. Unsung heroes and heroines of our sport, and there's plenty of it going on this weekend. And the orange or the white army standing trackside or doing the clean-up, also our medical and intervention crews, and indeed anybody working in a racetrack giving up their time. It takes a village to put these events on. Right, it's settled down from the restart before it all goes bonkers again. Let's take another driver database informed pit lane report with Henrik Hedman.
And Henrik, I'm so sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. We've been trying to get to the bottom of what happened under yellow. You were involved, you were right in the middle of it. What was your vantage point?
Yeah, so it was a couple of GT cars in front of me, and we were just trying to catch the pack. And when we come up on top of the S's, the whole GT field was standing still. So the two cars in front of me nearly hit the cars in front, went to the right and parked. I saw that. I parked my car. We were standing still, and we were just going to go again. And then a big bang. I talked to Colin, and Colin with the Acura, they have a spotter. He told him that, it's a standstill, so that's why Colin stopped right behind me. Good for him. And I talked to the Aston guy too. I think it was gone. But first, they don't have a spotter, and I don't understand, because the engineers can see that there's a big pileup. He's coming full-blown speed. He hits the Acura from behind, so the Acura gets pushed into me. I'm super happy. I'm super sorry for Colin and Acura, of course, but I'm super happy that there was a car in between. Otherwise, I would be in the hospital now. For three races now that we've been taken out. Fuck.
Yeah, sorry about the language there, but you could understand the frustration, and thank you for the explanation, Henrik.
Very disappointed, Henrik Hedman. Sorry for the language from Henrik there. Well, Peter, it's what we saw later on as well. It sounds as though, for whatever reason, the GT cars were parked up to allow the GTP cars to go through. I'm not sure, but just over a blind brow, and Colin Brown comes across the scene, and he's on the racing line and finds the Dragon Speed car right in front of him at the end of a line of GT cars.
I think it's a very interesting point, and again, thank you to Henrik Hedman for taking the time to bring us up to speed of what happened from the driver's seat. He mentions there that he spoke to Colin Brown, and Colin Brown's spotter had told him that there was a slowdown, and therefore he was slowing down accordingly. And I can only presume, and I can presume, that Roman DeAndis didn't get the same message, because he was arriving at a fair rate of knots. So I think that's beyond our ability to comment. A very strange incident, and one that definitely has learnings to be brought from it. Meanwhile, debutant in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Luke Hartog in the Manthey Porsche. Well, this is his big opportunity in effectively a works Porsche, and he is taking full advantage of it right now. He's gone past both of the Fords and now has gone past the Triarsi Ferrari of James Clado. So Luke Hartog now, he is up into 4th position in category, and actually a couple of laps ago, before we heard from Henrik Hedman and Jack Hawksworth in this very much an English flavour at the front of the field in GTD Pro, he had made his move on Clado as well. So Clado just not quite in the groove just yet.
Yeah, hasn't had the best of restarts. James Collado dropped 3 positions since that restart, and Chris Meese is right with him now. Just as a final point on that incident under yellow, it is going to be reviewed after the race, and obviously we'll keep across that, and if anything comes of it, we'll talk about that on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, when Peter will be joining us with Rally Report. We'll be looking back on this race. We'll have Nick Damon's team by team from this weekend's Austrian Grand Prix, and also a bit of MotoGP going on this weekend at the Cathedral of Speed that is Assen. No spoilers here, but some great racing going on this weekend. We'll review it all and be looking forward to the weekend's Cummings action, including the new Le Mans Classic. Got a lot of IMSA interest in that. IMSA President and HSR President John Doonan racing next weekend in the NASCAR category, the Invitational that'll be at Le Mans Classic next weekend. We'll have coverage of that for you live as well. 4 hours and 44 minutes to go. Let's get back down to the pit lane in Arjuna.
Jeremy Clark has been a revelation since he joined the IMSA paddock at Sebring last year, and he's now got 2 pole positions in 2026. Tom Dillman, his teammate, how quickly does he get up to speed at some of these fast tracks?
Yeah, since we did a couple of days on every track that he could learn the track on in an LMP2 car, he starts FP1 with a really good pace already, and yeah, he has been fighting for pole in the last 4 events, 3 pole out of the last 4 races, and now he's doing a great job keeping the lead.
In terms of your stint towards the end of the race, what have you and the team been talking about? A lot of the talk overnight, I'm sure, has been about the changes at the track up towards the bus stop, where I've been told LMP2 can now take a slightly different line.
Yeah, we can be a little bit more inside because the first row of curbs are missing. So probably, I don't know, I didn't do any laps yet. I guess we can carry a bit more speed there, but it will not change too much, I believe.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Incident again for John Field and Intersport, and again he's damaged the left rear of that car, this time coming out of turn 7. The toe of the boot got on the dirt, car flipped round him, and he's gone across the track and belted that right rear corner once more, and he's coming round slowly. We're under full course yellow, and we just can't get into a rhythm here, Peter.
No, we can't, unfortunately. Just a driver error there, unfortunately, for John Field, and I wonder if that damage will be repairable. The car driving back on its own power, which is good to see, but drivers will also be very, very careful coming through each of these areas, trying to make sure they don't pick up any debris. And in the first Porsche Carrera Cup North America race on Friday, the race leader picked up debris under full course yellow and had to pit to change it in a 40-minute sprint race. Not good at all. So I'm sure the drivers will be cautious about that. And right now, all of the brains on the pit wall will be furiously calculating what this means for strategy in terms of fuel, in terms of tyres. Well, it gets easier. The more full course yellow we have, the easier it is with tyres. But also with driver times and who they want to have in the car and when and for how long.
It's going to be quite a clear up here, and some rearranging of the banded tyres and that rubberized, almost conveyor belt style material ahead of them. They're getting the drills and the bolts out on that, and making that secure. Driver's right, just coming over the brow, out of turn number 7. John Fields hasn't quite got the car back, actually. He was going, I think, for the cutout at turn 8. There is a way through there, but he's not going to make that work. He could be towed from there onto the infield. Looks like that car, well, if nothing else, there might be running out of bodywork, to be honest, in that silver, orange and black Oreca. But once again, we are under full course caution. We do really like the Cadillac. Honestly, it's lovely, but I don't think we were expecting to see it quite so much. Just 9 minutes, nearly 10 minutes of green flag there. We've had now, let me see that one, that was 6 and 33. So we've had well over 40 minutes now. This is not been a banner day for Intersport and John Field. I think that's his 3rd incident that we've seen, and that one may be the end because there's damage to the left rear suspension. Pits are closed at the moment. We're commencing the pass around, Peter.
And you have to spare a thought, actually, for when we're talking about LMP2, you have to spare a thought for the bronze drivers who qualify the cars, which I think is a fantastic regulation. I enjoyed following the qualifying show yesterday and them getting quicker and quicker all the time, but also starting the car. And it's no secret that the bronze drivers in these cars are the reason those cars are on the grid. They put significant resource out of their own pocket.
Very good point.
For these cars to be on track and for their minimum drive time to be burned up under full course yellow. That's not what they come racing for. Now, that can happen sometimes. They're all racers. They all accept that. But I just feel for them because they put so much effort into it, both physical and financial.
You make a good point. You certainly do. I'm getting a lot of questions that I can't answer at IMSARadio.com about why the GTD cars are stopping out on track. I can't say I've seen that before in all my years of covering American sports car racing. And we've seen that twice this weekend. I do not believe that those GTD drivers are doing that under their own auspices. So somebody somewhere is telling them to do that. I don't know, is the answer to the question. Right Turn Lover says, surely without the cars being forced to change positions for the class split, there's no cars that actually have to deliberately stop on the track. I can't answer the question, RTL. I really can't. But here's one man that possibly can. Colin Brown, delighted to see that he got out of the car all right. He was in the Acura that came across Henrik Hedman's car parked at the top of the S's, and Arjuna is with him now.
Out of the fire suit and into some street clothes, but Colin, talk us through what happened up there.
Yeah, tough one. Obviously, feel bad for everybody involved. Basically just came out of the pits after we did that splash. Since we were at the back, we had a tough first stop, so we were at the back and, had a little splash of fuel. Came back out under the class split, so everyone's kind of going on the prototype side. My spotter, Steve Welk, did a great job telling me, hey, they're slowing down at the top of the hill. And I got slowed down good, and then, unfortunately, Roman behind me, I think, didn't get the message that guys were going slow and just destroyed me from behind, basically. And, tough one. I mean, I feel bad for him. I don't think he had any idea that everyone was going slow. I know he feels bad, but, I feel bad for these guys. Obviously tore up our car pretty good, ended our day.
Glad you're okay. We'll see you next time out.
Thanks, man.
Well, that's kind of following on from what Henrik Hedman said. I would like to know, because I don't know the answer to this question, is this something new? Peter, you've worked with us here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV coverage for quite a while. I can't say that I've seen this happening before at You were with us at Sebring, you were with us at Daytona. I can't remember this where we've had the GTD cars coming basically to a stop at various parts of the circuit. And we saw it even when the crash teams, the crash recovery teams, were out on the circuit. They were parked over to drivers' left as GTP cars were coming out the pits, giving them room. I understand that, but they're going past at much increased speed into an area where there's recovery going on.
It does seem a really bizarre incident with, unfortunately, pretty significant consequences. You know, as Colin, I mean, what a gentleman Colin Brown is to take the time to chat to us and to put it up, because I know I've already seen it. There's several people throwing Roman DeAngelis under the bus, and I said it on the face of it made him look bad, but if he hasn't got that information through to him like Colin did from his spotter, then it's of course Roman's the one who kind of has egg on his face. But I think the one thing for sure is that it's a great call from race control to say, look, we are not going to even try and pick the bones out of this during this race. We're going to park it, we're going to investigate it later. And that's exactly the right approach, because there are so many drivers to be spoken with, there are track services, everything. There's so many different parties where all of that information needs to be gathered together, and then a conclusion drawn from that, and of course learnings taken from that. So if it's something that's not been happening before and has caused a problem, then it can be learnt from. That's all that can happen. But what a pity for those involved, and I'm convinced of it that particularly that Meyershank Racing Acura, the defending winner of this race, they were definitely in the hunt for a race win today, and that will hurt.
Arnash Rob says, why it's strange that the Harter Racing team didn't appear to have a spotter. Why would that be if others do? It's a road circuit. Not everybody has spotters here. Sometimes you have someone sitting on the wall who's watching the tracker, but that is predictive rather than exact. Some drivers don't like it. This circuit, you can't see all the way around anywhere with one spotter, even if you've got someone on the roof of where we commentate from, which is right at the start-finish line, the driver's left. You can't see, for example, up to the inner and outer loop and round by the toe and the heel of the boot. You lose them pretty much as they're going over the top of the hill where that incident was, to be honest. It's a decision that the teams will make individually. It's not mandatory. Let's go down to Ryan for a driver database informed pit lane report whilst we're still under yellow.
Been doing a little eavesdropping on the driver radio from the Whelen Engineering Cadillac to the driver Fred Vesti about 5 minutes ago. They were giving Fred the rundown of the cars that will be restarting behind him, giving him an update on the energy situation, letting him know that he's better than all but one of the cars that's directly behind him in line, and told him that his last restart was really good. And then just a couple of minutes ago, the team asked Fred if he was up for a double stint, if that's what they elected to do. Remember, this is one of just a handful of GTP lineups that's elected to go with 3 drivers here for this 6-hour race. Most are going with just 2. But Fred said, yep, all good, so I would anticipate whenever the next stop is, and at the time they were saying it would be in roughly 20 laps. Don't know if that's green laps or yellow laps, in fairness. But when that stop comes, it does not sound like Fred Vesti will be getting out.
Pits are open for all cars. Pits are open for all cars now. Peter Mackay's been keeping a weather eye on the time. 1 hour, 27 minutes, 1 hour, 28 minutes elapsed now, Peter Mackay. Why is that significant?
Well, it's significant because in the LMP2 and the GTD categories, the minimum driver time for the race is 1.5 hours. Now, you've got to be careful because time in the pit does not count to driving time. It should maybe be on-track time, perhaps, might be a better nomenclature. But so that all of the LMP2 teams and several of the GTD teams will be keeping a close watch on that and may well bring their drivers in just after going back to green as we are now.
4 hours, 31 minutes and 16, 15, 14, 12, 11, 10, and the green flag is out. We're racing again, and once again, the red front and Action Express Whelen Cadillac V-Series R takes the green flag first. A little bit of a lock-up there from Louis Delatraz and Philippe Albuquerque as well, his teammate right behind him as they were coming down into turn one. Perfect restart by Frederic Vesti, so the coaching and the whole of the conversation that went on there was pretty good again. Jeremy Clark, who's been in since the start in the Inter-Europol number 43 LMP2, left plenty of room between himself and the back of the GTP field. He leads through with PJ Hyatt, Misha Goldberg, George Kurd, Phil Fair, Chris Cumming, Naveen Rao, John Ferrano, Toby Ludger and Daniel Goldberg, all in behind. They're all on the lead lap there, despite some penalties down there. Hello to Moni Elysium, who's tuned in from the Pacific Northwest at home. And Billy is on his way home from California, tuned in. Sirius XM 206. Apparently he timed his pit stop for coffee under the full course yellow, so he didn't miss any of the action. He'll be back on the road again now. Hello Billy, hello Moni, long time no see. Warning for Luke Hartog in the Manthey Grello 911. Well, he knows how to race over here, Peter. He's a Porsche champion in IMSA competition, but he's been told off for blocking.
That he has, yeah. Luke Hartog making his IMSA WeatherTech Championship debut as you rightly say, 2024 champion in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And yeah, it's pretty fierce at the front. In fact, it's pretty fierce. It's incredibly fierce at the front of GTD Pro, led by Neil Verhagen at the moment for Paul Miller Racing BMW. But Harry King's in there in second, and the AO Porsche Rexy already getting the boxing gloves out. Not one to be pushed around anymore is that little dinosaur. Jack Hawksworth, very, very strong favourite for a win in that category as well. He's been super quick all week long in that Vassar Sullivan Lexus.
Said earlier on in the week that I really like the simplicity of the blocking rule here in IMSA, which tends to be replicated in American racing. When I first came over many years ago, 1999, yes, that long ago. 1998, yes, Peter, you remember it more than I do, thank you. I sometimes wondered about whether it was stopping racing, but I have become a convert to it. It's dead easy. Never mind one move, two move when you're braking. You can't move in reaction to the car behind. If you want to defend, that's fine, but get yourself on the defensive line nice and early. If someone pulls to your inside going into a corner, you can't then move. You want to make them go the long way around? That's fine. But you can't move in reaction to someone else. It's dead easy, and it's an easy one to understand. It's an easy one to explain to drivers, and it's an easy one for us to explain as well. We'll just let this lap play out before we go down for another visit to the pit lane, where Ryan Marine is waiting for us. Frederic Vesti with a 1 second lead as the stops for LMP2 are just starting, and we've had George Kurtz into the pit lane in the 04 car, out of 4th position, the APR CrowdStrike, and Ryan Marine was watching that.
Yeah, his drive time appears to have elapsed, and this is the first of the LMP2 teams to go ahead and make the call to bring the car down the pit lane. All of the other teams are up on the walls, so I'm expecting the rest of the class very soon. They're already over 50 minutes into this stint. It's just the energy going into the Orica LMP2. They're actually waiting on the driver exchange. That's a bit of a hang-up for the CrowdStrike by APR team, but the job is done and the car has been released.
That was very, very tight. It is only their second time down the pit lane, but we're going to have to see what their first pit stop time was. As Peter says, from the time in the pit lane does not count to your driver time. Toby Sowry, by the way, took over the 04 car. Inception in their Ferrari coming in as well. Plenty of track limits warning coming as well. Final warning I've just seen flash up for one of the car and driver combos out there, and that was DXDT and Mason Filippi or at least DXDT, as the GTD leaders are into the pit lane. Inception, DXDT, 13 Autosport, all down the lane.
Yeah, P2 leaders coming in here, and Inter Europol's Jeremy Clark, they believe his job is done. It'll be Bijoy Garg taking over the yellow nose, but primarily green prototype. That seat insert goes in. Clark is out. He's controlled this race from pole position at this point, and it's also a tire change. They did not change tires on the first stop. Looks like a pretty routine service here. Driver changes and tire changes going on all up and down the pit lane for the LMP2 teams. And Bijoy Garg, and they do leave the pit lane the same order they came in, just ahead of AO Racing's number 99.
Deck base pit lane team with Ryan. The field, the battles continue in GTP. Let's hope we get some meaningful running here. Fred Vex pulled away from Lawrence Vantor, Renger van der Zande, the red, white and black number 93.
Well, that's what's so exciting in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is the 4 different stories that go out all at once, that go on all at once. GTP, GTD Pro, LMP2, GTD, and they all have different strategical conundrums to play out. I mean, in GTD Pro, they've got no restrictions on their driver lineup, so they tend to be one hot shot handing over to another, so they will usually run to as far as the car will go on fuel, whereas the reason why the LMP2 and some of the GTD cars are pitting off sequence is all because of minimum driver time, and the bronze drivers, they have completed their minimum driver times now and handing over to their teammates, and that's particularly in GTD. What makes GTD fascinating is that you've got some cars that have bronze drivers in them, but some that do not. Whereas at LMP2 you have a mandated bronze driver, so that again makes those two classes very different in terms of strategy. So at the moment in GTD Pro, this is what it's all about. BMW from Porsche, from Lexus, from the Grello Manthey Porsche, then a Ferrari. So already the mix of manufacturers in GTD Pro incredibly close, and it's a bit of a surprise actually, because the Porsches haven't necessarily had the pace in the early part of practice and qualifying. It's really been the story of the Aston Martins and the Lexus entries, but on race day the Porsches seem to have really turned up, both in the hands of Harry King and in IMSA WeatherTech Championship debutant Luke Hartog. Into the pits come PR1 Matheson, many times a champion in the LMP2 category. New Michelin tyres being put on that Orca 07. That car was brought in by Misha Goikberg, so he has done his driver time, and he will be handing over to either Parker Thompson or Harry Tinknell. Harry Tinknell, a multiple winner overall here in the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen in his days with the Mazda DPI team. PR1 car heading towards the end of pit lane now. So strategy at play in LMP2. At the moment, bronze driver still on board. Dan Goldberg in the number 22, the championship leading car, of course, for United Autosports, still on board, as is Bijoy Garg for, excuse me, that's the silver driver going in there as well. So looks like, yeah, Dan Goldberg is the only remaining bronze driver on board. So going a little bit longer into his stint is the American driver before he hands over to either Paul de Rester or Rasmus Lind.
So, Peter, got this from Racer Head, who says, have we heard anything about the possibility of high class joining IMSA with the Isotta Fraschini? Do you think they're getting accepted would open the door for Glickenhaus and Van Wall if they want to? They're not allowed. Isotta aren't a car manufacturer that is recognised in the United States. They're not a series. They've never been a series producer of cars in the modern era. The most cars they ever built, I think, was about 400 in 1911. And I'm not really entirely certain how they managed to get into the World Endurance Championship. And, of course, they didn't complete a full season in that. But the upshot of it is that IMSA have a rule which is for all of the competitors. People used to say it was to keep Glickenhaus out. It wasn't. It was about how many cars were sold in the US. And there's only one waiver being given out, and that was for Cupra in TCR, and that was because they were due to launch in the US, and then the global situation changed, and that was postponed. But the Van Wall, that car isn't a legal car either in that respect, and there's still some back and forth about whether it can even be called a Van Wall. And the Isotta, very lovely though it is, isn't an homologated car for IMSA production. Now, could there be a waiver? Maybe, but they'd still have to put the car up for homologation, and nobody's done that at the moment.
And I hate to be
as
harsh.
far as I'm aware.
I hate to be harsh, John, but would it be competitive in the brutally difficult GTP class that we have, where you've got factory entries from Cadillac? Okay, we're not going to see Acura next year, but Porsche, multiple Porsches in there, BMW, etc. You look at the resource that's being put behind the Heart of Racing Aston Martin project and how they are, I think they've had one podium and are progressing all the time, but they are putting enormous resource behind that to try and find performance, and yet they've still got work to do. So as much as we love the plucky privateer, it's a brutal piranha pool out there.
Well, and that is another car, isn't it, that's built under LMH regulations, both the Van Wall and the Isotta Fraschini. I know that there's a lot of people would like to see those cars back. The car that should come back before either of those is the SC63 Lamborghini. That is a car that is homologated and could run here and in FIA WEC, but it's a question of resources. You mentioned resources as Harry King goes off the circuit on the exit of the bus stop chicane. It's not Harry King, is it? It's Luke Hartog now, the tall fella behind the wheel of that. Thanks, Ray said, for that. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, let's see if we can throw any more light on what happened in that bizarre incident earlier on. Delighted to say that all three drivers, Henrik Hedman, Colin Brown and Roman De Angelis, were fine, and Roman is now down in the pit lane with Ryan.
You're quite right, John. That is the most important thing. Everyone seems to be all right, but obviously a disappointed Roman De Angelis. We've talked to a couple of other people still trying to piece together exactly what happened. What was your perspective?
Yeah, first of all, sorry for mainly the Acura with Tom and Colin, and then everyone else that was involved. Yeah, basically just came out of the pits behind Colin, was told to just commence a pass around, which was happening at that point, and one of the magnets Aston moved left in front of me, and at that point there was just a wall of stock cars. So yeah, just hit the brakes and spun and went backwards into Colin. Obviously wish it wasn't the case, and if I would have, looked back, I don't know what I would have really done different. I wish I could come up with something, but yeah, just really sorry for the guys. We kind of struggled all weekend, but Frost said we seemed to have a good race car, so yeah, just really disappointed, and yeah, sorry for everyone involved, and for my team as well that has to fix a pretty mangled Valkyrie. So
It sounds like some of the teams have a spotter positioned in that area. Is your team one of them?
Yeah, I think we just didn't know what was going on at the time up there. Yeah, I mean, not much to say, just a bit of a shame for everyone. So hopefully we can come back strong in Road America and finally get a good result this year.
And you might not have an answer, but do you have any idea why the GT cars were stopped at the top of the hill? That's the one question we can't get to the bottom of.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I mean, I kind of just got back from all that, so I don't really know. I haven't had a chance to sit down and look at what was going on, but yeah, just really unfortunate for the GT cars involved as well. And yeah, not a great situation to be put in, and it shouldn't be that way. But we'll see what happens next.
We're glad you're all right. Thank you for your time and your candor. Best of luck next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant stuff by our pit lane team to get to those drivers, and also to the teams and the drivers themselves for coming to talk to us in what must be very trying circumstances, given what happened on the exit from that pit lane under full course yellow. Nuke Shot says John Dooner recently included Peugeot on a full list of brands IMSA are open to, even though they don't sell cars in the US. Found it odd, yes, but Peugeot are part of a group that do sell cars, and a rebrand could make the 9x8, the 9X8, with a different brand, maybe a different bit of bodywork on. Just saying, maybe that could work for a couple of extra prototypes. Would a private team, said Clark Duffy, be better off investing in an Acura if they sold one, rather than pumping money to develop the Isotta or the car that's called Van Wall? Only Porsche have really made private cars available, and look what JDC do. So I think the answer to that is yes. Acura have said that they are not going to allow privateers to run the cars here in IMSA, although they were open to doing it in the Asian Le Mans series, which is probably going to run in Europe for the next season of that, and will allow private and Pro-Am actually entered LMH and LMDH GTP cars in that, which is an interesting development. At IMSA Radio, keep that up. Meantime, more pit stops. Daniel Goldberg in the pit lane with the metallic blue number 22 out of the lead of LMP2. 9th position when they came in. That looked like a driver change as well, as Daniel's done his stint at the beginning of the race, and it is Rasmus Lind's helmet that got in to that car and back into the race. They've been down the pit lane 5 times already and still lead the motor race, or at least they were when they came in. Hello to Jake Husband, who's on a 5-mile run. Keep up the good work, he said. Well, and you, was somebody chasing you, Jake? There's no other reason to run 5 miles, but never mind. Frederick Vesti leads the motor race. Let's have VP Fuels in race update. We're on lap 50 at the moment, and before we get a huge amount of pit stops, let's start in GTD, where Harter Racing Aston Martin leads from Fran Rueda's Conquest Ferrari in the number 34 car. Then it's Vassar Sullivan Lexus from Wimwood, right from the back of the field. Indy Donchi picking his way through the carnage, and now in 4th position. Trenton Estep for Carte Blanche in 5th with their Aston 068, and Alec Udell now behind the wheel of the AF Corsa USA machine. That took a penalty earlier on as well for a false start, effectively. Neil Verhagen is back at the head of the GTD profile for BMW and for Paul Miller Racing, ahead of EO Racing and Harry King. Jack Hawksworth in 3rd place. Luke Hartog, the Manti Racing 911, which had that little off a little while ago at the inner loop, and James Collado seemingly finding his rhythm now after dropping some positions after the previous restart. He's held 5th ahead of Nicky Katzberg for the number 4 Corvette in 6th. In LMP2, into Europol have not been headed, I don't think. Even on the pit stop cycles, the 43 car's now got Bijoy Garg behind the wheel. He's being chased down by Johnny Edgar, who impressed me mightily at Le Mans for AO Racing. Just done a 1:36.881. That's half a second quicker than the leader for AO Racing. 99 car then in second with Toby Sowery. CrowdStrike up into third now, so they've made up a position and are ahead of both of the United cars. Hunter McElroy in the 2, Rasmus Lind in the 22, and making up the top 6. Delighted to say that Ferdinand Habsburg is back for Era Motorsport, and he's just done the fastest LMP2 lap of the race last time around with a 1:36.164. And at the front, as I mentioned, it's 1.6 seconds. Cadillac V Series R from Acura, Whelan from Meyershank Racing, Porsche, the number 6 car now for Porsche Penske Motorsport, is in third. They're separated by 4 seconds. Another half a second further back, the 2 Cadillac Wayne Taylor cars, Louis Delatraz, and then 3 seconds further back his teammate, 40 and 10. And the top half dozen there is the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. Leader has completed 51 laps. We have 4 hours and 10 minutes racing still to complete. That's your VP Fuels in race update.
VP Racing, the official fuel, coolant and additives of IMSA.
Let's get down to the pit lane and to Ryan.
While you were giving that update, John, we just saw a pit stop out in the GTD Pro Rank 64 Mustang. Dennis Olsen got out. Ben Barker got in. That car had a penalty earlier, so they were at the back of the class, and consequently going a little bit off strategy, pitting a little bit earlier than the rest of the field. It was an otherwise normal stop, just driver change fuel and tires.
Finally, we've had a bit of green flag racing. Peter Mackay, we're starting to see the relative strengths and weaknesses of the cars. You've got to say, it's looking very tight in all 4 categories at the moment.
It is, particularly in GTD Pro, as we predicted it would be. And the championship leaders in that crew, in that class, Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette Racing number 4 car, just within touch of the leading quartet of the Paul Miller Racing BMW, Neil Verhagen, Harry King in the AO Porsche, the Lexus of Jack Hawksworth and the Manthey Porsche of Luke Hartog, but not far behind at all is Katzberg in that leading car. And, you know, they haven't won a race this year, but they are leading the championship, and they just want to keep that consistency going, and that could well bring them a championship. It's all about keeping those points ticking over for them, and they are right there in the mix, and a bit of strategy could put them up in that podium fight.
It's Peter Mackay alongside me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Hello to Charlie Brown, Southern Spain. And we've just been talking about that Acura in the Asian Le Mans Series. Aaron is watching from the Hertfordshire Essex border in the UK just after 7 o'clock in the evening there, enthralled as we are with the GTD Pro battle. And hello to Greg Cesaroni. Do you know how they do a full course yellow in WEC or I've seen at Spa 24 or slow zones at the Nürburgring? Do you think that would work in IMSA? Depends on the length of the track. I don't agree with the multiple safety cars that sometimes get used at Spa. I don't think it's a long enough track, and it's a nightmare to keep them sorted. Slow zones work at the Nürburgring because it's 15 miles around, so that kind of works. But this is a particular type of racing, and the way the safety cars work here in the States is part of the regulations, and part, more importantly, as Jeremy Shaw would say, he would say it's part of the tradition. The problem is, as soon as you add multi-class racing into safety cars, if you don't then have the processes in place to do the wave bys and the pass arounds, then one or all of the classes other than the top classes get disadvantaged every time a safety car comes out. We've even seen that at Le Mans, haven't we, where the field gets split up and all of a sudden you get 3 different races in one class, and that's totally out of the control of the teams or indeed the series or the race. So there's pros and cons in everything, and if you're going to have safety cars in multi-class racing, then you have to have a way to mitigate the losses for the non-top classes. Simple as that. 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. PMAC.
I'm keeping an eye on the GTD battle at the moment, John, and Zachary Robichon is just absolutely hauling the mail right now for the Heart of Racing team, who have kind of made this race their own over the years. So many wins here at Watkins Glen, both in GTD and in GTD Pro 4 in total. So it really has been a happy hunting ground for those Aston Martin Vantages. And in GTD right now, they're looking really, really strong. 16 seconds up the road from Fran Rueda in the Conquest Racing Ferrari, and Indy Doncha for Windward Racing. Wait a minute, Windward Racing, how many times do they pull this Houdini act where you think, oh, they've started from the back, they're in big trouble, there's no way they can challenge. Oh, they're up on the podium already. How do they do that?
They just do. It's magic. It is magic. Just over 4 hours to go. We're coming up to the 2-hour mark. Let's keep an eye on the racing. We go down for a driver database inform pit lane report. The president of IMSA is on the lane with Arjuna Kankapati.
We're here for the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen, the 23rd consecutive year that Sahlens have been supporting this great race. John, what a fantastic event this is.
Yeah, sorry about the weather, by the way, and back to Peter and John in the booth. Hopefully they are cooling off over there, but you're right. Amazing day, all-time record crowd. Don Berlew and the team here have done a great job, and as I said in the drivers' meeting this morning, 25 years for Sahlens, and I think might have missed one actual race because of the pandemic, but those things don't happen very often in motorsports, that longevity. But great crowd, great racing.
We're coming off Le Mans, where it was great to see the number of IMSA drivers out there and having success, but lots of things announced as well, including 2030 regulation.
Yeah, I think our intent there, Arjuna, was to announce a framework that really leans to probably more LMDH-style regulations, but the key is it's now one set of global regulations to start 2030, still giving the manufacturers the freedom to style their bodywork in the top category, bring their own internal combustion engine, and keep the costs in check. That's really the intent. The manufacturers have voted by their participation, and I think giving them this longer runway, it's our hope that what we have today continues, and then as Acura takes a bit of a pause, we hope they come back, and certainly hope that brands like Ferrari and Toyota and Peugeot and Aston Martin continue to run in the top category here in North America, which is an incredibly important market for all the automakers, as well as in the World Endurance Championship.
Runway announced for LMP2 cars as well, with the new generation coming in 2029. How important was that to have the success of this LMP2 class survive for the next couple of years?
I think I can remember even 5 years ago when we barely had enough LMP2 cars for a podium, and now, upwards of a dozen cars in the endurance races for sure. And so I think that momentum will continue. You'll see probably more of them on the grid in 27, and by carrying on with the existing car, that'll probably carry on in 28. Once again, giving the teams a little bit longer runway. Don't start with the new car in the Rolex 24 after they haven't had a lot of testing. So we feel good about it. The ACO was very supportive of it, and I think the teams up and down pit lane are as well.
You mentioned Peugeot. I know there's been some discussions of Isotta as well. Will there have to be some concessions to be made to allow them to come into the IMSA WeatherTech competition, or is that something you think that's going to be relatively easy to work through?
Yeah, I think for us, we try to listen to the customers and the OEMs and try to make it as easy as possible for those manufacturers and those teams to come and compete in what we are certainly proud of as the most special endurance racing around the world, most competitive for sure, most exciting. And so we're going to make it as easy as possible for sure.
So I'm going to have to drill down a little bit more. Will it be a requirement for the cars to be sold in the US for them to come over here?
Well, I think overall GT regulations, GTP regulations require a certain volume of cars around the world. And I think for me, as a former member of the OEM side, I've always wanted the manufacturers to race on track, but market it in the broader audience. And so if we could be part of a brand that plans to come to the U.S., and we've seen that in Michelin Pilot Challenge with Cupra, they have announced plans. So my hope would be if we could be part of a launch of a brand coming to the United States in racing in North America. For me, as a young fan, there's nothing better.
I'd be remiss to let you go, and I could talk to you for a long time, but without mentioning you driving over in France next week in the Le Mans Classic. How excited are you to get behind the wheel?
Well, there is a rumor about the Wonder Bread car and my name associated with it, but the main part of it is a group of customers. We're taking 36 HSR customers from HSR's NASCAR Classic group over to Le Mans to give them an amazing experience. We're taking them to Normandy on Wednesday, and then you are correct, I am going to suit up, and I got the opportunity at the Midi at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to drive back in April, and it was a total blast, and we're going to go over there and celebrate basically 50 years of NASCAR being at Le Mans. And for me, as a little boy, remembering all that history, to be part of it is going to be magical.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Enjoy, and let's hope for the rest of the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen to treat us to a great race.
Thanks, Arjuna, and again, thanks to all the camera people around the world and around the track, helping us capture these images, and everybody in the booth on the IMSA broadcast team.
The president of IMSA and HSR, John Doonan, that's the Ricky Bobby car that he's talking about, and as I think it was Ryan said, we must remind him that he has to shake and then bake next weekend.
It's a great
invitational race as part. Go on.
It's a great saying, isn't it? It rhymes, they're both verbs. Awesome.
Yeah, love it. Very good. See what you did there.
Battle for the lead that's been on.
Andrew Marriott. Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing battle between Fred Vesti and Renger van der Zande, who knows this track so well. Vesti's raced here a few times, but not as much as Renger, and Renger van der Zande in the Acura for Meyershank Racing all over the back of the Whelen Cadillac. This is what we come for in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. GTP battles, Cadillac versus Acura, and on the timesheets all week long, that has been the battle. But not too far behind at all, Lawrence Vantor just lurking in the background. Porsche had such a great start to the season, then it's kind of gone a bit off the boil, and now they've had a quiet week, and yet they're still there in the mix in third place.
Conquest Racing with the 34 blue and white Ferrari in the pit lane. Keep an eye on that as the leaders work their way through traffic. Frederick Vesti is continuing to lead, and he's pulled out a little gap. Also joining in there, Lawrence Vantor. And a problem for the Mai-Tai 911. Smoke coming out from under the rear of the car. Is that engine or is it tyre? I think it's right rear tyre. I think it's a right rear tyre for Luke Hartog. He's just come through the toe of the boot. Yes, it is. It's a right rear tyre, and he stopped right at the brow of the hill, driver's right. Now, can he get that car back round? It's trailing the tyre smoke behind it, and there's all kinds of debris underneath the right rear of that car. Oh, he went off at 6. He went off in a huge way. Luke Hartog attacking the downhill left-hander at 6. Down the short chute. Got onto the grey on the fast. Oh, did he get a little tap? No. Did he get a little tap there?
I don't think so, John.
There'll be all sorts of people coming into the pit lane has been closed. Full course yellow. Now, who got into the pits first? Chris Meese did. Neil Verhagen did. Jack Hawksworth did. And everybody out of that, Zach Robichon entered a closed pit. And so did...
Michelin sticker tyres for the GTD Pro runners, and a driver change as well already. Verhagen and De Filippi have swapped around, now just waiting on the fuel as the engine roars, and off and away the Paul Miller BMW goes. It will be the Lexus for Vasser Sullivan that rolls off second, followed shortly by the Mustang growling off and away. The number 3 Pratt & Miller Corvette has had a steady day so far as it continues to keep itself in the top 5 conversation.
Arjuna Kangapani with that driver database informed pit lane team, the all-new driver database, driverdb.com. If you're a driver, go there, check your entry and your results, and if you subscribe, you can add a whole load of extra information, including your contact details, more detailed CV, and even uploads various race reports, etc. Race reports, etc. was the word I was looking for. Now, Luke Hartog, a very unusual mistake from him, Peter Mackay. What do we think? Did he get a touch, or was that just a mistake?
I think it was just a mistake. Through the chute, it's a really, really quick part of the racetrack, quick corner, and Luke Hartog now getting out of the car. I think there'll be a lot of damage to the rear of the car, suspension, probably drive shaft as well. I would think it hit the rear right corner of the car really hard into the wall. And put yourself behind the visor of this young man's helmet. He's worked so hard to get an opportunity like this, come from single mate racing at home in the Netherlands, and worked his way up through Carrera Cups, etc. And this was a big opportunity for him in that Manthey car, which is as close to a works car as you can possibly get, really, in Porsche. And it one tiny error, and it's all finished. And yeah, my heart goes out to him right now, because I bet he's just absolutely beside himself.
Manthey are actually owned by Porsche and have been for quite some time, since they were running cars in GTE, as it was then, in Le Mans. That was about the time that they were taken over. There's an audit going on at Race Control about who made it in under yellow. According to Race Control data that we have here, the full course yellow was called at 13 minutes and 57 seconds past the hour. So the Ford of Chris Meese, the Lexus of Jack Hawksworth, that's 65-14 and 1. Car rejoined? I don't think so. I'll let you check down at the bottom of the timing scoring screen. The cars who came in slightly after that. So the Dragon Speed car's back out and running. Okay, so they all made it in before it came in. Well done them. And it'll depend where they were at the commit line if it's very, very close. So 5 seconds after full Aston Martin number 27, the LMP2 number 73, which is the Pratt Miller Motorsport car, that came in 14:04. So that was about the same time. That was another 2 seconds further on. And then, let me skim through. No, nobody else came in after that. The pits, by the way, now are open for motor type. And Chris Suku, being Chris Suku, he said, with my historian geek hat on at IMSA Radio, he has totted up that the production Isotta Fraschini's from 1902 to the 1932 bankruptcy was 3,300 cars, and 5 cars in 1947 was the last time they produced anything even close to a series production car. I mentioned that the GTP teams were open for the pits. It's fallen quite nicely for them, and I suspect everybody will come in to the pit lane, and Arjuna is standing by.
And for the leader, Cadillac Whelan, they've already done one driver change to put Fred Vesti in instead of Jack Aitken. Well, make it a second driver change, as Earl Bamber's now going to get in, and they'll cycle through all 3 driver times inside of the first 3 hours of this race. It's opened up the strategy possibilities for them. Also driver changes for Felipe Nasser, Julian Andelau swapping around, Lawrence Vansor getting in instead of Kevin Estra. Slight hesitation for the number 7 Porsche Penske, because it had to slide in to its box after the number 6 did. We saw this coordination at Sebring, and it was a topic of hot conversation. Now just waiting, though, for the energy to go in. Already with LMP 2 cars off and away, Cadillac Whelan will get out just in front of Renger van der Zande and the Acura Meyershank number 93.
They all clear the pit lane. There's going to be a bunch of closed pits entries, including for Adam Adelson in the 120 Porsche. Let me have a look. That was GTP, so that was okay. LMP2, that was okay as well. So that may have just been emergency service for Adam Adelson in the right green and yellow car. I mentioned that there is a little bit of wiggle room and there's a camera actually here at Watkins Glen in particular. The pit commit is right before the final corner, the final right-hander at turn 11, at corner number 11. And if you are committed to that, it's actually an offence to then pull back out over that white line and rejoin the circuit. So obviously you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't if the pit close sign comes on as you're in there. And if you're slowing down to pit lane speed, then it could be a matter of a couple or 3 seconds. And there were a couple of cars who actually didn't trip the pit lane until after the yellow came out, which I mentioned, but I think they might be given a free pass for that, or at least they were in the pit lane commit area before that happened. And if that is the case, that's going to be mega for those guys. That's the 73 LMP2 from Pratt Miller, and the other car was, let me have a quick look. I'll have a look at that because we've got everybody from GTD coming in right now.
Not quite everybody, John. A couple of those cars that did come in just before the full course caution came out stay out, and that includes the Paul Miller BMW and the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. But as Harry King and Nick Tandy swap around in Rexy, the AO Racing away it goes. Also some bodywork repairs potentially for the FAF Temerario, the engine cover or the front.
Thanks, Arjuna. Talking about safety cars at Spa earlier on. Hello, the RWEC group. Because Spa is over 7K, FIA regulations say you can use 3 safety cars there. Eduardo Freitas has never done it for WEC there, but it has happened in SRO before, and it was very difficult. The ACO have changed the regulations there to pull everybody behind a single safety car behind the for them. Now, obviously, it's only a single category of cars at Spa, but you have different subclasses within that, so you've still got to be careful on what you do. Now, this year, and I think last year as well, past couple of years for the CrowdStrike Spa 24, they've gone back to using a single safety car because of the issues that they've had in the past. trying to control 3 cars around there. Again, that is FIA regs. You can use 2 safety cars, multiple safety cars, shall we say, as it's over 4 miles or 7k actually around. Obviously, they do use multiple safety cars, 3 cars at Le Mans, but they withdraw 2 of the cars and end up with a single line of cars, which takes a little bit more time, but again, it stops ruining people's races. Looks like the 59 McLaren's gone behind the wall for Max Esterson, the RLL team McLaren. Saw it trickling down on the infield there, Peter, and that's bad news for them. They've been running at the sharp end of their class for for all of the race so far.
It's a horrible sense of deja vu for that car. We saw it run really well on debut at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, particularly in the hands of McLaren Works driver Dean McDonald. Same again at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and it was technical issues on both occasions that took them out of a really competitive position. They've been running really well today, and unfortunately Max Esterson having to drive that 720S GT3 back to the paddock under this full course yellow. They're putting together the performances and putting together the pace to get results. They just aren't getting those results, unfortunately, and it's technical issues each time that seem to be costing them.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Mackay, along with me, John Hindorf, in the booth. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Looks like we're going back to green. Safety car lights are out. Our metallic blue CTSV Blackwing pulling away from the field. CT5V, excuse me. Yep, I'm too excited by the colour and the V8. Many years ago, I drove one of those up, or its predecessor, not the Blackwing, up in Canada for this race, actually, when CTMP and this race were back-to-back. The V-Series Cadillacs, all of them, are just simply amazing. Had the 2-door as well one year. Picked it up from GM Canada, drove it down from Toronto to here, and then drove it back the other way around the big lakes to CTMP the following week. What a car that was. That lives in my memory. Somewhere it'll still be available on radio-show.co.uk radio-show.co.uk on the real world road tests. It was a dark blue colour as well. Eminently suitable for European driving. Just saying, Cadillac. I don't need the steering wheel on the right-hand side, but I know you did some with right-hand drive. Earlier Cadillacs, platform share with Saab, wasn't it? Earlier on, probably late on last century, actually. 3 hours, 42 minutes and 25 seconds to go. And we are going back to green flag racing. To the line, and once again, it's a fabulous run from the Whelen Cadillac. They have been brilliant on the restarts, but not quite as much of a jump away than we've seen in the past, with the second placed Porsche a little closer as they go across the rise, and then Jordan Taylor and Kevin Estre right there as well. Kaku Orta now behind the wheel of the number 93 Acura, rather, that's in second place. Porsche down in fourth at the moment. Another great restart, and the rest of the field coming through, and Espirito Santo with that pit stop that was ruled legal, committed to the pit lane just before yellows came out. Pratt Miller Motorsports have just got to the head of the LMP2 field. Rasmus Lindahl right in behind that one as well.
Connor De Filippi for Paul Miller Racing now in that BMW number 1. He leads the GT Pro class, and Dudu Barrichello for Harter Racing at the top of his class at the moment. Looks like AO Racing and Johnny Edgar's looking racy. The two cars that were first and second for most of the first 2 and a bit hours of the race in LMP2. They're now battling for third. Bijoy Garg now behind the wheel of the number 43 Inter-Europol competition. Johnny Edgar for AO Racing, and at the front of the field it's still Earl Bamber, Kaku Ota in his last race for the moment for Akia and Mayashite Racing in IMSA, although we might see him in IndyCar. Jordan Taylor still in third. Kevin Estra doing Kevin Estra things, having to hold off Ricky Taylor at the moment. 3 hours 40 minutes to go. Let's head. Go ahead, Peter.
I say, would you believe this is Kevin Estra's debut in IMSA at Watkins Glen?
I'd have lost money on that. I would have lost money on that, but I don't think he's never done a full season, Peter, has he?
No, this is the first year.
Amazing start. Right, we've got a clean restart. Let's go back down the pit lane and pick up some more driver reaction. Here's Arjuna with a driver database informed pit lane report.
Well, Kevin Estra is making his debut at Watkins Glen. His teammates making his debut in a prototype here at Watkins Glen. Lawrence Vantor, how was the opening 2 hours of the race strategically?
Pretty good, interesting. Managed to gain a couple places at the start. And then we decided not to change tires at the pit stop. We're the only ones, so the second stint was to push to stay in place. I think therefore the others could save a bit more energy than us, but we're there. I mean, I think we're good on the long run, good on the tires. Pure pace, the others seem a bit stronger, especially at 31. But yeah, there's still a lot to go. There's mayhem with traffic, so there's a lot which can still happen.
Does that mean that you'll have a set of fresher tires at the end? Is the hope that when the track maybe cools a bit, you guys will have that short run pace come alive?
Yeah, that means that we kind of got rid of our qualifying tires, so we don't have to use those, which should be a little advantage at the end.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
Let's welcome to the Ford Global Broadcast Centre Ryan Marine, who's hopped across the track from the driver database pit lane team to join us in the lofty perch, the Eagle's Nest, over the start-finish line. Well, that was a feisty first third of the race. We're coming down towards half distance in just over half an hour, Ryan, and interrupted. Difficult to really know where the advantage lies at the moment.
I think it's anybody's guess right now. Still a lot to play out, and so much of it, as always, it is a contingent on timing and duration of safety cars. But that staccato start has several teams, I think, regretting and ruining the way that this race played out. I really feel for Henrik Hedman. The interview I had with him, you could sense his frustration not having a chance to race really for the third time this year. They were taken out without a question at Sebring, had misfortune at Daytona. Now again here, nothing of their making, and that's a really tough way for the season to go. And up and down the pit lane, a few teams feeling like they're in that position. It started early for Intersport, for instance, but we still have a big field left to contest this and a lot of racing to go with just over 3.5 hours on the clock.
It's the GTD Pro category that we've had to keep an eye on, as the battles there have been outstanding. Connor De Filippi has taken over the Paul Miller Racing BMW, which the number 1 car seems to be in at the sharp end, along with the 14 Ben Barnegat now behind the wheel of the RCF GT that qualified on pole position. Frederick Vervish still driving the 65 Ford. He's got a little bit of company in the shape of Alexander Sims in the Corvette, who's just done the number 3 car's fastest lap of the race with a 46.7. They stream through to the front straight now. I caught a glimpse of the bright yellow RLL McLaren going behind the wall. That number 59 car had been going great guns, Arjuna, in the hands of Max Esterson. What went wrong?
Max, talk to us. What's the technical issue you're dealing with now?
Yeah, we have an issue with the throttle return spring. So, yeah, when I went to hit the brakes in turn 8 on one of those laps, it was like the throttle was stuck on. So, yeah, obviously I had to stop to fix that.
Talk to us about Watkins Glen as a track, because a lot of people describe it as an elevated street circuit. I know you've got lots of iRacing laps here. What was it like carving around it in a GTD car?
Yeah, it's super cool. Like, qualifying last night was a lot of fun when the grip was high. Such a nice, smooth surface, and there's like good banking in some of the corners, and obviously the bus stop hopping the curbs. It's a lot of fun.
I know you enjoyed the presence of Dean McDonald in the opening couple of endurance races, but now that you guys are halfway through the season, do you and Nikita feel like you've got a grasp of what you want from the car week in and week out?
I think in the race I'm getting close. Just qualifying needs a bit of work. But yeah, I think we're getting close. It's definitely hard for us when we're in traffic, like behind in a pack. It's like a different ballgame. I mean, the car is completely different than when we're alone. So yeah, that's kind of the hard thing. Getting within a second, I lose so much time, like so much grip. So yeah, working on that will be key.
Thanks, Max.
Thanks.
What a young talent he is. Works really hard as well. 0.68, Marius Fossard just going through, and I think that was the Triazi competition. Ferrari, was it that he was going by there? That car's lost the lead lap a little bit earlier on in GTD. No, they didn't actually. No, they're still on the lead lap. I'll take that back. Brilliant work from Dragon Speed, their Chevrolet Corvette, down a whole heap of laps, Ryan, but Casper Stevenson lapping, midfield, better than midfield times, actually, in terms of the GTD category, and clearly looking for any opportunity to make up the 30-odd laps that they are down at the moment on the rest of the GTD field. But if misfortune strikes anybody else, they might make up a place or two.
Well, they're just a couple of laps from getting the 45 Lamborghini Huracan from Wayne Taylor Racing that had the technical issue earlier.
Yes,
they've been in the pits nearly an hour, so they're a couple of laps away from picking up one more spot, and then they would need some attrition to get any further up the field. But man, look how fierce these fights are throughout the GT classes. It is really a hornet's nest in the mid-pack. You called out the moment ago Marius Fossard. This is his welcome to IMSA moment. He's doing the full European Le Mans series, but joins this new Carte Blanche team here this weekend, and he is right in the thick of the maelstrom.
In the other classes, LMP2, Pratt Miller, sorry, Motorsports taking the opportunity to jump in early and grab a pit stop as the Luke Hartog yellow flag incident was playing out, and that's given them the lead, and he's pulled out 2 seconds on Rasmus Lind. Bijoy Garg another 3 seconds further back. Johnny Edgar at another half a second, and Toby Sowry, that's a good little 3 LMP2 car battle into Europol, EO and CrowdStrike, and Hunter McElrea is gradually pulling into that as well in the number 2 United Autosport car that sits in 6th position. Earl Bamber has a relatively healthy lead, 1.7 seconds over Kaku Orta. Kalen Frederick, by the way, has jumped into the JDC Miller number 5 Mustang sampling car, the dark grey and gold machine. They're 13 seconds off the lead in the last of the GTPs running. If you're just joining us, you will be missing the sight and the sound of Roman DeAngelis and the rest of the Aston Martin Harter Racing Valkyrie team involved in a bizarre incident under full course yellow as they were coming out after a top off and encountered Colin Brown and a whole load of GTD cars pretty much stationary at the top of turn 4. And that car, along with the Acura of Colin Brown, the number 60, and the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari, the multicoloured Dragon Speed Ferrari, very sorry guys, Chevy Corvette, the multicoloured car, all having to be trailered away in a lengthy clear up that was over half an hour of yellow flag. But amazingly, that Dragon Speed Corvette is back out there. And as my colleague Ryan Marine has just pointed out, Casper Stevenson is about to go up into 19th position in GTD the next time he comes around. After that, there's a couple of GTD Pro cars that have had strife, so he may just stay there for a while. But lots of time still to go. And we've got Michelin Endurance Cup points as well to award, the interim points, Ryan.
We do. That let me find that in my notes here, where exactly that gets paid out. But that that we are reaching that point where those points are paid out. I should note that it is a team that is doing just the Endurance Cup that leads in the GTD standings right now. Of course, the USA, largely on the strength of their win at Sebring. It's the Paul Miller Racing team that leads in the Endurance Cup standings in GTD Pro. AO Racing and LMP2 has the lead, and Porsche Penske in GTP.
Saw something that looked a little bit odd. Somebody taking the shortcut, yes! And it's the number 5 prototype. It's another full course yellow. There's 2 cars involved here. Has there been a coming together? That's Kalen Frederick in the JDC Miller Porsche. They'll lose the lead lap then because he's taken the shortcut. Also involved there, or at least also at that same part of the circuit, is... Now, I think that is the number 36 GT car. Yes, it is. The DXDT machine, Mason Filippi. I'm going to say that they've come together somewhere around about the inner loop or the outer loop. Left rear again on the number 5 car. Chose to take the shortcut. That means they'll lose a whole lap and anything else. They've come in for emergency service. Full course yellow has been called. And Kalen Frederick was just trying to get that car back. The carcass of the tyre parting company, just as he came back actually onto the substantive part of the circuit. I think it's right rear for the DXTT Corvettes. Ryan, don't know if you can see that better than I can.
I can't from where I'm sitting, John, I'm sorry to say. That is odd, though. Both of those cars took that shortcut. That part is clear, so they'll both drop a lap, or basically the lap that they were on doesn't count because they didn't go through the boot section of the track. So effectively, they lose a lap in the process there. And now both crews are going to have to scramble a bit to get the tires replaced and attend to any damage that might have occurred because of those punctures. And whether they were related or not, it would be strange, wouldn't it, for those 2 corners to come together? Hard to say.
Well, we just went through a 12-minute, 47-second green flag, and we're on our 5th intervention, and full course yellow. So who takes advantage of this? With the reminder that the Michelin Endurance points are coming up, anybody in there will probably want to keep their track position. Peugeot, we talked about Peugeot earlier on. Porsche keys to the race. We talked about the weather. It's not been a feature yet. 27 degrees in the air, 53 on the track. Now that'll get the Michelin tyre techs interested. As soon as it goes over at 50 Celsius, that's 127 Fahrenheit, 81 in the air. People in Europe at the moment are going, chilly day then if it's only 81 in the air. It's been sitting well up over 30 Celsius, well in the 90s and triple digits in most of Northern Europe the last week. The weather has not been there for an issue. Traffic, well, that's always going to be an issue here. Michelin endurance points coming up. Penalties, there's been plenty of those. Tyres and track position, well, the tyres that we've seen have been punctures that have been generally, I think, caused by side-to-side contact in braking areas. Track position, well, we've seen a few people absolutely nail that, including the leaders in LMP2 at the moment, which is Pratt Miller Motorsports. Let's find out what's going on down at the Corvette team, DXTT. Remember, they've had to rebuild after a trailer fire that pretty much wiped them out. Arjuna, what's the story?
And that fire, John, the quote from Brian Sellers was, it's more difficult to rebuild than to start from the ground up. So not been an easy run for DXTT as of late, and that run continues. Front right puncture, unfortunately, and the team did confirm it was contact with the JDC Miller GTP car that had the puncture to the left rear. One thing I did note, though, as the JDC car was trundling down pit lane, the tyre carcass having shed itself from the tyre to the wheel itself, it hadn't done too much bodywork damage. So JDC, I don't think, will need to come back in and replace the rear bodywork on the car.
They will have to make a green flag pit stop once we go green again at the first possible opportunity. That is the consideration of emergency service. The class splits are happening at the moment, so all the GTPs will go ahead of all the LMP2s. So Caelan Frederick will get the wave by all the P2s, but that will leave him still a lap off the GTP lead, but just one lap at the moment. Then all the GTD Pros, led by Paul Miller Racing in the BMW #1, and then the GTD, so Sandy Mitchell will get back on the end of the GTD Pro field. He's just dropped behind Dudu Barrichello in the Hartner Racing team. So we'll reorder before we open the pits. Actually, pits won't open, will they? Because it was, I said it was 12 minutes and 47 seconds, so the pits will not reopen at this point, because this will be considered a short yellow. Sorry, too busy concentrating on other things there, but at least it came to me in the end. So this should get us back to green a little bit quicker. If you have two yellows within two full course yellows, safety car interventions, within 15 minutes during the body of the race, then race control at their discretion will leave the pits closed. Normally they'll leave the pits closed, but if we go yellow again, even if it's within 15 minutes, then we'll have a normal yellow flag period. We've gone back green, 3 hours 22 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and once again they're getting plenty of practice at the side by side, come back to the front of the field at the moment, into Europol and AO battling for third and fourth position in LMP2. They're still side by side as they go at the top of the hill, and following in behind them, no, that's not Rasmus Lind, it's Toby Sowry and Hunter McElrea, isn't it, who's right there, 3 wide, and through goes Toby Sowry. That's a brilliant manoeuvre, and he's followed through by Hunter McElrea. So into Europol, Bijoy Gar goes from 3rd to 5th on the restart. A wide moment for the leader in the GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing car. Colin De Filippi goes wide through the inner loop. He's not the first person to do that, and there's at least a couple of cars gone through. Ben Barnicat and I think Frederick Vervish as well has gone through. Or is that the second of the Fords? No, it can't be, surely. So that's the first place car that's dropped down to 4th position there, right ahead of Alexander Sims, down to, 3rd position. 4th is Sims, but he's having a look straight away, and the other Corvette goes off. Tommy Milner hits the grass with the Michelin tyres coming out of turn 7. What have these guys had for breakfast? Some of these guys just in the car. Nick Tandy has climbed aboard the 77 AO Racing machine. So what happened to the BMW? Oh, it was left Michelin's in the dirt on the first of the left-handers. Now, Ben Barnaker in the Lexus was very close there, but I don't think there was a touch. Just too much of that first left-handed curb in the middle of the inner loop for our leader. Actually, a heck of a save, you know, by Conor De Filippi. He'll be disappointed with himself, but that could have been Ryan Marine much, much worse.
Remarkable save. It only lost 2 positions when that could have been game over right there. So I think you're right. Let's look at the bright side here. That car continues to race on. BMW now 3rd in GTD Pro. Barnicoat Vervish 1st and 2nd. And De Filippi still back on the pace right away, actually, after that little miscue there moments ago. And it also was a fantastic save. You called Tommy Milner off track. I thought that car was going around, but somehow Tommy was able to hang on.
Well, that's exactly what John Field did earlier in the race in the Intersport number 37 LMP2. Lost grip on the outside of turn 7, and then the car snaps to the other side of the track and puts you in left rear first into the barriers on the other side because you've got him backwards. I mean, talk about fast Hans Milner. That was an absolute joy, and I don't think Tommy lost that much ground either.
I don't think he lost any position. He just lost a little bit of time, and that's it, which all things considered not bad for the championship leader along with Nicky Katzberg. They came in 18 points to the good, but it's tightly contested in GTD Pro, and as they run, it would actually be Ford taking to the top of the standings, but I don't know how valuable that is right now. Still 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. We've seen plenty of chaos, and it's not even halfway into this race already.
Amazing stuff. Track limits, penalties being handed out as well, or at least warnings. There must be a few people getting close to their final one now. Caleb Frederick, a little bit of housekeeping. The JDC Miller car, Porsche, came in and served or did a 44-second pit stop down the lane. That clears him for the emergency service. Dylan McIvern came into the pits and did 46 seconds. That was in the... Why did they come in? Had they done emergency service as well, as did Mason Filippi, pretty much as soon as we went green in his car. And again, that was a drive-through for Mason Filippi in the 36. Oh, no, that was the DXDT car, wasn't it? So, yeah, that would have been them fulfilling their emergency service. Nothing from race control about any contact between those two, as far as I can see. So maybe it was just a little bit of a coincidence. My dear departed father wouldn't have liked a coincidence like that. Left and right rears of the respective cars. 17 minutes to go to halfway. Ryan Marine, John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Coming up to about 5 minutes away as we come up to the next hour on the clock. We'll do our VP Fuels in race update. Kaku Ota behind the wheel of the second place car. 1.4 seconds up the road is Earl Bamber. The red, white and black Phillips 66 running nicely. Kagu has been brilliant. Great addition to our paddock. Certainly someone who Honda is backing, Ryan, but this, as far as we're aware, will be, for the moment at least, his last outing for Meishank Racing here in this championship, although the likelihood is he'll pop up in open wheel racing, probably IndyCar at some stage in the future.
That is the speculation, definitely, with the Meyer-Shank team already tabbed by Honda to run what will effectively be a factory entry with new manufacturer charter set to come into IndyCar in a couple of years. Right now, Kaku is the championship leader in Japan in Super Formula, which is the same championship, by the way, that produced one Alex Palou, and that worked out pretty well when Alex came stateside and went IndyCar racing. Kaku, by the way, attended an international school when he was young and is near fluent in English, and has spoken openly about wanting to come and take his career stateside. Whether that was IMSA or IndyCar, I think, was up in the air until it became clear that Acura was putting a pause on its prototype program for the immediate future. And so if his dream is to become reality, it would have to become on the open wheel side of things, at least for the moment.
Just had a side-by-side incident between Caelan Frederick and one of the Ford GTs. I think it was the better placed of the Ford. Was that Fred Vervish? Or was it Ben Barker? It might have been Ben Barker, actually. Yes, it was. In the Ben, has dropped back in the 64 Ford Mustang GT3. I suspect that Caelan might be looked at for that in the JDC Miller car. As I said, he did come in and fulfill the emergency service call in as soon as you can. He has dropped one lap off the lead, currently sitting 19th behind all of the LMP2 cars, and he was fighting his way through the GTD Pro ranks when that incident happened a lap ago at the inner loop. 2 seconds at the front of the field at the moment. Harter Racing sitting at the lead of GTD, that's Dudu Barrichello. But while we've got Dudu in our minds, let's run through a VP Fuels in-race update. So it is Barrichello, Harter Racing Aston Martin, the number 27 car, by about a second from Ben Pedersen. In second place for Vassar Sullivan and their Lexus, the number 12. Lorenzo Petrace, he's got a couple of GTD Pro cars between him and the lead pair. He's got Lynn Herdenius behind him, about 2 seconds further back. Then it's the best of the Bronze Cup entrants, the 66 Gradient Racing car, just another half a second further back, and 2/10 ahead of Spencer Pumpelly in the second of the Bronze Cup cars for Magnus Racing. In GTD Pro, Ben Barnicat is at the head of the field now in the Lexus RCF GT3. That car started on pole position, being a good battle between them and Paul Miller Racing, and Frederick Vervish has joined that battle as well. So it's Lexus, Ford, BMW. They're separated by 2.5 seconds. Then Alexander Sims another 7/10 further back for the first of the Corvettes. That's number 3. Then Riccardo Agostini for Triazzi in the 033 car, another 6/10 further back. And Nick Tandy, another half a second further back for AO Racing, makes up the top 6. In LMP2, it's the Pratt Miller Motorsport number 73. They got in just in time to be called legal for their pit stop before the last yellow flag, and that's vaulted them to the top of LMP2. 1.7 seconds ahead of Rasmus Lind, who last time around took a couple of tenths out of the leader. Johnny Edgar for AO Racing is another 4/10 further back, and Toby Sowery and Bijoy Garg are all there as well for CrowdStrike and the Europol. Hunter McElroy closing in as well for the number 2 United Autosports. And after 80 laps completed, and with 3 hours and 12.5 minutes to go, Earl Bamber by a full 2 seconds now for Cadillac Whelan. Number 31 continues to lead for Action Express, and Acura in second is the 93, the red, white and black Phillips 66 car with Kakuota behind the wheel. Another 2.8 seconds further back is Jordan Taylor in the number 40 Cadillac Wayne Taylor car. Then Kevin Estre, the best of the Porsches, the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, just a second away from a podium position. 5th position for the best, the BMWs. That's Sheldon von der Linde, the number 24 M Hybrid V8. And he's got 1.3 seconds on the 963 of Julian Andlauer. Might as well do the other cars because they are pretty much line astern. Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Cadillac for Wayne Taylor Racing is 3/4 of a second away from a top 6 position, and Marco Wittmann has just come into the pits in the number 25 BMW, kicking off another round of green flag pit stops. That's your VP Fuels in race update.
So Wittmann into the pit lane. This seems early to me because the GTP class all pitted together with, 38, 39 minutes ago. So a little curious about what this could be. Maybe a strategy play of some kind, but we're 11 minutes away from those Michelin Endurance Cup points being paid out. One piece of business to cover off was that interaction between Kaylin Frederick and Ben Barker. That was reviewed by Race Control. A warning was issued to Kaylin Frederick, but there will be no further sanctions. So sending the message, they didn't like what they saw, but won't be any further penalty for that car. Wittmann now back out. Looked like, from where I was sitting at least, only tires and fuel, no driver change there. I take that back. Phillip Banks in the car now, so there must have been a driver change. Should have brought my binoculars, evidently, to try and pick that out from here, but would be curious to learn what the thought process was from the BMW M Team WRT operation, bringing Phillip in at that juncture. I don't believe, John, that he was due in necessarily.
That car's back out again. Let's head to the pit lane now, just keeping an eye on what's going on in the GTP category as a gaggle of cars go through turn number 1 and they're in traffic. It includes the leading pair. Earl Bamber's pulled out to 3 seconds at the moment from Kakawona. Then Jordan Taylor has his mirrors full of Kevin Estra, who's got Sheldon van der Linde right behind him at the moment. Let's just watch them as they pick their way through. Stay with this battle and with me for just a moment as they're picking their way through some traffic and down towards the short chute. That's all going quite nicely. Let's go down to the pit lane in Arjuna.
First, a quick update on that number 25, John. They did have some issues with cooling earlier in the day and fortunately used the time under yellow to get that all resolved. But it's going very well for Vasser Sullivan Racing as racing alongside of Dry Reinbold Racing this weekend. But Aaron Thielitz, second in GTD. Were you disappointed yesterday that you guys didn't get a crack at pole position in qualifying?
Yeah, obviously we were disappointed we didn't get a crack at qualifying on pole yesterday. Frankie put in a great lap early there, and then obviously with the red and not being able to go back, we didn't get to hang on to pole position. But man, our Lexus RCF GT3 is running great here today. Both the 14 and the 12 car are doing well. Our Vasser Sullivan Dryer Reinbold team is out there doing really well today.
Started third, up to second. What are we thinking strategically? Are you happy to sit, save your tires and fuel, and just wait for the push till the end? Is that what we're seeing, or is Michelin Endurance Cup points going to play a part?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a strange race, kind of how it's played out. It seems like anyone who gets into the lead can kind of stay in the lead pretty easily. So that just tells you having some clean air on the front of these cars is making a big difference, and otherwise you're kind of stuck in a train. So it's hard to say who's necessarily the favorite, but we're going to keep ourselves at the front and try to jump another spot.
Thanks, Aaron. And John, that is a sentiment that's been shared by many other drivers. Track position crucial here today.
Yeah, and stout defence by Kevin Estra with Sheldon van der Linde trying to go around the outside of him as they were passing traffic coming over the top of the brow at turn 4. Might get a warning for blocking there, Kevin. Julian Andlau, the second of the Porsches, is picking his way through, trying to get onto the back of those two as well. And behind that must be Ricky Taylor's right in there as well. Yes, it is. So this then is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in GTP through traffic right now through the toe of the boot, turn 7, over the brow of the hill, and for a moment they're split up by GTD Pro traffic, and they are going past the leading cars in that. Ben Barniket just being passed as they go through. Estra's gone through and van der Linde goes through as well. By the way, another warning for incident responsibility going to Nick Tandy after coming together with Tommy Milner. That is, and also a multiple track limits final warning for the 023. So next time it will be a drive-through for the Triazi competition on a Frio Triazi running that car at the moment. What a run, by the way, for the number 57 AMG, the Techemet sponsored AMG GT3 of Winwood Racing, Ryan. Remember, they caused the red flag. It was Russell at the wheel, lost the car at the inner loop, and should have been in 4th position on the start, but because they caused the red flag and we couldn't get a legitimate amount of green flag racing time, they were put all the way to the back of the field, and that meant 20th in GTD. I reckon at the moment Russell Ward is running in 6th. That car has actually led the class as well, so they're doing their championship hopes no harm at all right now.
No, remarkable comeback from the team, as you would expect. I don't think they were all that put off by the fact they had to start at the back. In fact, we talked to Philip Ellis in the Countdown to Green, didn't we? And he didn't express any concern. I think you have to feel most, though, for the crew members who had to put that car together and didn't have a ton of time to do it. Remember how late in the day that qualifying session was. That meant a late night putting the car back, and it looks absolutely impeccable. Indy Donche got it started. Right now, it's Russell Ward doing the job, and he has, in the last few laps, run down Jake Walker, who is giving the Gradient Mustang a really good run right now, holding down 5th place, but he has his mirrors full with the Texan Russell Ward.
Yeah, Gradient in 5th position. I think is heading the Bronze Cup, isn't it? And they've kind of stealthed their way to that. I say that in a good way. They've had a quiet race. Right now, they might lose an overall position, but they're still picking up very good points indeed, with Lars Kern and 13 Autosport, the next car, and they're another couple of cars further back, and what, about seven or 8 seconds further back. So some defence from Jake Walker I expect to see in the Silver 66 Gradient Racing Ford Mustang GT3, but it doesn't have, it's not do or die, is it? That's basically what I'm saying, I think, Ryan.
That's right. They're thinking about the big picture, which for them is to be the best placed of those bronze entries, trying to score the Truman Aiken Award points. Aiken Award as it relates to the GTD class, which rewards the best placed bronze driver and rewards them with an entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is massive, and that is a hotly contested award in the WeatherTech Championship for that reason. Walker himself from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, coached by 2004 Indy 500 winner Buddy Rice, who is here this weekend. I saw him actually in the paddock chatting with Corey Lewis a little while ago, right before I talked to Corey, in fact, earlier in the show.
Well, a couple of names to conjure with right there. I can't even imagine what Tilbeck, Tilsheimer and the rest of that team would feel if they managed to get a Le Mans entry for 2027. Till, such an enthusiast for motor racing, the man that brought Lola back, and there's been the new T70 has been testing in the hands of Le Mans 1991 Le Mans winner Johnny Herbert. And Johnny was having far too much fun, judging by the amount of opposite lock I saw him applying to that car on various test days recently. Front of the field, it's 6 seconds now. Earl Bamber, and that Cadillac's got real pace here. Kakawalter holding off Jordan Taylor, and in fact was about 0.4 of a second quicker than the number 40 Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing last time. 1.6 seconds between those two as we come down to half distance in time. Remember, this is a 6-hour race, not a lap counted race through the traffic for Sheldon von der Linde at the far end of the circuit. It goes around the outside of that. Oh no, he doesn't actually. He was going to go around the outside of the outer loop, but now we'll get by the new Aston Martin, the Car Blanche team, down into turn 6. He's trying to chase down Kevin Estre. That traffic is split up, that 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th battle that we were getting so excited about 2 or 3 laps ago. Kevin Estre closing down on 3rd placed Jordan Taylor. Took half a second out of that gap last time around. Just looking at the laps completed, that was a short stint by Marco Wittmann. You were spot on, just 20 laps, and they all came in at the same time on that last yellow. So that BMW was a bit short. They're working their 27th lap since they came back out the pits last time around. Looks like we've got a Ferrari coming in to the pit lane. I think that was Riccardo Agostini in the 033 Triazzi car, or was it the other Triazzi car that came in? It's definitely a dark red Ferrari that came in. The Pratt Miller number 73 LMP2 that was leading has just been an in and out. Manuel Espirito Santo stays behind the wheel. They're on a different, a radically different strategy to everybody else, because remember they're pitted just before the full course yellow. So Johnny Edgar now back to the top for AO Racing. CrowdStrike in second. Toby Sowery's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in, and they're absolutely running nose and tail. And 6 seconds further back, Rasmus Lind is in 3rd position. Where do we look? Where do we look? Gotta love IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Racing. It is action and entertainment and excitement right through the field. Let's take a driver database informed pit lane report from Arjuna Kankapati.
There's a couple of those LMP2s, John, coming in before the 3-hour mark, at which point those Michelin Endurance Cup points would get paid, but only if you sit in the top 3. And a quick word with Inter Europol competition, they boxed early with the intention of trying to clear some GT traffic with their track position, and obviously with no Michelin Endurance Cup points on the cards for them after that slide down the order, Bijoy Garg losing some momentum on the restart. Strategic call to try and put them up front later on.
Officially halfway through the race. 3 hours to go. Let's look at our Pelotti race recap. 88 laps completed. The overall leader is Earl Bamber. And that gap now just stretching out a little bit, 5.5 seconds. 5 cautions for 21 laps. 4 cars have officially retired. The most recent, by the way, is the Manthey 911. We've also lost Intersport, John Field's car, a couple of offs from John, left rear damaged at least twice. Colin Brown for Acura ran into the back of the 81 Dragon Speed car, but that car is running again in Casper Stevenson's hands. The other car we've lost was Roman De Angelis in the Aston Martin Heart of Racing Valkyrie, involved in that 3-car pile-up at the top of turn 4 whilst we were under yellow. That's your Pelotti race recap with 3 hours down, 2 hours and 58 minutes to go. LMP2 pit stop times, and it's going to be all pretty much the same as the leader is into the pit lane. Here's Arjuna.
It's Spike the Dragon that's in, but I don't see a driver change. Instead, it's just a set of tyres being strapped on to the number 99 AO Racing machine. Also into pit lane, the number 8 Tower Motorsports crew. And again, no driver change for them as they get to work behind the wheel. The brakes are smoking on the number 99 as it continues to sit and wait. One of the crew members tries to clear the radiators at the front. Watch out as Spike blades back into the fast lane, off and away and clear. But a 64 Ford Mustang's into pit lane as well.
That is the car that was bumped down a little bit, wasn't it? Ben Barker, who's come in, he's dropped down to 10th in GTD Pro. So the LMP2s all with the same fuel tank, all with the same engine, all with the same potential. Very difficult to squeeze out extra laps. In out of those cars. In and out for that Ben Barker Ford Racing 64. That looked like a new set of Michelins going onto that car, and Ben Barker staying behind the wheel. Ryan Marine halfway through, and we've still got plenty of action. The LMP2's all coming in now, and these are all very, very scheduled and standard stops.
They are. So actually interesting in LMP2 that Toby Sowery was able to get one lap further on this tank of energy than anybody else in the class, barring Hunter McElrea. Hunter also pitting here this lap, so they were able to get some good efficiency in their stints, and that's allowed Sowery to come through and at least lead this lap. Now the CrowdStrike by APR team going to work there. Looks like that work is completed. Just behind, we see in the pits the McElrea car. Striking livery on that, more white on that United Autosport livery than we're used to seeing. That's a tire change, and Energy, that car off the Jackson, down and away. And now some of the GTD runners are coming into the pits. That includes Turner, Conquest, 13 Autosport, among others. It's a busy pit lane right now. Inter Europol also pitting their LMP2.
In front of me, the Turner Motorsports 96 gets to work as Robbie Foley gets strapped in. I just had a quick chat with him. There's a chance he may be doing a triple stint to the end of this race, with Francis Seldorf and Patrick Gallagher's drive time already being complete. Radiator gets cleared on the BMW M4 GT3 EVO, already off and away for Conquest Racing in their Ferrari. And AF Corsa, there goes the BMW roaring out just alongside of Inter Europol.
Thanks, Arjuna. Just looking at the scraps that are going on as people come out of the pit lane, and there was contact a moment or two ago from the emerging EO Racing Spike the Dragon, and one of the leading GTP cars doesn't seem to have caused any issues. I think it was Ricky Taylor in the blue-fronted Wayne Taylor racing car. That's a heck of a scrap that's going on. Johnny Edgar now in behind the red and black number 52, Parker Thompson driven Brian Herder Autosport. They are scrapping for what will be, before that car peels into the pits. He's actually in the lead now, Parker Thompson, so that's the battle for the lead. But I'm fairly certain that Parker is off strategy.
Yes.
He came in 8 laps ago, so he cycled back to the front of the field, but of course he'll have to pit 8 laps earlier than the guys around him.
Exactly, so it was just under 14 minutes ago that car was in, and actually I think they have to be pretty pleased with the way this weekend has gone. The first 2 races of the season, and collectively that team really was scratching its head, collective head, trying to figure out where the pace was in the car. I talked to Parker earlier in the weekend, and he said it's been kind of frustrating, frankly. It's a good team with a lot of experience. PR1 Matheson with Brian Herta Autosport. You put those two together and you expect big things. Parker's pretty new to P2 racing. In fact, he was brand new to it at the start of the year. And it does seem like, though, this weekend has been better for them. They've been 5th, 6th a lot of the time in the practice sessions, in qualifying as well. Misha Goikberg did really well, I thought, in qualifying. And yes, they're off strategy right now, but they've not been a far cry from the front of the field in P2. So let's circle that number 52 and see where they end up. I think they're in a position for their best run of the year.
Earl Bamber now by 3.5 seconds. Lost 7/10 last time around in the traffic. Kakuota got the best of it. And do not count any of these GTP cars out. All of the top 8 are on the lead lap. Keelan Frederick is working his way through the LMP2 field and sits a lap and 20 seconds off the back of the field. And down at turn 1, there's an issue. Is this another tyre problem? Right front damage to the Shopify number 11 of David Ennemeyer Hansen and TTS Racing. Matthias Besch and Toby Lutke in those cars. That is not a tyre problem. That is a suspension problem. He's going to have to do a full lap all the way round to get that car to the pit lane. Now, there was battling going on ahead of him, and he's run into the back of, I think, one of the United cars there. And that's collapsed the right front suspension. He's hit the wall on the left-hand side. So David now having to limp back to the pit lane. That car was running on the lead lap and in 11th position. Full course yellow. Safety car will come out again. This is nice timing for the GTPs who are on their 32nd lap, which is coming around to their hour mark, actually, with the yellows that have been in that. Now, who got into the pit lane just before that? Oh, Mason Filippi was close in the DXDT machine. The number 36, he was a second after full course yellow. He'll be fine for that because he would have committed to the pit lane entry. Jackson Evans got in just about 10 seconds beforehand in his GT number 70, and I think that's the only two that have taken advantage of it. Charlie Eastwood taking over from Mason Filippi. Jensen Altsman came into the pit lane as well. No, that was plenty of time beforehand, and Felipe Fraga has jumped into that car. Well, it's not been a good day for Luke Hartog. Problem with the 911 that caused one of the previous, the number 911, which caused one of the previous full course cautions. We can find out what happened with our driver database informed pit lane report.
Luke, I can see the disappointment on your face. What happened out there in the Grello 911?
Yeah, I'm incredibly disappointed, to be honest. I had a, let's say, great opening of my stint. It's the early hours, it's not very important to push, and I was trying too much, and five laps to go. I just lost it, silly mistake. I was checking my mirror actually if I was clear, just racing the guys around me quite, let's say, well, and I lost the car, overcorrected, wall, then a puncture, and yeah, I had to stop the car. So I feel bad to get such a good opportunity, and then to show myself like this is not what I want, of course.
What positives will you be able to take? I know you're very disappointed right now, but you said the rest of your stint was going pretty well.
Yeah, it was fun to race. My first experience in IMSA. I must say that I didn't expect it to be like this. It's even better to do it in real life than on television. So yeah, we didn't have really the fastest car, I would say, around me. It was hard, but in some I could profit from some other people's mistakes in traffic. So it's slowly working my way up, and just making sure the car was in good shape for the last couple of hours of the race, but yeah, we unfortunately never got to be there.
I'm sorry, Luke. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Driver database informed pit lane report. The all-new driver database. Check it out at driverdb.com. Results and so much more. Looking forward to exploring the driver rankings part. Ongoing recovery then at the far side of the circuit. Here come the GTPs. Earl Bamber leads them in. I can only imagine everyone except the JDC Miller car will come in. Keelan Frederick, I reckon, will stay out and try and get the lap back. Let's go down to Arjuna for these stops.
A hive of activity once again, John, and I see lots of sticker Michelin tyres on the side of pit wall. In front of me, the Dex Imaging number 10 Wayne Taylor racing car slots into its box, and off come the tyres. I don't think I'm seeing any driver changes, John, which lines up. We saw a lot of driver changes last time around, so a double stint for many of these competitors as the crew continues to get to work frenetically. I can tell that Porsche Penske Motorsport look very confident in their pit stop, but the BMW team WRT are pretty close as well, just waiting for the final bits of energy to be loaded onto the car as the doors get slammed shut, as well as the drivers get a bit more fluid into the machines. Electric power, the Cadillac goes off first, but now as they blend back in, Cadillac wheel and win the race off a pit lane.
That was outstanding pit work, side by side, going to the pit exit, P2s and GTPs. The Cadillac gives way sensibly from Ricky Taylor, because he'll get that back, of course, as we reposition all the GTDs ahead of the GTPs rather, ahead of the LMP2s. We're going to give Ryan Marine a bit of a break now. I think you've got some time to go and refuel, top up your energy, I think we've got to say now, Ryan Marine, don't we?
I think that's what the correct nomenclature is these days. So, yep, we'll do that. And I think next time you'll hear from me, I'll be down with Arjuna in the pits once more.
Thank you for joining us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre as Ryan moves out. That means we can welcome back Peter Mackay to this. Well, just over half distance. Still our longest section of green flag was the one in about an hour or so ago. It was only 34.5 minutes. That one was 32 minutes, so getting closer to it. Rather odd incident that saw David Enemeyer Hansen run into the back of another LMP2 car. It was either the Era car or one of the United cars, I believe, but that's right front suspension damage, and that's going to take a bit of fixing.
It will. Hopefully the TDS crew will be able to get it repaired and get the car back out again. Even just to get a finish would be good for that squad. What a pity, though, and it can go wrong at that corner so easily. It's called the 90, the first corner on the track, and the GTP cars through there, I mean, they're braking from 175 miles an hour all the way down to 85 at the apex at the slowest point. So that's the slowest the corner is, even though it's actually quite a sharp angled corner. So the LMP2s won't be approaching that much slower than that in a straight line. So it's if you make a mistake under braking there, it can go wrong very quickly. I mean, I can never forget the incident that Nick Tandy had there last year, which of course ended their race and ultimately cost them a championship.
Yeah, we never got to the bottom of that one. Never felt brave enough to ask the Bedfordshire Bullet about that. GT pit stops, and all bar Ben Barker has come into the pits. Actually, he's a bit further back. He might yet come into the pits in GTD Pro. And the leading two in GTD have come in as well. Arjuna's watching the stops. The Wright Motorsport 120 Porsche down and away very, very quickly indeed. Let's see if he gets out of the pit first. That was Tom Sargent who brought that car in. Yes, he does.
It was driver changes. John, it was driver changes for Antonio Garcia jumping in and Harry King getting back into Rexy. But outside of that, I do think there was a couple that put in a little less fuel to get that track position as they roll down to the exit of pit lane.
Talked about it, Peter Mackay, didn't we, in the Porsche keys to the race in our Michelin Countdown of Green track position. We've still got a full IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race to go here. So playing a little bit, I was going to say playing fast and loose with your fuel load, but you're not even really doing that, to be honest, because there's time to balance up. We've only had, our longest green flag has been 30 minutes, so we don't even know yet what a full fuel load is under full green for some of the GTs and the GTPs as well. And did I see one of the BMWs not coming in there? The BMW prototypes, I should say.
your eyes do not deceive you. Philipp Eng in the BMW M Team WRT car 25, they have 60% of usable energy remaining in the tank, whereas everyone else is just topped up, with the exception of the JDC Miller car of Caden Frederick, which will be trying to get a lap back. They're on 39% energy at the moment. So basically what Team WRT have done there is they've split the strategy of their two cars. The 24 machine with Sheldon van der Linde on board, they've topped that up fuel like everybody else, and they decided to roll the dice with their sister car. This is the joy of having two cars, is that you can play these tricks. We see Porsche Penske Motorsport do it on a regular basis. Arjuna was absolutely right. I mean, he's judging it by eye down there in the pit lane with our driver database and form reports. A few GTD cars deciding just to short fill a little. The number 64 Ford has got 86% in GTD Pro. Also the 65 Ford, funnily enough, is only short fueled by a couple of percent, but you know that can make a difference of a bit of track position. Lone Star Racing, they've only put 91% in. Triarzi 023, 79%. So it illustrates the point that everyone is just trying to play whatever tricks they can to get that track position.
Very interesting. Caleb Frederick has got his lap back, by the way, so he'll drop in when the pit's open for everybody and then get around to the back of the 8-car field. He'll be the 9th car there. Julian Andler has just pitted for Porsche Penske Motorsport. They split their strategy earlier on. The 7 and the 6 car did two different things, and the 7 car was the one that stayed out. It didn't work for them. They had to come in during one of the longer yellows, I think, but even then they weren't on strategy. They came in when it was open for all cars. So it gives you the opportunity to just be a little bit clever. 37.5% for Caleb Frederick, so they're by no means down to critical levels. The Philipp Eng one is very, very interesting indeed. And hello, by the way, to all of the sports car world who are tuning in after the CrowdStrike Spa 24 hours. No spoilers from me on that. I know the BMW team WRT. Hello to Emma Ladiman and the rest of the team behind the scenes, as well as Andreas Roos and Vincent Voss and the rest of WRT who'll be packing up at the moment. And indeed all of the squads, and there are plenty of people with attachments either by teammates, by manufacturers, friends who have attachments to this paddock throughout the whole of the GTP, P2, GTD and GTD Pro field. How did all the GTDs get ahead of all the GTD Pros? They'll have to get put back behind them. Nobody must have pitted for that. There's only Ben Barker ahead of all the GTDs, and that was because he didn't pit. He's still got 82% in there. So everybody else who pitted, Riccardo Agostini's just pitted out a second for Triarzi. That would normally mix things up, Peter, but of course we reorder the field, so all of the GTD pros will go ahead of all the GTDs.
That's right, yeah, that was a rule that was brought in a couple of years ago, after a couple of seasons of the GTD pros and GTDs just being mixed up as effectively one class as far as restarts were concerned. And for example, at Daytona one year, we saw the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in GTD being the leading GTD car, including all the pros, but now they've been separated out, which I have to say I'm a fan of, because it brings us back to the GTLM days where we saw some brilliant dogfights between top pro factory drivers, and it allows that to be a little bit cleaner now, to have those two classes separated. That said, if you're at the front of the GTD field and you're a really quick front-running GTD car and there's some struggling at the tail of GTD Pro, you might not agree with that statement.
Rexy has just seen a driver change. Harry King jumping in to replace Nick Tandy. Nick, how's the balance feeling in Rexy right now?
It's good. I mean, the car's been good all week, really. It's been good all year. It's just some places we go to we're not so fast. Others we are fast. But the trouble we've got at the moment, it's just a track position game, because all the cars are so close. You see it when the cars kind of stack up in a line, and once you know, Watkins Glen is awesome, but with all the fast corners, the dirty air is enormous. So it's good racing. It's close. Our car's going well, and I'm sure if we can get out front at some point, we've got to deal with a fast Lexus. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe if we're out front, then we could maybe stay there. But you can probably say that about a lot of cars. It's good fun.
A lot of people have talked about track position. I'm curious about your comment on dirty air, though. Is it more difficult in dirty air in a GT3 car compared to the GTPs you were in last year?
It is, honestly. And I don't know whether it's because we spend longer in the corner or because I don't know, they're more reliant on the front aero. But I mean, I don't remember coming here even back, you know, in GTLM days where it's so kind of obvious. Like, you have turn 8 and 9, which are sort of slow speed and good for the Porsche. And we can get close there, but then you follow through the last 2 turns, which are all 4th gear, fast stuff, and it's like by the time you get to 1, it's a big half-second gap again. But that's part of the sport and why the cars are able to get a slipstream of each other and, you know, gain down the straights. But when it comes to the end, I guess everyone's going to get a bit more aggressive about it.
And a 2 hour, 40-minute sprint to the end still left. Are you going to get back in, or is Harry going to take it to the checkered flag?
We haven't worked that one out yet.
Thanks, Nick.
You'll find out.
Felix Tandy, the next generation of Bedfordshire Bullets. Bedfordshire Bullet version 2.0, doing very well in British karting at the moment. Don't know if he was out this weekend, actually. There was a meeting going on up in Lincolnshire, and that Nick and Joe were looking after, but I'm not sure what classes were there. I knew there was a gearbox class, but that's not what Felix races in. And Simon Strang's lad, Finn Strang, was at Rissington this weekend. We like to keep an eye on the next generation.
Fascinating insight there from Nick Tandy. A great question from Arjuna about how a GT3 or GTD car compares to a GTP, and you would think the prototype would be more aerosensitive, but not so here at Watkins Glen.
So under yellow flags as we're concluding the class splits, 2 hours and 34 minutes to go. And we'll go back to green with Lauren Heinrich back behind the wheel of the JDC Miller car. He's fighting to get back onto the tail of the other 8, the remaining 8 GTP cars. Remember that bizarre incident we had earlier on that took out Colin Brown's Acura, the number 60 Acura, and the number 23 Aston Martin Valkyrie. And those 2 cars have not yet returned, although the other car involved has. That was the Dragon Speed number 81 GTD. Peter.
Huge wreck at the S's with several GTD cars involved. Unfortunately, the Inception Ferrari involved, the Virtual Energy Magnus number 44 Aston Martin. It actually sort of kicked off a little bit earlier on with the 59 RLL McLaren spinning on its own power, if you like, going down into the 90, managed to carry on. That was Nikita Johnson, but a separate incident, I think the 13 Corvette for 13 Autosport was involved as well. What a shame for all of those cars. Ollie Milroy climbing out of the Inception Ferrari, the front left of that car, severely damaged, and there is debris all over the circuit at the S's. Once again, the AMR safety crew, John, being kept very, very busy indeed in that part of the racetrack.
Full course yellow again.
So
they do say yellows breed yellows, Peter.
Having to climb into the back of one AMR safety crew cars. Big exhalation of breath as he holds one hand on his hips and looks at one very damaged Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo. A lot of shards of carbon fibre needing to be cleared up on the circuit. Hard to decipher exactly where that incident carried on. And big news, the reigning champions, the 57 AMG for Windward Racing, parked up at the side of the road. Russell Ward, who was running in 10th before that, he has been involved as well. So the chance of a title defence, it was looking tricky coming into this weekend. 200 points in arrears after qualifying, and it's not going to be a big score at all for Windward. They are really on the back foot, and a title defence looking less likely.
Well, that is another big incident at the S's. It has been one of the, probably the action area. There was a spin by the number 59, the bright yellow McLaren, which is a few laps down, but that was at turn 1. Puncture on the left rear as it got caught in the middle of the 34 Ferrari going down the inside of it, the light blue and white. That was the Conquest Racing leading GTD car, and I think it was Lynn Herdenius going round the outside who was the car in second place, was it? No, it was one of the
Lone Star car,
bright yellow. It was the Lund car, yeah, I thought it was. I saw the bright yellow on the front and then second guessed myself. I really shouldn't have. So that started the knock-on issues going up through the S's for Inception as well, which is another one of the leading cars in the Bronze Cup. So involved there, the Reed Milvoy and Evans Inception car, and it's got a secondary hit as well. That car's out. That car is out. And that was going up the inside. Well, that wasn't smart. That was going up the inside of the 13 Autosport car. Great work by Tom Sargent in the Wright Motorsport car to stay out of that. But there's going to be a lot of damaged cars, and including that 57, as you mentioned. So I reckon the Magnus Racing cars involved there. Spencer Pumpelly, Russell Ward, Windward Racing, the Inception Ollie Milroy car as well. Nikita Johnson's got back to the pits, or is getting back to the pits in the RLL McLaren. Giacomo Altoe went through there as well for Dragon Speed. That car had been damaged earlier on and is many laps down, but at least that car is still running, and this might be the opportunity in the second half of the race, bizarrely, for Dragon Speed to make up some positions, because there's so many people involved with such serious damage there, Peter, that could be 20 or 30 laps of work if they can come back. So it was Matt Bell behind the wheel of the 13 Autosport. We've mentioned the Magnus of Spencer Pumpelly, Russell Ward in the AMG, and Ollie Milroy in the 70 Inception. And all of those cars are teams who would have come into the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen, Peter Mackay, with thoughts of a decent, probably a podium finish or even better.
I agree. Yeah, the Ferraris have been sneaky quick all week long. In the Conquest car proves that, and you have to spare a thought for Spencer Pumpelly, who's taking part in his 250th IMSA top level race. Now, only 7 drivers in history have ever achieved that, and you know, he's been racing here. I mean, come 2028, that will be the 30th anniversary of him competing in IMSA for the first time. Made his debut at the 98 Rolex 24. So a man with more, I mean, clearly lots of experience, and there was just nowhere for him to go. A totally innocent party, and hard to say, to make a call really on the incident between Matt Bell in the Corvette and Ollie Milroy in the Ferrari. I mean, it looked like maybe Matt Bell was closing the door, then it opened, then Milroy went through, and they just touched. And the thing is, through there, you're 140 miles an hour in a GT3 car at that point. Imagine that, 140 miles an hour, there's contact. It doesn't take much of a contact for it all to kick off. And when there is 0 runoff there, it's off the track and straight to the wall. It's understandable that these things can happen. What a pity, and what a rate of attrition we've seen today. Huge.
Matthew Bell, incredibly, has got the 13 Autosport in and out of the pits for some emergency service. He was only in there for, well, let me see, 42. He can't have come around that quickly. 42.57, and then 43.24. No, he can't have got round that quickly. I presume that he has just taken emergency service, or has he come in on the back of a flatbed and it's just the transponder that has gone through. 44 Magnus machine now on the back. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he got there on his own power, did Matt Bell. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he was able to drive away from that incident. I don't know if he got away with it unscathed, mind you, but I don't think on a flatbed. So maybe a chance for that 13 Autosport crew. And of course, John, that's so important, is it? We talk about it a lot. We're going to drill it home until the end of the season. Bob Aitken Award, top bronze rated driver, of course, Ori Fidani in that car, and it's that invite to Le Mans, which is oh so precious. Which they had for this year and took the red and white Canadian colours on their car. They've dropped down to 5th in bronze, but he's back out of the pits now and running at least. So there's an opportunity. It leaves Ricardo Pera and the Manthey First Form Porsche, the 912, as the leader in Bronze Cup. Arjunas, did you see the black and gold 13 Autosport come down the pit lane?
I didn't see it, but I did check in with the team who said it's come down pit lane. I think they changed the tyres. I don't know if they've done anything more than that, but sent it out there and back out onto track.
That would make sense because they were in for a short time. Emergency service, we talked about this earlier on, but if you weren't with us, if you have something that would cause a problem on the track or potentially cause further issues, so if you've got a bit of bodywork hanging off, if you have a flat tyre, you can change the flat tyre. If you were running out of fuel, you can put 5 seconds of fuel in. But if you had were running out of fuel, you can't change your tyres just because you think you need to. My goodness. We've got a strategy update to come in a moment, but let's go down the pit lane and hear from some of the drivers. Fran Rueda is with Arjuna for this driver database informed pit lane report.
Making his IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship debut, and an interesting story, Fran, because Albert Costa told everybody that the team wanted to do a driver shootout. He wanted you. Does that give you confidence coming here to Watkins Glen?
Yeah, I mean, when these opportunities arise, there's a lot of good drivers around, and I appreciate the confidence that Albert had in me and that he transmitted to the team, to Eric and Manny. So now it'll be up to them to tell me if they chose well or not.
How did you enjoy that first opening stint, given the responsibility to start the car and in the IMSA world, a couple of different nuances? Did you navigate through the start okay?
Yeah, I mean, we had some meetings before the weekend. The team really explained to me all the differences that IMSA has, because there's a few. And I think at the end of the day, I entered the weekend with confidence. I believed in myself and in my experience. So I just wanted to, put my helmet on, discover the track, which is really amazing. Nothing to do with what we race in Europe anymore. And just do the job the best that I could.
How quickly did you get up to speed? You say it's very different to European tracks, and some people say it's intimidating to come here.
Yeah, look, who tells you that it's not intimidating is joking. I tell you that. I've been to a lot of tracks. It reminds me a bit of some tracks back in the karting era, where you cannot make any any mistake, you have to be on it every lap. You have to be, you know, quite careful and respect the track a lot, because, you know, a lot of things can happen. Not only when you're alone, but also when you are in traffic. You know, I think I did a good start, but then I thought I had P2, but then coming up the S's, I had to lift, so I lost 2 positions. But at the end of the day, it's my first start here, my first time at Watkins Glen. I think I got to speed fairly well, but you know, you never get enough. Every lap is like, oh, maybe I could have pushed a bit more here, a bit more there, but you know, the walls are pretty close.
Racing drivers always wanting more. Thanks, Fran.
Thank you.
Team VP Fuel in-race update. It's Philip Eng leading behind the 6th intervention under full course yellow. Earl Bamber for Cadillac in second. So BMW, Cadillac, Acura, Kakuota behind the wheel of the 93 Marshank Racing ARS 06. And then the 4th different manufacturer in the top 4 is Kevin Estra, Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6. Then Jordan Taylor for Wayne Taylor Racing's Cadillac number 40. Sheldon von der Linde for BMW Team WRT, the 24 car. And the next up is Porsche Penske Motorsport, Julian Adler, and then Lauren Heinrich for JDC Miller. Should mention the outlier here is our leader, who, remember, stayed out before with 60% or thereabouts of usable energy. That's down to 54% now, but we reckon, strategy-wise, that they might have got into the window right now to get by, even if we go full green, that we can get that car with 2 further stops. The other strategy as well is that Lauren Heinrich can now go to the end without breaking the 4 hours in any 6 drive time. So Lauren Heinrich can go the last 2 hours and 20 minutes in that number 5 car, and he's back on the lead lap. Parker Thompson leads for Brian Herner Autosport, the number 52 LMP2 from Toby Sowry for CrowdStrike, the number 04, the APR Algar Pro Racing run car. Then EO Racing for Johnny Edgar, the 99 Spike the Dragon. Then the Pratt Miller number 73. Then Era Motorsport, which has now got Jacob Abel behind the wheel of the number 18 car in 5th. Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport in the number 8. Tom Dillman is into Europol with United Autosports sitting behind. That's 43 and 2 and 7th and 8. And Rasmus Lind was the car that David Ennemeyer Hansen ran into the back of at turn number 1. That is being looked at by race control. In GTD Pro, familiar story at the front with Ben Barnicut for Vassar, Sullivan Dreyer, Reinbold Racing, the number 14 car leading for Lexus. Then the 2 Ford Mustang GT3s. Ben Barker, remember, stayed off strategy after he had a side-by-side moment that was just a warning, by the way, for Caleb Fredericks, wasn't it, in the number 5 JDC Miller Mustang sampling car. After Ben Barker, it's his teammate Frederick Vervish in the number 65. Harry King's back behind the wheel of AO Racing's number 77, having taken that over from Nick Tandy. Conor De Filippi is still in the shout. These are all in the lead lap, by the way. Paul Miller Racing, number 1, that's the BMW. Then the 2 Corvettes, 4 from 3, Tommy Milner and Antonio Garcia. Sandy Mitchell for Pfaff Motorsport in the Temerario, the Pfaff Motorsport number 9. Quite a day for them, actually, but they're still in with a shout. 033 Riccardo Agostini for Triassi Competizione, and the top 10 made up by Davide Rigo in GTD Pro for the Risi Competizione number 62. In GTD, Lorenzo Patrese for Conquest, the 34 blue and silver Ferrari that avoided all of that incident, now leads from Lone Star Racing. Lynn Herdenius, who avoided all of that incident that we have been under full course yellow for, is in second. Onofrio Triazzi in the 023 Triazzi Competizione Ferrari is in third. Simon Mann for AF Corsa USA, the 21 Ferrari, is next up. Then Turner Motorsports Robbie Foley. Turner Motorsport in the top 6. That's ominous, isn't it, for everyone else? Wright Motorsport, Tom Sargent, they've been at the right in the midst of a couple of big incidents and managed to avoid both of them. Tom Sargent in 6th, Dudu Barrichello for Heart of Racing's Aston, the 27 in 7th. Ben Pedersen for Vasser Sullivan's RCF GT3 in 8th. Ricardo Pera is the best of the Bronze Cup cars. That's the Manthey First Form Porsche 912. Second best in that class. Still having a decent run, quietly, softly, as they say. Gradient Racing and the number 66 Silver Bullet still have the safety car lights on. Behind Jake Marius Forzard in Car Blanche's Aston, the 068, the all-white car. Then third in the Bronze Cup for Myers Riley Motorsport, the Ford Mustang GT3. Jan Halen in the 28 red, white and black. That's another Porsche that's been around some of the issues today and managed to avoid it all. And then Charlie Eastwood is off the lead lap for DXT Racing's Corvette number 36, but only by 1 lap. Other cars still running. The GTD Pro, Nikita Johnson, RLL Team McLaren. Now, from the GTD Pro category, they are 7 laps away. Giacomo Altoe for the repaired Dragon Speed car, many laps down. They are now 34, make that 35 laps off the back of the GTD Pro field. But is there anybody they're going to catch up to before that? I don't think so. Oh no, they're in GTD, aren't they? So yeah, so they are 30 laps away from making up potentially 3 positions in GTD. So that's an hour, and there's well more than that left to go. The only other car that is, well, no, I think that's retired now as well. So cars that I reckon we've definitely lost. Aston Martin Heart of Racing Valkyrie, Roman De Angelis was at the wheel. That was one of 3 cars involved in the accident under yellow. The 23 Aston Martin, the number 60 Acura Maishank Racing. John Fields Intersport car. John had a turgid trying day early on for the Orica number 37. The Windtail Racing Lamborghini Huracan has had its problems, left rear problems with that. It was right rear for Luke Hartog and the Manthey car. The number 911 in GTD Pro. TDS right front suspension issue for the number 11 Orica. David Hennemeyer Hansen running up the back of the United car. And then the cars that have just been involved: Spencer Pumpelly, Magnus Racing, Winward Racing and Inception Racing. And I don't think any of those 3, the 44, 57 or the 70, Aston Martin, Mercedes or Ferrari, are coming back. So a real opportunity for Dragon Speed to make up. Well, they might just be sitting just outside the top 15 in their class, but that is points. Longest green flag run of the day, 50 minutes, and we've had just about a third of the 105 laps that we have run at the front of the field under yellow. May have to have a little bit of a meeting without coffee and biscuits before we go to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for our next event, where LMP2 Peter Mackay is the headline act, and then it's VIR and Road America when we get everybody back together at Road America for a 6-hour race. Are you ready to go back green again, Peter?
That I am, yes. I think everybody listening on IMSA radio and watching on IMSA TV are in exactly the same position, because we still have 4 motor races within one ready to kick off.
2 hours, 12 minutes and 37 seconds to go, and the green flag is in the air. Generally speaking, the Whelen Cadillac has had a good restarts and starts, and Earl Bamber's had another good one again, and a wide entry to turn number 1 for Philip Eng. The BMW rolling the dice on usable energy down to 50%, and went wide at turn 1 as they go up the hill. Was the pass made by Earl Bamber? Huge slew of cars coming into the pit lane. No, it was not, but it's the Porsche, the Acura that was coming through, and the Porsche, Kaku Ota and Kevin Estra, the drivers most likely. And, oh, we've got a penalty for Rasmus Lind for United Autosport. That must have been moving under braking or blocking, and the drive-through for that incident with David Ennemeyer Hansen. Well, well, well. Also into the pit lane, the GTD Lexus came in for what looked like tyres there for Ben Pedersen in the number 12 car, and he's down and away. Also through the pit lane, Matt Bell and DXD Racing. Those two cars coming in presumably to serve the appropriate part of their emergency service. Well, that was a feisty restart at the front of the field. There was a moment where I thought, and I'm pretty sure Earl Bamber thought, he was going to get the lead back there, Peter.
It was pretty close, wasn't it? Philippe Eng was lucky to get back into the lead, but in fact he's just pitted, interestingly, with 2 hours 10 minutes to go. That is a peculiar strategy move, I must be honest, because when we went back to green with 2 hours 12 minutes to go, he had 49.9% energy on board. Now, I think that would have got him home on 2 more stops. This is really strange, because pitting now, if we stay green, this won't get him home on 2 more stops. So I'm a little bit perplexed here.
And
no tyres going on.
And he's overrun.
Going in.
He's overrun. He's overran his pit lap, and they had to push him back. That cost them 5 or 6 seconds, Arjuna.
This almost seems as though like it was an unexpected pit stop, because only now have the tyres started to potentially be pulled over the wall, and they made the decision that no. I wonder if there was something over the radio, John, where a driver complained about the tyres and they wanted to come in and check, top off on energy as well, but don't want to get out onto this restart with tyres that aren't up to working condition.
And in fact, I think it was the 25, Peter, wasn't it? So it was the other car.
No, it's that car.
That was the 20.
I think they pitted for a puncture.
It was the car that was leading.
I think they pitted for a puncture.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And understandable. I mean, I wonder if the same happened to Ben Pedersen in the Lexus, because I think we mentioned it, that incident, there was carbon fibre shards everywhere, all over the road. To get through there without a puncture, you're lucky. That may have been, they've just been very unlucky there, because they'd got themselves into a good strategical window, I think, or at least given themselves a chance, and that's put them back on the back foot again.
Meanwhile, in LMP2, Parker Thompson leads off the restart, but Toby Sowery has just put the CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing number 04 in second place. Fastest lap of that car's race, a 37.059. The overall fastest lap of the race, by the way, is the Era Motorsport car, a 35.8. That's an incredible lap. That's as quick as some of the prototypes. Ricky Taylor's fastest lap of the race is only a 35.7 on that car. Julian Anlau's Porsche is a 35.9. So that 18 Era Motorsport Peter Mackay has put in a faster lap than some of the GTP cars.
I'm not surprised. I really am not, because the LMP2 car and this circuit, where actually it's not necessarily a power circuit, and in a lot of places, particularly Sector 2, a well-driven LMP2 car is just as fast as a GTP. In aero efficiency, arguably it's slightly better. It doesn't have the grunt that the GTP car has, and of course it's lighter, which really helps in the fast corners too.
Going to be a penalty for the GDD Pro car that's dropped down a little bit. Triazi Competition and Riccardo Agostini crew over the wall too early, and no action for that incident between the 13 Autosports and the 70 Inception. Of course, the last one, that is shared responsibility, apparently. So they are allowed to continue. At the front of the GT, at the LMP2 front of the field, the top 3 cars all put their fastest laps of the race in last time around. 36.4, 36.7, 36.5. for Parker Thompson, Toby Sari and Johnny Edgar. They are separated by 1.2 seconds at the moment. The front of the field, Earl Bamber released again immediately. Peter Mackay pulls out 2 seconds, and that's been the story of starts and restarts for that Wayland Cadillac.
Hasn't it just? Yeah, particularly with Jack Aitken and Earl Bamber on board. It's they've been able to switch that pace on when they need it, and if this comes down to a dogfight, they clearly have a race-winning car underneath them. But how many times have we had these grandstand finishes in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship races of various lengths where it comes down to fuel or strategy or just getting it right and pulling a little bit of a trick? So I think that, I mean, this is far, far from over, but on pure pace, Whelen Engineering are in their own Premier League right now.
And guys, you were speculating moments ago about the Baxter Sullivan Lexus car number 12, whether or not that pit stop was planned or not. Checked with the team and they said it was on purpose, no concerns there.
I do like the fact that we've got eyes and ears again in the pit lane, and well done to our driver database informed pit lane team of Arjuna Kankapati, and double duty for the Ryan Marine. Oh, side-by-side action, and Rubin is racing, and there's damage to the right rear of the Cadillac, the Dex Imaging Cadillac, side-by-side with the Porsche. That's Jordan Taylor and Kevin Estra who are going at it, and they were rubbing all the way through, and that's going to result, I think, in a puncture to the right rear. The bodywork jammed onto the right rear Michelin of that car, and surely it's actually, yes, it is Jordan Taylor. I was going to second guess myself again, but it is the Dex Imaging number 40 car with the black front ends and the deranged rear guard on that car. Now, was that rubbing? Was it front to back, side to side, up and down? I'm not sure, but that car will have to come into the pit lane. And we're going to have a drive-through as well, and it goes from bad to worse for Philip Eng and Team WRT number 25, because having had what we believe was a puncture, they have a pit lane violation is all we have on the screen, so that'll be a drive-through. Also, I said some people were getting close to the edge on the track limits on a Frio Triazzi, who was running in the top 5 for Triazzi Competizione. He's had a drive-through for multiple track limits. The Dex Imaging Cadillac's in the lane. Here's Ryan.
Yeah, I got eyes on it. He had to come around the team car, the GTD car specifically, the 45, which has had its issues, and that complicated things slightly. They told the driver it was going to be a tire change, and then they would take a look at the damage. I can see some on the right rear corner of that car. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take off the rear clip and replace it. In fact, I just can confirm, I heard on the radio, a tail change is incoming. It doesn't appear there's any more significant damage than that. So the Dex Imaging crew right now getting that new tail attached to that Cadillac chassis, and as soon as that's done, I suspect that car will be released.
Just left, lost the lead lap. Easy for me to say, I only talk for a living. I heard some tyre squealing there in the background, so I presume that car is on the way. And this is another drive-through for the GTP number 25. Penalty drive-through for a pit entry violation. That's the first one. There's a second one for working on the car from behind the wall. Oh my goodness me. So I reckon that's 2 drive-throughs for the WRT BMW. They'll be hoping that that's all of the issues. We said, Peter Mackay, did we not, in the Michelin countdown to green in our Porsche keys to the race, penalties add up really quickly here, and they're going to lose a lap.
Well, they were in with a hunt of being there on strategy. They had an alternative strategy that looked good. The puncture, of course, was highly unfortunate, but not enough to completely ruin the race. 2 drive-throughs, that's a total slam dunk for them with 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. I wonder if they're maybe just a fraction too wide going into the pit entry. Hard to say, really, but they're going to have to come down pit road twice, which is such a shame for what was the front running of the 2 BMWs, the 24 and the 25. Unfortunately, it's the 25 that's hit these penalties, sadly.
Yeah, you need to get them out the way quickly as well, because the way we've had these yellow flags that could just go on and on and on, have to be served under green flag running. Hello to Blur Fiend, our resident Porsche master technician. Is it me, or has this race had a bit more contact than we're used to seeing? I know Rubbing's racing, but the drivers seem to be getting a little aggressive. They've been away to Le Mans, some of them. There's been a little bit of downtime. I don't know. Is it like the first day back of a new term at school, a new semester at school? By the way, I love the Peanuts characters under your television as well, Blur. Fantastic stuff. I suspect that Bo Barfield will want to have a little bit of a chat with the drivers at the next 2 or 3 meetings. Not all of the classes are at all of the next meetings, so I suspect that might have to happen. Now, what was the pit entry violation for Team WRT? Was it just too fast? I didn't see him cross the line on the way in, so not sure about that, but 2 drive-throughs have been assessed and they'll come out in 8th position. Now, Lauren Heinrich has just put in a 1:35.091. His car's fastest lap of the race, backed it up with a 1:36.0. That's very close, Peter Mackay, to the fastest lap of the race. And we said that Lauren could go all the way to the end of the race. He's 6 seconds away from the leader at the moment, and he does not have to get out of that car.
No, he doesn't, and he's on exactly the same strategy as all the cars ahead of him now. They're all on a very similar amount of energy, with the exception of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Kevin Estre. That's a little bit less, about 7% less. But for Heinrich, he's on exactly the same strategy. And you think about the trials and tribulation that car has had in this race, with a tyre coming off and penalties, etc. And yet they've now got their top driver in. They've got a quick car, clearly, and and they've got the same strategy as everyone. So let's keep a close watch on that number 5 JDC Porsche, because Heinrich, I just have this feeling in my bones that he's got another hero stint underneath him.
Well, he's actually 2 laps less on his stint than all of the cars ahead of him. He's on his 18th. Everyone else ahead of him's on his 20th. Now, whether they short-filled the car to get him position, but certainly he got a new set of tyres when he took over that car from Kalen Frederick. So he is better off somewhere along the line, whether it is grip from his Michelin tyres or whether it's a tiny little bit more fuel that he's going to be allowed to use. But I suspect it's tyres, and he's been unleashed here, because his times, even through traffic, are very, very impressive indeed. Just remember what I said. He is, in fact, he's only 4.3 seconds behind the leader. I think I said 6 seconds. I was looking at the Penske Porsche. He's only 4.3 seconds away from Earl Bamber, who's 1 second away from second. That's BMW in the hands of Sheldon von der Linde. Kaku Orta still behind the wheel of the 93, the red, white and black Acura. He's another 1.3 seconds further back. And then there's just a gaggle of cars. Estre, Lauren Heinrich, Ricky Taylor, all pretty much line astern. Julian Andlau catching them as well. The top 7 separated by 5 seconds after the safety car restart. Peter.
Good news for WRT fans. The second of the drive-through penalties for the pit entry violation has been rescinded. So the WRT team have gone against it. They've contested it, and race control have looked at the footage again and have reversed the decision. Also good news if you're a Wayne Taylor Racing fan, specifically the number 40 entry, because it's very, very slight, but Jordan Taylor just managed to get out ahead of the Whelen Engineering number 31 Cadillac, which means he is on the lead lap, but by a whisker, and with a charging El Bamber, he's going to have to work hard to stay on that lead lap, but it is minute. But lead lap is the lead lap in IMSA racing.
No, indeed, and yellow flag and the Cadillac CT5V Blackwing will bring them all back together again. Well, whilst that replay was going on, which I presume that race control was looking at the same time, I did say I didn't see him over the line on the pit lane entry, so I think that's reasonable. The number 16 Ford has gone behind the wall. This is Felipe Fraga and the Myers Riley Motorsport Ford Mustang GT3, another bronze class car. That's gone behind the wall. That was in, well, it was knocking on the door of a top 10 actually. At the front of the field, Earl Bamber leads for Cadillac, 3/4 of a second from Sheldon van der Linde. 1.9 seconds further back, Kevin Estre for Porsche. The BMW looks strong in this phase of the race, and it's a Porsche versus Porsche battle at the moment. Heinrich has caught Estre and he's beginning to move around left and right in the mirrors of the highly experienced Porsche factory driver that is ahead of him. Wonder if he thinks he'll distract him. I can't imagine that is the case. Jordan Taylor in the black-fronted Cadillac, just coming over the top of the rise. My goodness, that is tight. That is tight. He's got to keep pushing hard. EO Racing into the pit lane with an hour and 55 to go. One more pit stop for Johnny Edgar, and the rest of the EO Racing team will get that pit. Maybe it won't actually. The EO Racing cars coming in, ERA coming in as well from the LMP2 battle, as they can't quite go as long as the other prototypes, of course. The balance of performance is also down to their fuel tank as well. Luke says, is the rule for pit entry still 2 tyres inside the wall? If you saw the BMW might have missed part of the line when it came in. It's been cleared, Luke. That penalty has been rescinded. Whew. Well, plenty of action at the front of the field. We'll keep an eye on that. Brilliant piece of driving by Tom Sargent to avoid the incident in the S's earlier on. He's down in the pit lane with our driver database informed reporter, and that would be Ryan Murray.
That's right. Tom just got out of the car, pitted from a top 5 position. Callum Ilott got in for the Wright Motorsports team. Take us through your stint. Was it as hectic out there as it looked from where we're standing?
To be honest, I have no idea what happened. I think I came down pit lane like 5 times. I have no idea what was going on with the strategy. They're like, box this lap, we're going to do fuel tires, we're going to do this and that. But the car was really good. I think I need new underwear after the incident that happened in front of me at the top of the hill there at turn 3.
Tell us about it. Tell us what you saw.
I had a really good run out of 2, and obviously those 2 were side by side. And I was like, I think I had a chance of getting both of them into the bus stop, and I saw them getting really close, and I was able to read it like a book, really. I could see it coming from a mile off, and able to slow it down. Thankfully, no one behind me hit me, make my way through, and then keep on going. So it was a little bit tighter than I wanted to be, but a bit of entertainment.
Entertaining for us as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the time, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Awesome. Thank you.
3rd and 4th still having a great scrap overall. Kevin Estre, Lauren Heinrich, and ahead of the leaders we've still got that Jordan Taylor driven Cadillac trying to keep on the lead lap as he goes through traffic. A couple of orange cars to get through. Now what happened at the inner loop a moment or 2 ago? Oh, massive cut for that Ricky Taylor car, and he has lost the lead lap now, I reckon, as he came through there, because that's Porsche's around him.
I think that was a few laps ago, John.
Oh no, that's how it started.
Yeah. So I think from the pictures we've just seen in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, first time to get a look at it, and it appeared that Estre may have got into the back of Jordan Taylor in the black-fronted 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, and that then put Jordan Taylor over the grass, which then bumped along and then perhaps damaged the tyre in that way. it would, to make a conclusive call on it, you'd need to see it from Estra's on board, but that's how it appeared, and it's how many times have we seen cars get together already today at that inner loop chicane?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the changes that have been made there have been to had a positive effect on the racing. A lot of people taking more chances there, knowing that they're not going to get assessed for track limits and risking it, unsettling the car over those inner pyramid curbs. This battle for third and fourth on the front straight right now. Whelan, number 31, red front, down towards turn 1, then the multicoloured BMW, then the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in the GT battle, then we've got the rest of them coming through, and an emerging LMP2 car. That's Paul de Resta in the number 22, Orica, who's right in that mix as well now. He's just come out of the pits. He'll have to stay on his line. Goes one way, then the other. Oh my goodness, the two Porsches. One goes one way, one goes the other in that battle for third position. Poor Paul de Resta, just out the pits, cold tyres, and all he had to do was hold his line. That's easier said than done when you've got two GTP cars, one going to your left, and it would have been easy for him to just drift to the right a little bit to give Kevin Estre a little bit more room, and that would have put him right into the side of Lauren Heinrich. Fantastic spatial awareness by all three drivers there, and you would not believe how much a slower moving car gets moved around by these prototypes. They don't move quite as much air as they're used to, but my goodness me. Now, what's happened here? Kevin Estre's caught Sheldon van der Linde. I see what's happened. Sheldon van der Linde, Kevin Estre. There's two BMWs in the fight now. This is the leader coming up to put a lap on Philip Eng, isn't it? It's Philip Eng is right ahead of them, and Philip Eng is backing Earl Bamber into his teammate. This is BMW playing the team game, and that is giving us the top four together into turn 4, Peter Mackay.
It is. Philippe Eng is he's in the entertainment business because he's backing everybody up together, but he's also in the business of his employer, BMW, and there's two things at play, I would say, for Philippe Eng on board that red Sunstrip number 25 BMW GTP car, because he's trying to keep on the lead lap with everything he possibly can. Also, if he backs it up, that of course brings his teammate in the blue Sunstrip BMW GTP car into the mix as well, who is now Sheldon van der Linde, under all kinds of pressure from not one but two Porsches, a works car in the hands of Kevin Estre, and the independent team JDC Miller with the young driver of the moment, Lauren Heinrich, right on his tailpipe.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is working for BMW. I absolutely agree that Philip Eng can fight as hard as he wants to stay on the lead lap. What I don't want to see him doing is if he gets passed by Earl Bamber and therefore lets his teammate go, I don't want to then see him battling with the two Porsches. But right now, I think he's fine. He's not holding up Bamber in a nefarious manner, shall we say. Go and look that up if you're not sure. But what he is doing is he's backing Bamber and Sheldon van der Linde into the Porsche pair of Estre and Lauren Heinrich. Remember, that's a 2026 model year Porsche, the red and white striped car, and a 2025 model year Porsche, which is the dark grey and gold car. They've both lost a little bit of weight this weekend, and the 5 car is lighter than the 6 car in BOP, but we're talking marginally. The two versions of the Porsches are still the heaviest GTPs out there on IMSA BOP this weekend. Battle for the lead into the inner loop, and once again traffic playing its part. My goodness, this is like unbelievable. It is like watching a video game. The BMW in second has been held up for a moment or two on the flasher down towards turn 6, and finally gets past the LMP2 car. Is that going to hold up Kevin Estre enough for his Porsche factory teammate to have a go? No, it's not. It is the Pietro Fittipaldi Pratt Miller Motorsport car that was involved in that, Peter. And this is absolutely incredible. And we've only got another 1 hour 47 minutes to go of this. Oh, fabulous.
I can't handle it. I can't handle it. And Heinrich is still keeping the heat on Estra for third position big time. And what's surprising me, though, is I expected the Acura to be more in the mix. Now, okay, we lost last year's winner earlier on, the number 60 car, but he's not far behind his Kakuota in the number 93, sitting in 5th right now, but honestly, I thought he would be in the mix. Oh, spin for the DXTT Corvette number 36 at turn 8 at the heel of the boot. What's going on there?
Well, there's something just dropped off the back of that car. Meantime, we've got a pit stop for Tommy Milner in GTD Pro. That was tyres and fuel. Charlie Eastwood, by the way, behind the wheel of the DXTT Corvette. Not being the day that they wanted, but they've got a car on track, and Brian Sellers will be delighted about that after that truck fire that they had. They pretty much lost everything and have had to rebuild, and telling us earlier on that it's actually been harder to rebuild almost than starting from scratch. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, we'll be talking about our BDO Knows Strategy Award later on in the next hour, before we get to the end of the race. And our CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award, well, that's data-based. Those numbers after the 6 hours, the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen, will be crunched, put through the algorithm, and we'll announce the winner on Wednesday's Midweek Motorsport. Oh, it was contact. And I would suggest that there's a penalty coming the way, Peter Mackay, of Aaron Tielitz in the Lexus RCF GT3 number 12 from Vassar Sullivan with Dreyer and Reinhold Racing.
Now, I know I've sat on the fence a few times today, but I'm not going to on that one. I would agree with you 100%. Yeah, unfortunately for Aaron Tielitz, just getting it a bit wrong there on the brakes, into the right-hander at the heel of the boot, turn 8, and turning Charlie Eastwood around in that DXTT Corvette.
Just moments ago in the pit lane, we saw one of the front runners in LMP2 pit from the 3rd position. Tom Dillman in Europol. It looked like a nominal pit stop, tires and energy replenishment, but they were having all kinds of problems in the second part of the stop with the wheel gun. It took a good 10 seconds longer to finish that pit stop with the tire changes than it did to put the fuel in the tank. So that is a little bit of a setback for a front-running car. They're lucky it happened under green flag conditions and not when the field was all bunched together if they had pitted under yellow. And now they're having a conversation with the pit lane officials, so there could be a little bit more to this story here as well.
Side-by-side action and swapping of vinyl action down in the entry to turn 7, the toe of the boot in this Porsche versus Porsche battle for 3rd position. Estra had to move across on Lauren Heinrich. Heinrich gets out to turn 6 really well. This is incredible stuff. Remember, Heinrich is going for a championship here, and if he wins the championship, he'd win it on his own, because he's been in a couple of different teams and had several different teammates this year. Porsche have brought him to this event and put him back with John Church in the JDC Porsche, the Miller Motorsports car, to give him a shot at the title. He had a horrible run. That team had a horrible run on the corrugated streets of Detroit before Le Mans, and that dropped Lauren Heinrich out of the championship leading GTP drivers' points. The thought was he would be at Spa this weekend for the CrowdStrike 24 hours, driving for Zelta Schumacher in the GT3 car, but there was a volte-face, and he's here, and my goodness, he's repaying the decision in spades at the moment. Now we've got a couple of pit callers. Toby Sowery coming in from the lead of LMP2, Ryan.
And he's out of the car. Great stint from him. Brought that car to the lead. Had a really good battle with Johnny Edgar about an hour or so ago. I think his day is done because Alex Quinn is getting aboard that car. The tire changes for the APR team absolutely perfect. They're going to take a moment to wipe off the windscreen to give Alex his best view possible, leaving the pits, just waiting on the fuel to go into the tank here in this beautiful CrowdStrike sponsored car. The engine refires, and they're still waiting on the fuel. Now they release it, and there he goes with the roar of the Gibson engine.
New fastest lap in GTD Pro for Ford Racing and Dennis Olsen, a 46.641 for the number 64 Mustang GT3. He's dropped down a little bit. It's Barnicat, Vassar Sullivan, his teammate Fred Vervish is still sitting in second ahead of Harry King in third. Lexus, Ford, Porsche in the GTD Pro categories. Robert Cruiser. This has been a race so far. Started listing coming back to Raleigh, North Carolina from Topsail Island. Thanks for the broadcast. My daughter Ellie says, keep it up and go Alex Udell in the AF Corsa. Hello, Ellie. Ellie Cruiser and Robert. Presumably listening either on RS2, IMSA Radio, as it's side by side the touchdown in turn 6. And how do they stay on the track? Dane Cameron for AO Racing, muscling his way past the Alex Quinn 04 car, which has just come out of the pits and is on cold tyres. And that was a very close moment indeed, coming through to turn 7. And that was a pass for position up to second for Dane Cameron, a former winner in this category, and behind the 04 CrowdStrike there's more fighting going on. TDS right in the middle of that car's been repaired and he's back out again as well. My goodness me. And the leader's coming around. Robert, Ellie, I presume you're either listening on XM on Sirius XM 206 or indeed on RS2. Thank you, drive safely. Not like what, do not try to replicate what you're hearing about here. Leader of the race with danger here, Peter, because he didn't have a lot to give on Sheldon van der Linde, and he's been held up down through turn 1, and he'll be held up again through the S's. This is what we talked about in the Porsche keys to the race. There has to be a bit of patience sometimes, because it's follow my leader through the S's.
Particularly when you're a GDP driver working your way through LMP2s at the fast part. As Bamber gets held up, and here comes Van der Linde for the lead. No, not quite, as they go into the inner loop. So Bamber hangs on in the Whelen Cadillac, but we mentioned it, through this part of the racetrack, through Sector 2, the middle part, the LMP2s driven by the top pros are just as quick as the GTP. In fact, the fastest car through that sector is Rasmus Lind, the 22 United car, throughout this whole race.
Habsburg. And more contact at turn number 6. And that again is a P2 car getting a little bit of hip and shoulder. Was that Heinrich again that was involved there? He's had a warning for that. Didn't see if that contact was initiated by the LMP2. Go again, Peter, sorry?
I said it was Ferdy Habsburg for Era Motorsport there, just getting nerfed out to the side. I think it might have been Heinrich, actually, but they're so congested at the moment as the GDPs go through the LMP2 traffic, and you've got some of the best prototype drivers in the world in there. Dane Cameron, you look at Mikkel Jensen as well, the number 2 United Autosports car, he's in there in the mix. Ferdy Habsburg we mentioned, Alex Quinn. It's not easy, and it's like all of a sudden someone just pulled the pin off the grenade and chucked it into the middle of Watkins Glen.
We've got the top 7 absolutely together on the circuit in GTP. Stout defence by the Whelen Cadillac. And that was Ferdy Habsburg, I think, not realising the leader was coming up behind him into the inner blue. Excuse me, that was Mikkel Jensen, wasn't it? And then, actually, it wasn't the Mustang sampling car at all. It was Ferdy Habsburg and Mikkel Jensen, wasn't it, who were having the scrap, and that's what pushed the P2 car onto the grass. And then everybody behind had to avoid that. The top 7 cars are just on 5 seconds apart through traffic, and this, well, it takes me back to our commentaries on the Nürburgring 24 hours because it looks like a police chase. But oh, again, the two Porsches hit each other into turn 8. And the CrowdStrike APR LMP2 tries to go past Lauren Heinrich through 8 into 9. Now, is the damage on the right front of the JDC car? It's moving around a lot as he went side by side, didn't quite get alongside of Kevin Estre. He had a great run out of turn 7, the toe of the boot, got to the rear quarter panel of that car. I'll finish my thought. This looks like a police chase with prototypes. It is just incredible. Grand Theft Auto goes GTP. So not GTA, this is GTP. And this is the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen, turned up to 11, Peter Mackay.
It's unbelievably good. And I know that Alvin Springer, who was the former boss of Porsche Motorsport North America, I know he still comes to the racetrack very regularly. But when he was in charge of Porsche Motorsport North America, any driver who drove underneath him in America at that time, they'll all tell you they were given the same lecture. They're saying, you race hard when you come over here, but if you hit another Porsche, here is an aeroplane ticket and go home and don't come back. And well, it's maybe that policy is a little bit more relaxed than it used to be, because there has definitely been several bits of contact between Estre and Heinrich, and they've got to be careful because they could compromise not just their races but also Porsche's race as well, because it's getting pretty frisky out there.
Yeah, Heinrich had to go off the track there at turn 8, that last lap around. That's where they are again now, and there's still traffic. They go past the gradient. Number 66 Mustang. Quiet race for them, but quiet in a good way. And that 66 car, Corey Lewis, now back up into 2nd place in the bronze class. Richard Leitz is behind the wheel of the Manthey first form car as they lead that bronze category, and the excitement level goes up again because the number 7 Porsche at the head of the field is right in behind the BMW. And is there an opportunity here? Is that Philip Eng right ahead of him? It must be. There's just cars and carnage going everywhere. The Era car leaning on Habsburg through turn 1. No quarter Astor given. It's Jensen again, is it?
Yeah, Jensen in the United car leaning on the Era car of Habsburg into turn 1. Wow, I mean, that's touring car stuff, but we're in prototypes.
Yeah, as they went round turn 1, all I saw was the number 18 car on the outside and thought, my goodness me, they are absolutely on it. Ferdy Habsburg in that Era Motorsport car, Mikkel Jensen for United Autosports, Harry Tinknell's catching them up, and still Kevin Estre and Lauren Heinrich through turn 7. Huge amount of dust thrown up ahead of them by Shelton von der Linde. And in between them and von der Linde is the Dane Cameron driven LMP2, which is in 2nd place after that. It's a very robust move on Alex Quinn as he came out the pit lane in the CrowdStrike racing car. Super impressed with the pace of the P2s here, Peter. You've been saying it all week about, particularly through traffic, and how they make their lap times. They are every bit as exciting. CTMP, these are the cars that will be at the front of the field when they come to you, and they are as quick as the LMP or the GTP cars as well. Alta has come in from the head of the field, and so has Ricky Taylor. So we've got some GTP stops for Arjuna to talk about.
And an interesting call, John, that with 18% of the energy left, that Kaku Ota and the Dex Imaging Cadillac are coming in. This might be the very last time in 2026 we see Kaku Ota in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. No more starts scheduled in this Acura 93 program, but they're going to strap in Renger van der Zande. Looks as though as well, John, perfect timing for these teams to come into the pit lane, because is there a full course yellow?
There is indeed, and it's again at the S's turn 4, and this is the Ferrari that's had a big impact. Ferrari number 21 of Simon Mann, the AF Corsa, and anybody who got in has played an absolute blinder. Kaku Orta and Ricky Taylor did in the 93, and the number 10, Nicky Ellerly's taken over the Acura. Oh my goodness, and that is all their birthdays, Christmases and Easter eggs coming at the same time. Happy New Year for Acura Meyershank Racing. The whole door ripped off the Simon Mann number 21 car. That's been a huge impact. Simon is out of the car. It was the passenger side door, the right-hand side door, thank goodness, that is lying on the side of the track. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be a very long one because, again, it will be, Peter Mackay, a complicated recovery with the car damaged on both sides as he's come up to the top of the hill at turn 4.
It's great to see Simon get out there. He's leaning on the barrier at the moment, moving around, so that's good to see because you're 150 miles an hour there in a GT3 car. I think he's had the wind knocked out of him a little bit as well, so good to see him okay. These cars are built really strong. When you think about it, that's a seriously fast accident there, and why Watkins Glen is, you know, the drivers, any of them will tell you, how much of a rush it is to drive here, how exciting it is. I think Daddy he said it's just Watkins Glen is awesome, I think was the quote. And
it was a hit from the leader.
Yeah. Well,
it was a hit from Earl Bamber.
Oh my.
And Earl Bamber lost the lead whilst doing that. He was coming up to the Tower Motorsport car. He took too much curb, drifted into Simon Mann, who was minding his own business. He goes into the right side wall. The passenger side door comes up. The right front suspension completely collapses, and the wheel and part of the hub is rolling up the track. The left rear suspension's gone as well. Simon's a passenger at this point, but all the damage was on the other side. That could have been so much worse. I'm going to tell you now, Peter, there's people here. Kevin Estra's in trouble. He's going to have to come in for emergency service because he's down under 10%, and everybody at the sharp end of the field is going to be saving fuel at the moment because they are all in the window for fuel, and I'm not sure they're going to open the pit lane anytime soon.
Well, we'll keep a close watch on that. That's a great spot. Yeah, Kevin Estra right now, 6.6% of his usable energy. The rest behind him, so Lauren Heinrich, 14.2, Julian Andlauer in the sister car just behind him, 12.7. But big story right now is Earl Bamber, the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac crew who have kind of had it under control throughout the day. I think they're going to be lucky to get away without a penalty there, I'll be honest. There's plenty of room to get through.
Just took too much curb, I think, on the inside. You know what? I'll take that back because I've just seen the same line taken by Sheldon van der Linde. That's aero push behind Tristan Vautier in the leading LMP2 car. That's what's caught Bamber out there. He's got no air on the front of his car, and he drifted out a quarter, maybe a half a car's width away from probably where he wanted to be, and he's tagged the left-hand side of Simon Mann's number 21 AF Corsa USA Ferrari. That's going to be a tough call.
It is, but I think you've got to play the other side. If you're 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, you're leading the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, which is the championship you're in for this year. They're not in for the full season, and you leave more than a car's width, and you go off your ideal line, going through the S's at 140, 150 miles an hour, and you get tagged into the wall. You're not going to be happy, are you? So, and you think, you know, the GTP cars driven by highly experienced professionals, you're not expecting that. So, like you say, who would want to be in race control? But I do believe that Whelen Engineering will be lucky to escape without a penalty there. And if they do, it will be an escape.
you penalise the incident, not, I hope that any penalties that are ever assessed in motorsport is for the action, not for the consequence. It doesn't always work that way, and normally the bigger the accident, the more likely it is to be penalised, and I don't hold with that. However, you make a very, very good point in that Simon Mann had left room on the inside there. You could reasonably say, really, Earl Bamber should have lifted off there, but if he'd lifted off, he would have lost the lead. I mean, he lost the lead anyway. But this is what happens in multi-class racing, Peter. We are talking about factory drivers who literally are under the gun from the moment they are under the pump, from the moment that they take their thumb off the pit lane speed limit and come out the pit lane till the moment that they come back in again. Every lap, every stint average, every turning point is watched, is scrutinised, is laid before them in and used to categorise their usefulness to the team, the manufacturer, etc. These guys have got a lot of pressure. I'm not excusing it. I'm trying to put some context into what's out there. We'd had great racing, clean racing through traffic. It was tight. It was, you know, breathe in type racing, and it's ended up like that. And you might say, looking on, that there was a certain air of inevitability that would eventually happen, and maybe that is a fair point.
Well, I agree with everything you say there about, I mean, these guys are under the ultimate pressure, and they are the best in the world at what they do. And think of the lack of vision that you have in a prototype particularly, but even in a GT car now with the hand device, etc., the peripheral vision you need and the awareness you need, that's incredibly fast. Probably one of the most precarious, challenging parts of anywhere we go the whole year in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and that momentum that was taken away straight away, illustrating your point that, I mean, minute impact with a big consequence was enough for Sheldon van der Linden to say, oh yes please, and oh by the way, he slots his BMW through, he must have had a couple of centimetres either side, wall on the left, car on the right, 100 and, I mean, at that point 170 miles an hour, and he slots it through. These guys are superhuman, and that's why we all revel in what they do, yeah, that they are on such a fine knife edge from having, you know, race-winning car to all of a sudden steering a penalty. Pits are now open, and Estra has managed to get
for the prototypes. And
yeah.
BMW splitting their strategy again. So Philip Eng will stay back out to get on the lead lap. There may be some damage to the back of that Whelen Cadillac. Arjuna Kankapati, there was contact with the BMW that now leads the race.
And they have taken part of the bodywork just to the side of the pit wall. I'm sure they're going to take a look before they commit to any replacements, but what is being committed to is driver changes. It's going to be Lawrence Van Tor that gets back into the Porsche Penske number 6, and just in front of him it's Felipe Nasser that gets into the number 7. And after an imperious effort in qualifying, Jack Aiken is going to be strapped back into that Whelen Cadillac number 31. Quick eyeball test on my side, John. I see a little bit of scuffing at the right rear, but nothing that really would warrant a replacement, and the thumbs up's gone as well. So the team's confident that they'll be able to race unchallenged, sticker tires up and down the lane, and they're going to pack it full of energy to try and make that final pit stop as short as possible. Race off the lane, BMW team WRT just in front of Lauren Heinrich, but it's Cadillac Whelen out first.
They're back in the lead of the cars that have pit stopped. They were out of the lead for barely a lap under green. In fact, it wasn't a lap under green because it went full yellow just after Sheldon van der Linden had gone through. Jack Aiken has been put back in the number 31 Whelen Cadillac, which will lead when we come back round to green. The pits are open for GTs. It is the 31 Whelen Cadillac from the 24 BMW of Sheldon van der Linden, and the two Porsches have swapped around. Lauren Heinrich has done in the pits. JDC Miller has done in the pits what Lauren Heinrich tried to do on the track, and they are beaten Porsche Penske Motorsport in a straight fight in the pits, Peter Mackay, and they will restart in 3rd position, which may yet be a net second if there is a penalty for the leading car.
Well, what I think, JD, I mean, we're talking about fine edges on track. It's fine edges on the pit wall, and for the mechanics and the crew, remarkable, because Lauren Heinrich's JDC Miller Porsche has 97.4% energy in it. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Lawrence Vantor is 92.3. Now, that is a smaller difference between them than it was going into the pit stop. So actually, JDC have put in a minute amount less fuel at the stop to jump in the track position, but because they had more fuel when the full course yellow came out, they've actually still maintained a bit of an advantage. That said, the 24 BMW Sheldon van der Linde that now leads, the Whalen Cadillac of Jack Aitken, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car that's now had Felipe Nasr put on board, don't forget him, they're on 99, so they've filled it to the absolute brim.
And that was that 2 extra laps that Lauren Heinrich was out. We said there was that slight overlap. It's made the difference. Here's the GT cars. Let's head back down to the lane.
And looking at telemetry, John, there's a bit of a mix here between the amount of energy that the GTs will come into the pit lane with. The Vasser Sullivan Lexus, the 14 GTD Pro, it's got a bit of an advantage over some of those. However, there are a couple that did come in quite recently that I think will still do full services. I'm not expecting too much change down on pit lane in terms of the running order. Driver changes are plenty as the drivers get strapped in for the run to the checkered flag. It was a good stop from Conquest Racing in the GTD class to beat out Wright Motorsport, but in the GTD Pro battle, Brandon Miller's number 4 is out first, followed closely by the 64 Ford Mustang, and the Vasser Sullivan Lexus gets out just in front of Paul Miller's BMW and just in front of Rexy.
We'll give you a VP Fuels in race update in a second. Just looking at the LMP2 stops, Peter Mackay, what do we reckon that they can do? Because this could be quite tight. We've got 80 minutes still to go. We're under yellow at the moment, and we'll be under yellow for another couple of laps. They can, what, 35, 38 minutes? I'm not sure they can do 40 minutes around here. There's a lot of full throttle application, but if they can do 40, they're going to be close. But 38, probably not.
It really depends how long this full course yellow goes on for, and if we have any further full course yellow for the LMP2s. But it would be mighty tight to the point where I think you actually would have to do two stints worth. If it stays green all the way to the end and you're an LMP2 car, I think you're going to have to fuel save not just for one stint but 2, to try and get an extra lap on both of them, yes. And hopefully you'll cough over the flag and win it. Remember last year, United Autosports, they did this. They actually ran out on the front straight after the checkered flag, after taking the win.
Yeah. Here's our VP in race update. The final wave by is being completed. It is going to be at the front of the field. Now, who did we reckon had got out first out of those cars? It was the number 31, wasn't it, of Jack Aitken, who got out first of those cars, followed, I think, well, that's not what I'm seeing on the screen at the moment. The category split is about to go on, so stand by caller.
If I could interject on that one, that is the 2 cars, the 93 Acura and the number 10 Cadillac for Meyer Shank and for Wayne Taylor, who got in just before the full course yellow came out. So that's their advantage, bringing them to the front of the field. Yeah.
Thank you, because that's not what I saw coming out of the pits, but I'd forgotten that those 2 didn't need to take the stop under yellows. Thank you, Peter. My old brain is a bit addled at this stage of a race weekend. So Acura Meyer Shank Racing, Cadillac Wayne Taylor, they've got a smidge left, less energy left. in their fuel tank and energy tank. Jack Aitken is the leader of the cars that just stopped. It's been an incident-packed race. The S's have been one of the biggest action areas, and there's been a couple of really big GT and GTP incidents there, including one under yellow. Behind Jack Aitken, it's BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, then Lauren Heinrich for JDC Miller Motorsports. He got ahead of Lawrence Vantour in the pit lane, or at least his JDC Miller Motorsports team did, and that was very clever by then. The 2-lap offset that they had when Lauren was into the pits slightly later than everybody else on the previous spot, that helped them out there. Then Lawrence Vantour now behind the wheel of the number 6 car that he's taken over from Kevin Estre. Then Louis Delatraz, all on the lead lap, by the way. Felipe Nasr in the Porsche 963, number 7, has just been through the pits for a top-off. And Philip Eng, he's back on the lead lap and is pitting at the moment, so he'll have to come back around at the speed of light in the number 25 BMW, but still in with a shout. In LMP2, Tower Motorsports now leads, and by the way, the 25 has been taken over by Marco Wittmann. Tower Motorsport leads the number 8 car, and that again is courtesy of where they took their pit stop. CrowdStrike in second with the 04 by APR. EO Racing back into third. Dane Cameron then spiked the drag in the 99. Then Tom Dillman for Inter Europol back in the shout again, as all of their pit stops have now been equalised. Paul de Resta still in 5th for United Autosport. Ferdy Habsburg's been in the wars, but still in 6th position in the number 18 Era car. Then Mikkel Jensen, Pietro Fittipaldi for United and Pratt Miller, and Harry Tinknell for Brian Herter Autosport are still in the shout and on the lead lap. In GTD Pro, Corvette and Nicky Katzberg lead from Andrea Caldarelli and Pfaff Motorsport. The Lamborghini stealthing up to second place for Pfaff Motorsport for the Temerario. Albert Costa and Congress lead Wright Motorsport in GTD, with Ricardo Perra the best of the bronze class runners. That's your VP Fuels in race updates with an hour and 15 to go.
This timing of the caution worked out perfectly for Meyershank Racing and the number 93. Renger van der Zande has seen Kakuota hand out to Nick Yellerly. One more pit stop left, Renger. Is this a sprint to the end, or is there still some strategy to be played?
No, I mean, it's in IMSA, you never know. I mean, it's, scenario 1 is like there's another 5 yellows and we have to make it with this kind of fuel to the end. So, but at the same time, it could be green all the way, and then we need a splash and dash at the end. So it's really how the race is gonna play out. It's not a run race at all, but this was the luckiest pit stop I've ever seen, and I am very happy about it.
Track seems to be cooling down. Is that going to help you guys? Have you set up for the later part of the evening?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, our car is really not great on dag. Tire dag is quite high with us always. So the cooler it is, the better it is. And Nick is just jumping in for the first time today, so he's fresh in the car, new into the car and on the restart. So we'll see if he gets up to speed straight away against the guys who are behind him with already some laps under their belt today.
Thanks, Renger.
Yeah, cool.
Renger van der Zande, the leader now, his teammate on board, the number 93 Meyershank Racing Acura. So can Meyershank get their second win here at the Watkins Glen 6 Hours and do it consecutively? Good day for Dutch motorsport as well, because Nicky Katzberg in the lead, the championship leader in GTD Pro, in the lead of the category now as well. And his teammate from the 2023 Nürburgring 24-hour win, Felipe Fernandez Lazar, tuned into us here on IMSA TV. Hello Felipe, great to hear you're tuned in here on IMSA TV and IMSA Radio. An hour and 13 minutes to go, and this race has had so many twists and turns, and I've no doubt about it, there's going to be a great deal more with that hour and 30 minutes on the clock. The LMP2s are ever so tight on fuel. We think the GTD cars, they will all be good for just one more stop to go if we stay green. and the GTP is exactly the same. Coming back to green then, the number 93 Acura of Nick Hilleley leads the way. Back to green flag racing we go then with the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac right behind with the former race winner, the 31 Cadillac Whelen Engineering. Jack Aitken has a little look up the inside, but no. And meanwhile, they're trying to figure it out a little bit further back with Felipe Nasr trying to hold off a charging Louis Delatraz.
Well, Felipe Nasr jumped Delatraz on the restart, and it's Delatraz who's trying to get him back at the top of the hill at turn 4, Peter. This is the usual mad scramble we've seen from all of the restarts. To the inside for Delatraz, a super late manoeuvre, might leave himself a little bit vulnerable to Marco Wittmann, who's right there again now for BMW, who got the lap back and has got back round, so the top 9 are all still in with a shout. An hour and 12 minutes on the nose to go here at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. Can't think you're going to say that this has been a classic. Too many incidents, too many scary moments, but my goodness, we've got a grandstand finish in all 4 classes coming. In LMP2, Tristan Fournier still leads for Tower Motorsport, Alec Quinn for CrowdStrike, and it's side by side for the Ford down the inside of the number 1 BMW. That is the battle for, I think, 4th or 5th position. That was Dennis Olsen, so Jack Hawksworth, I think, might have gone through there ahead of him. Can I see the Lexus ahead? Yes, I can. So Hawksworth has gone past that Dennis Olsen Ford racing car. So Katzberg leads from Caldarelli and Pfaff for the Lamborghini Temerario. Is that still in the mix? Yeah, yes it is. But it looks like that Mikkel Jensen's just come into the pits now for United Autosports. Now this is interesting. This is definitely this is the drive-through, isn't it, for the incident earlier on. And we've also got a blocking penalty for the number 2. Oh, that is the blocking penalty for the number 2 car for Mikkel Jensen from earlier on. Meantime, Peter, pick the bones out of GTD Pro. I can tell you that everybody is scrapping for all the major positions at the moment.
This is an absolute street fight right now in GTD Pro. Dennis Olsen making moves forward, and poor old Andrea Caldarelli just getting railroaded by the field right now in that new Temerario, and Hawksworth pulled off a remarkable move into the heel of the boot to get past Caldarelli, and that's actually given him a real reprieve and a bit of breathing space between the, I mean, crazy. It's almost like a Mazda MX-5 Cup race behind in GTD Pro, where there is no quarter asked or given, and you've got to have your elbows out. And Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian star, he is up into 3rd position, but he's going to be put under a lot of pressure right now from Neil Verhagen in the BMW number 1, AO Racing's Harry King, and the 65 Ford also in the mix there of Chris Meese.
It's no less active in the GTD category, with Conquest Racing and Albert Costa leading Callum Islet. Manti first form is the best of the Bronze Cup runners. Ricardo Pera is driving that Porsche 911, then Robbie Foley, then Corey Lewis, who's having a fabulous scrap with Matt Bell in the 13 Autosport Chevrolet Corvette. That car was involved in one of the incidents earlier on. Matty managed to drive it away and get it back to the pits, and they've fought their way back into contention. 6th in GTD, 3rd in the bronze category. Jack Hawksworth just puts the fastest lap of the race in for GTD Pro, 1:46.396, as he tries to chase down Nicky Katzberg. And at the front of the field, Nick Yellowly has got clear air ahead of him, but Philippe Albuquerque's just put that car being the number 10 Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing, that car's fastest lap of the race at 35.2. That's only 2/10 away than the outright fastest lap that Jack Aitken put in ages ago, which was the 35 flat.
Quite amazing, isn't it? All happening all over the track at the moment. Mikkel Jensen now on the back foot in the number 2 United Autosports car after that drive-through penalty, working his way now through all of the GTD traffic, and that is not the quickest way around for an LMP2 car, because particularly with someone like Jensen's caliber on board, so quick through the fast corners. And Mikkel Jensen, of course, heading to Papaya Land next year. He will be a McLaren hypercar driver. In fact, he was the first driver announced for that project, and for my money, what a signing.
Well, I wonder if the thinking from McLaren was influenced by the fact that the Acura program was wrapping up. Mark Blundell looks after Tom Blomqvist, and he's a wily operator. I know that Tom had been touted for one or two other manufacturers as well. Another one of the Acura car drivers who is moving on. And Tom Blomqvist, therefore, will be in the WEC as well next year.
Yeah,
what
he's going to be
a
in a
run
different
at the
colour,
front
though,
of the
isn't he?
race. A new fast... Oh, yes, he's
in blue.
He's in a blue oval, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Neil Verhagen now with the fastest lap in GTD Pro, a 1:46.3. That's getting very tasty as well. And what of Jack Aitken? What can he do in the Whelen Cadillac? I would never say that Jack Aitken is playing it steady and taking it easy. I just don't think he has that setting, to be honest. He's on full attack mode, 35.5 for him last time around. The two cars ahead of him, a 35.6 and a 35.8. Top three are within a second. And now, are we going to get a word from race control about that car? I've not seen that incident even under review on the race control channel, if I'm honest, Peter. When old Bamber got that aero push behind the Tower Motorsport number 8 LMP2 and went into Simon Mann, which gave Simon a very nasty ride indeed. We're on full attack mode again here.
I've not seen anything come up on race control yet. Doesn't mean it won't, but yet. But one thing we can say for sure is Jack Aitken is hard on the fuel save right now. Big left and coast going into the inner loop, the bus stop chicane there, and clearly trying to hit a fuel number. Now we know every GDP car only needs to pit once if we stay green from now on, but of course track position can be gained in the pits if you've been fuel saving.
So, let's take stock for a moment, shall we? Nick Yellerly by 3/4 of a second at the front of GTP. LMP2, Dane Cameron by 2 seconds from Tristan Vautier. GTD Pro, Nicky Katzberg by nothing at all. Not even half a car's length from the Lexus that started on pole position. Dennis Olsen is another 2 seconds. This is boiling up nicely. I've got everything crossed here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, not for a particular driver, not for a particular manufacturer. I just want us to stay green at the end of this race so that we have some genuine racing that will take us to the end. Yes, we have to look for our BDO Nose Strategy Award to see if they're to award that to one in prototype, one in GT categories, to the team or individual that we feel has made the difference. But I want to see some flat-out racing. Probably only P2 are thinking about fuel at the moment, Peter. I think everybody else is full rich, full run.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about in both GTD classes, they're all on the same fuel strategy, which is good for that side of things, and that's already played out in terms of the battling on track. And Jack Hawksworth is driving at his absolute vintage best right now, chasing down Nicky Katzberg, the championship leader, and through he goes. He's already through, makes the move at the inner loop. That Lexus has been hooked up all week long. Jack Hawksworth breaking the qualifying record. Meanwhile, it's Cadillac on Cadillac in GTP as Jack Aitken's trying to make a move on Felipe Albuquerque, multiple winner in this race overall, and Aitken is all over them, but two Cadillacs making contact in the first sector.
Oh yes, and what a pass that was by Jack Aitken, but the similar opportunity for the Whelen Cadillac. Jack Aitken, he's got BMW right behind him in the shape of Sheldon van der Linde in the number 24. Sheldon, I mean, the concentration level here is incredible. We've got drivers trying to overtake, trying to defend from one or sometimes two people. Lauren Heinrich into 7, that is his favourite place. He takes a completely different line to everyone else, turns in early, but takes so much pace into the apex. It's absolutely outstanding. Hello to James O'Donnell, excuse me. What a wide ride this is. Brilliant driving mixed in with some hot-headed, questionable moves. But you can't take your eyes off it, James. You're not wrong there. I feel there will be some discussion at race control. Hawksworth, though, got the run out of turn 4. The defence started early by Nicky Katzberg, but there was nothing he could do, Peter Mackay. It was Buffalo Gals round the outside, and even though Katzberg took the new line, which is the fast line over the curbs that don't exist anymore, it was still not enough for him to hold that Lexus back. And in fact, the Ford in third of Dennis Olsen is closing in as well.
I think the pace has definitely been underneath that Lexus car, and you look at the GTD Pro and GTD results at this race over the last 5 years. If you've got a front-engine V8 car, you're going to be pretty good, because those have been, with the only one exception, last year, Paul Miller Racing BMW 1 and GTD Pro. But apart from that, the last 5 years, GTD and GTD Pro, if you're in a front-engine V8, you're going to win, whether it be an Aston or a Lexus. And the Lexus they've won on a couple of occasions. The track just seems to suit the car, and Hawksworth is exploiting it beautifully right now.
Guys, you were wondering about LMP2 strategy, and you were spot on. It is a class that is considering some fuel save right now. The leader is currently Dane Cameron, who restarted Spike the Dragon in second, made quick work of Tristan Vautier, and pulled out to about a 4-second lead since the restart. He's been told not to try and extend the gap too much to manage his fuel number, but so far so good. They're really pleased with the way that car is handling here deep in the race. The other thing to note as we approach an hour to go, a lot of GT teams are getting ready for pit stops, because we're about in the window where you can make it home from here. In fact, I see a couple coming now.
One of them is Ricardo Pera. That's the Manthey Porsche. He's coming in from the lead of the Bronze Cup. That'll give the lead to Gradient Racing. Meantime, traffic and GTP cars through traffic. GTP cars scrapping for major positions, coming through traffic. This is extraordinary again, up through the S's, through turn number 4. 1, 2, 2.5, 3 wide there, past the Lamborghini Temerario. Blue flag's been waved. The two factory Porsches are scrapping it out. They were side by side for a moment, and ahead of them, Lauren Heinrich is down the inside of the BMW, coming through the outer loop, but he's ironically, his path to that position change on Sheldon van der Linde was blocked by another Porsche. It was the right Porsche, and now he's gone wide. He's got dirt on his tyres as he had to go around the outside of the number 120, the green and yellow GT3 car. Now we're hearing that at the front of the field, the Philippe Albuquerque is being told to let Jack Aitken go if it comes down to it. Well, my God, why would that be?
Well, remember
for the
at
good
Le Mans,
of Cadillac?
Well, back at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, Hertz Team Jota Cadillac, regular World Endurance Championship team, and Wayne Taylor Racing were sharing a garage, and it was the whole narrative was around we are one Cadillac team, we just want Cadillac to win. Well, that narrative must be carrying itself over then. I wonder if that will stick though. I wonder how that will sit with Wayne Taylor Racing. That is a really, really curious one of how that will play out, because of course in terms of Cadillac Championship, it's side by side between Heinrich and the BMW number 24 of Sheldon van der Linde, battling over 4th position, and Heinrich goes through on the run up towards the inner loop. Wow!
There was only just a 963's width there, and there's further problems for the BMW because the number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vantour is there. Lauren Heinrich's done him once. Will it be another Lawrence at least for Lawrence Vantour in the first of the Porsche? Penske's Porsche at the moment 5th, 7th, and make that 4th, 6th and 7th, and they are trying to upgrade that at the moment. This is incredible through the traffic. We are having pit stops in GTD Pro, including Nicky Katzberg making what will be the last stop for what was the 2nd place Corvette. So the strategy to play out there, that puts Jack Hawksworth on the wrong side of it if it all goes wrong from here. 57 minutes, and we want green flag racing. Hawksworth want green flag racing. Let's go down to Arjuna first of all, and then we'll check in with Ryan Murray.
The Corvette Pratt & Miller entries came in with 75% of their energy, so they didn't need to stay stationary for very long, John. As a result, only left side Michelin tires changed. It's a lot of fast right-handed corners here that puts a lot of load, especially on the left front. And so Corvette Pratt & Miller back out and sprinting to the end.
And on my section, guys, it was a lot of GTD cars in, including Wright Motorsports, which was running in podium contention at the time they did their final stop. No tires, energy only in that Porsche. In fact, all of the GTD class cars I've seen, and there have been about 4 of them down here at this section of the pits, it's been no tires, energy / fuel only into those cars as they get ready to go the distance from here.
Talk about rubbing is racing. We've got IMSA President John Doonan coming to Le Mans with a bunch of NASCARs for Le Mans Classic next weekend, and I'm looking forward to that call. But the GTPs are going at it all the way through some of the fastest corners in US road racing motorsport, and somehow they are getting away with it. I am literally have my heart in my mouth every time I see this. Wild entertainment so far, says Mr. Bedlam. What an appropriate handle that is. Glad everybody's okay after the crashes. Yeah, agree with that. Significant, Peter, at the front of the field. Philippe Albuquerque, who has let Jack Aitken go to try and chase down Nick Yellerly. It's 2 seconds, by the way, between the Acura and the first of Cadillacs. Philippe Albuquerque now is on a warning for blocking, and that must be music to the ears of Lauren Heinrich. He's staring at another podium, maybe another victory here for the privately run JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. Paul Miller Racing and Ford with Chris Mace behind the wheel, coming in from GTD Pro. Back down to Arjuna for a sec.
Remember, Paul Miller Racing are defending GTD Pro winners, albeit with the number 48 entry, which is not competing in 2026. Paul Miller, though, have such a great record at this track. Only Team Penske have scored more Michelin Endurance Cup points, but as they just add fuel, Vassar, Sullivan, Lexus go off first, and then Paul Miller's BMW is hunting them down.
And the Vassar Sullivan with Dreyer and Reinbold car that pitted from the lead. Sorry, John, I just wanted to quickly update you that they did not take tires. I think that was the difference for them.
Yeah, brilliant. Sorry, I forgot that was down at your ends. Thank you, Ryan. So, of the cars that have done their last stop, that should leave Jack Hawksworth still at the lead. There's still plenty of cars ahead who are doing different strategies. This is going to be incredible. We've got strategic battles and side-by-side racing. Peter Mackay playing out at the same time. Almost into the wall. Almost into the wall for Philippe Albuquerque coming out the final corner. That must have been an exercise book width between the left-hand side of Philippe Albuquerque's Cadillac V-Series R and disaster on the wall out of turn number 11.
Well, that was very, very close indeed. Clearly being put under pressure by Lauren Heinrich behind him in 4th place. But Jack Aitken, he at that call from Cadillac from up high, clearly it's working because he's just put the best lap of the race in, a 1:34.967, the only driver to break that benchmark of 1:35 in this race. And he is running Nick Yellowly down at pace. He's taken on the previous lap 0.4 of a second out of the Englishman, who of course is heading to Pastures New as well next year, also heading to the Ford Hypercar program, but wanting to sign off with another win here at Watkins Glen. He's just gone past the Temerario Lamborghini, but Aitken is chasing him down and chasing him down hard.
To the point that he's just put a new fastest lap of the race in, a 34.967. That was the only car with a 134 to its name. No, actually, that is the first 134 we've seen in the race. So a new fastest lap for Jack Aitken as he closes in within a second and a half, and Yellowly pits and Aitken follows it in, and so does Albuquerque. These are the last pit stops, 52 minutes to go. So we are seeing this play out. Nobody prepared to wait any longer. They did not need to come in right now. They've decided that the window is open. Arjuna Kankapati is watching at the far end of the pit lane.
And there are sticker Michelin tyres being thrown on for this sprint to the checkered flag. I'm very curious if there are going to be any teams that gamble and put a little less energy in, knowing the drama we had last year with the Whelen Cadillac 31 needing to pit on the very last lap. They're off and away first, though, followed out by Meyer Shanks, number 93, and a bit more weight for Porsche Penske, maybe adding a little bit more energy, John.
Yeah, the fuel hose was on much, much longer as they come out. So JDC Miller Motorsports, as we complete lap number 150, a little landmark there by 1.2 seconds. 58% left for Lauren Heinrich. Are they going to do the same thing? Are they going to cover off those guys, or are they going to play the waiting game? It will kill them if we see the Black Hawk CT5V for a 5th time. And Peter Mackay's been looking at the energy levels as they came into the pit lane.
Yeah, it was the reason why the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport
Lead
car
us in,
took a little bit longer, as in comes Heinrich. And the reason why it took a little bit longer is because they came out of the last full course yellow with less in the tank. So that is that coming back now. They're on the same strategy as everyone else now. But where will Lauren Heinrich come out? That is the question as he brings in the Mustang sampling car for JDC Miller Motorsport. I think he's already been given the keys to Savage, Minnesota. What the job he's done for this team already.
So that leaves Marco Wittmann in the lead. He's going through turn 4 at the moment, but what we need to see is the chasing pack and where they are. Here comes the number 31 through the final corner. It's on the front straight now. Jack Aitken is going to go back into the lead. They look like new tyres. He's gone through. He's already down into turn 1, down and away, and the BMW is back ahead, and it's side by side. Oh my goodness me, the BMW, Sheldon van der Linde got ahead of Philippe Nasser and held him out, and Lauren Heinrichs dropped a couple of spots in the pit lane there. But are they playing a more sensible game in terms of the fuel? Did they brim fill that Mustang sampling car? They all got tyres as far as I could see, Arjuna. That is an extraordinary run out of the pit lane after doing so well the previous stop for Lauren Heinrich and JDC. They've lost a couple of spots.
It seemed like a very simple... Sorry, guys, it seemed like a very similar story to what we've been talking about with that Porsche Penske number 6 on the previous cycle down pit lane, though, John, where just coming in maybe with a little less energy, Heinrich's topped up the virtual energy tank and now 100% out to the end.
98.4 for Heinrich. Sounds like a good radio station. The BMW Sheldon van der Linde, 95.4. That used to be BBC Radio Newcastle when I worked there. 91.4 for Felipe Nasser. So there is a significant difference, Peter Mackay, in the energy levels between those three prototypes that have just left the pit lane. And if it comes down to who can turn up the motor as far as they can with 48 minutes on the nose to go, there is an advantage for Lauren Heinrich. And I think also, by the way, that one of the Wayne Taylor Cadillacs has got right in there as well.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, just ahead of Heinrich is Philippe Albuquerque in the blue-fronted number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. So everyone now is fueled to the end, but it's a great point you make. Heinrich has a bit more energy there, so yeah, he can go absolutely full Rich, but we've talked about track position from our Countdown to Green show all the way through the race today. Track position is so important, and Heinrich can have the pace, but if he can't get past any of his competitors, then it doesn't matter. So let's see how it plays out. This is a thriller with 47 minutes to go.
Dennis Olsen leads for Ford Racing in GTD Pro with the number 64 Ford Mustang GT3. AO Racing in second, Nick Tandy only half a second back in the number 77. In LMP2, AO Racing leads with Dane Cameron, another ex-Porsche man, ahead by 5.5 seconds of Tristan Fortier. Tower Motorsports, Tower Motorsports have played a canny game today as well, with Alex Quinn in third for CrowdStrike by APR. They're separated by about 6 seconds. And Nick Tandy hoves into view behind the number 64 of Dennis Olsen. They're battling for the lead through turn 7, the toe of the boot over the top of the rise. Nick Tandy back on form. LMP2 is an absolute bun fight, and the Bakers are involved in that. Of course they are, because Alec Quinn for CrowdStrike is only a second ahead of Tom Dillman, and Tom Dillman's under pressure here. He's got 30 Habsburg and Paul di Resta for company as they're coming through. Dillman for Inter Europol gets a little bang, goes one way, then the other, still side by side. 3 cars where only really one is going to fit, and Dillman loses a couple of spots, and oh my goodness, drama for the number 13 Matt Bell, second in the Bronze Cup. Another left rear tyre has gone awry. Now, can he get this back without losing it? That is, and Albert Costa from GTD comes in straight away in case there's a full course yellow, in case there's any debris comes off the left rear of that car. This is all action all day here, Peter Mackay.
That it is, yeah, and you're so right. If that tyre does come away, that's a good, I would say, roll of the dice from Conquest Racing with their number 34 Ferrari. They're putting in a full slug of fuel in there, seeing that if it plays there, a few other cars coming in. Of course, the 13 Autosport Corvette having to come in as well, as does your leader in the GDP category overall, Marco Wittmann in the number 25 car. Now, he did need to pit anyway to get to the end, so they are rolling the dice hoping that there'll be a full course yellow, but the 13 Autosport Corvette has got in without too much further incident.
Ryan down in the pit lane. Was that a scheduled? That wasn't a scheduled stop for Conquest, was it?
Well, they needed one more anyway, but this was not when they were planning to do it. They had told Albert to go full push about 3 or 4 laps ago, trying to build a gap. They had initially thought about trying to stretch it and make it to the end, but as soon as it became clear they couldn't do it, they told him just to go. They saw what you guys saw, and I heard on the radio a frantic box, box, box. He must have been just feet ahead of the pit commit area when he committed, came in at the nick of time. Turned out it didn't matter, but that was a great piece of work by Thomas Blum and the Conquest crew, calling him in to make sure they covered in case of a full course yellow.
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to roll with it, haven't you? We are inside the last 45 minutes. Time for us to begin machinations and considerations of the BDO Nose Strategy Awards. 1 for the prototype cars, 1 for the GTDs. Guys, I'll fire off in GTs. I'm going to give a shout for Gradient Racing. I think they've done a great job. They've been quietly getting on, and they now lead the bronze class. They're second in GTD, still got their last pit stop to make, which might hurt them in the overalls, but they've done a great job in the bronze category. And I also want to throw an honourable mention in there as well for Faf, who played the game pretty well earlier on, although they've dropped away just a little bit with that Temerario. In the prototype classes, Tower Motorsport, for me, the number 8 car, it's been all over the place, but they're holding down a solid 3rd position at the moment. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to think about it and then start coming to you for your thoughts on it. Now, a moment or two ago, we saw some side-by-side action in the scrap, and it really is a fist fight at the moment in LMP2. Since then, Tom Dillman has come into the pit lane for what should be his final stop. He's down and away. Pietro Fittipaldi is also in the pit lane for Pratt Miller Motorsport, a little bit further back up the pit lane here. Who's that coming in? That's James Collado, isn't it, that I can just see? Yes, it is. He's coming in out of 4th place in GTD Pro. That will be his last stop. Right now, Peter, it is really a game of chicken out there. For some people have stopped and made their last stop in the GT in the Prototype 2 category. So anyone staying out there gets on the wrong side of a safety car and their race could be over.
Well, if we stay green, I'm not convinced that number 43 into Europol car can make it to the end. I think it will depend where they are in comparison to the leader. They're right on a stint, 42 minutes. We've just seen a lot of the leaders, and in fact we've got the top 6 in P2 in the pits right now after 42 minutes. It's right on it.
Right in front of me, Spike the Dragon just came to a stop. Nate Cameron drove this car to the lead on the restart, getting around Tristan Vautier, who is pitted directly in front of him. It looks like every one of these LMP2 teams has saved a set of sticker Michelins to take them the distance. Nate Cameron just got the tear off, ripped off. The engine fires up again as they are finishing up with the fuel. We're waiting. Problems on the tower car on the left rear. Whoa, that was really close. Cameron nearly collected the tire carrier for the tower team, but he wins the race off of the pit lane.
Our main time at the front of GTD Pro, Dennis Olsen and Nick Tandy. Daniel Serra in the Ferraris only 4 seconds further back, and now they've got the added complication of a P2 car fighting their way past them. Tandy will try and get the draft here down to turn 1. It split them up for the moment. Down towards turn 1, well, it hasn't affected it. That was the number 73 of Pietro Fittipaldi, the Pratt Miller Motorsport car that went by them. Pietro did not want to be slowed down as well. Well, hello to Andy, another Black Cat supporter, another Mackham from the northeast of England. Another great race, he says, now British Grand Prix week, and the weather is looking all right. A little bit more overcast in the Midlands today. Nowhere near the 35-36 around the Silverstone, Northampton area that we saw last week, but apparently it will pick up again towards the midweek. We'll have a preview of the British Grand Prix on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday on RS1 at 8 o'clock, and Nick Daimler will look back at today's Austrian Grand Prix in his team-by-team feature. Peter Mackay will be wrapping up all the action from the Acropolis Rally in our WRC Rally Greece in Rally Report. You can tell I'm old. Fantastic stuff at the sharp end of all the classes. We'll pick up the LMP2 battle in a moment when they all come round again. They came in, Alex Quinn, Paul Di Resta, Dane Cameron, Fernie Hapsburg, Harry Tinknell, Tristan Vautier. That's how they came in And I think it'll be just like that as they come through. There's Dane Cameron goes through. 5 seconds between EO Racing and CrowdStrike. Then a second and a half between CrowdStrike and ERA. That's been a good fight as well. Habsburg now in a podium position. Half a second behind him, Tom Tillman for Inter Europol. They look like they had that class sorted earlier on. Brian Herter, Autosport, Harry Tinknell, another 1.5 back, and then Tower Motorsports, Christian Vautier, another second back. Then Paul Di Resta and Pietro Fittipaldi is 3 seconds further back. Tremendous stuff in that particular category. Meantime, GTD has seen another change as well.
That it has, yeah. Aaron Telitz has just gone past Corey Lewis in that bronze-graded gradient racing class machine, the Ford Mustang, and Telitz went by like Lewis had the handbrake on. It was the Vassar Sullivan Lexuses are looking so strong right now. They've had that pace all week, and it's translating into these last moments of the race. Also, Lauren Heinrich making a great move. They go past Felipe Nasr. He's now up into 4th position, so battling away with a driver who, of course, he won not only the Rolex 24, but also the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring with. How times change. Now they're rivals.
I think that Gradient Racing and Corey Lewis is just looking to get to the end of the race. They'll take the overall GTD podium, but my goodness, it's the bronze points that they want. Meantime, GTP action at turn 8, Cadillac and Porsche again. How many times have we said that? Philippe Albuquerque battling with Lawrence Vantor. They go past the Lexus we've just been talking about. The Dex imaging car has just gone through, now holds on to its position, so that's the battle for 6th and 7th. Felipe Nasr's 2.5 seconds up the road, so the dark blue fronted number 10 Wayne Taylor Cadillac is the meat in the Porsche bread, he's the meat in the sandwich, and the flavour of your sandwich is Cadillac V Series R. At the front of the field, Jack Aitken now by 5.7 seconds, 69% over Nick Yellerly, who's got 72%. So is Sheldon van der Linde, 74%. For Lauren Heinrich, still has that slight advantage on the energy levels. GTD first, Turner Motorsport, BMW, half a second back, Aaron Telitz, going like a train. Then 2.5 seconds further back is the Gradient 66 Ford Mustang. And Arjuna can give us an update on that class.
Well, I was just comparing the Vassar Sullivan Lexuses. The GTD Pro car, already having come down pit lane, has about 20% more energy than Aaron Telitz does in the GTD, the number 12. And I think that's the case for Turner Motorsports and Gradient Racing as well. Those 3 GTD cars, John, will all owe us a pit stop, and I don't think even one safety car is going to be able to see them extend to the end of the race.
35 minutes to go, and they are all considerably under 50%. 36% for Robbie Foley for Turner, 41 for Aaron Telitz, 37 for Corey Lewis. Then there's a whole host of GTD Pro cars in the overall position. Charlie Eastwood on 39.40, that's not going to help him. Ricardo Pera, Manti first form, that's an interesting one. He's on 60%. Callum Eilert for Wright Motorsports, 62%. Valentin Asclot for Car Blanche and Aston, 60%. But Albert Costa and Conquest Racing currently in 8th position and well down on time, but he is on 83%. So by far the most. Now let's go to the other end of the pit lane and find out the thinking from Gradient Racing. Here's Ryan.
I checked in with the team, and credit to them. They were super open and said, yep, we're trying to make it. We're 10 minutes short, but they think if they get one yellow, they're good to go. And their thought process was, we don't have much to lose as far as the championship goes. We don't have the pace to do it on pure pace, so why not roll the dice?
Been an incident in a day that needs forgetting for Winward Racing. Incredibly, the Winward Racing car number 57 has come back out. Phil Ellis is driving that car after the incident earlier on that appeared to have taken it out of contention. Well, it has. It's about 20 laps down. See, just a little bit short of that. Phil Ellis running in 15th position. And the number 59, RLL McLaren, another car that was behind the wall, is back out as well. And that car's still running. The Dragon Speed car, having been repaired after that early issue, is still running 17th position overall and 5th in the Bronze Cup category. So it's gone past 2 Bronze Cup contenders there in the fight for the Bob Aitken Award. Peter Mackay.
I'm just going to throw something out there. Carte Blanche, a new team, well, a team that have come in and bought an existing IMSA WeatherTech Championship team in terms of Van der Stoer Racing. They could potentially win on their debut in the championship here, because Valentin Asclot, who many times when you look through the sector times and you drill into the data, often he's one of the quickest drivers, and this weekend particularly, him and the Aston Martin have been very strong indeed. Now, right now he has 56% of his energy left, which should get him to the flag. The cars ahead, Callum Isla and Ricardo Pera, they're both Porsches. They've got 58 and 55 respectively. That should also get them to the checkered flag. But looking at the pace, that Aston Martin has been really quick all week. So there is every chance here that Carte Blanche could actually get to the checkered flag and win their first ever outing in IMSA.
Trying to answer another one of those questions we had about the GTD cars that owe stops. I just found Will Turner. I asked him, are you trying to make it? He said no. I said, okay, well, what is the plan? He said, we're hoping for a caution because then we can make it. So a little bit of a hybrid there, I suppose.
Before you turn your mic off down there in our driver database, pit lane reporting team, Ryan, BDO Nose Strategy Award. I've suggested the 66 gradient car in GT. Maybe they're a little bit short. That might have been a bit premature from me. And the Tower car in P2 or in prototype. Give us your GT nomination first.
I think that the Turner team actually, not just because of what they're doing right now, but there was a point in time when they had dropped outside of the top 10. They led early, but fell back and have had to work their way back to the front. So especially if this roll of the dice pays off, then I think they're looking pretty great as far as knowing strategy, don't you?
That's the number 96 car under pressure for the lead at the moment. I'll ask you for your prototype in a moment. Outer loop to the inside, to the outside. Aaron Thielitz down on the run towards turn 6. A little tap on the brakes by Robbie Foley to make sure the brake pads are on the discs, on the rotors as he goes through. Clear track ahead of him though, so he'll charge up towards turn 7. Prototype, BDO no strategy, Ryan. What do you reckon? Could be P2 or GTP?
Bit of an unconventional answer, but can we just give it to Cadillac with the way that they've decided to play the team game, thinking about one Cadillac team rather than split ones, right? Not having Aitken have to fight his way through the Wayne Taylor car. Is that worthy of consideration?
That's actually a really good shout, whilst we've got the pit lane mics open, Arjuna Kankapati, GT, BDO no strategy award. Where does your vote go?
I think Ryan's onto something with Turner Motorsports. Robbie Foley is doing a triple stint right now and has really worked that car up through the field. So that's one that stands out to me. But the other one, John, that catches my attention is in GTD Pro, where I think the Pratt & Miller Corvette team could be on for a double top 5. And after qualifying down in 8th and 10th respectively, not being so optimistic coming into the weekend, I think they made some smart strategy calls, including slight update from the last pit stop sequence. I thought they took 2 left side tires on the number 4 car, but no tires on their run to the end.
And what about your prototype, Norm?
I've been struggling a little bit more with that one, if I'm being honest, John. One thing that came to my mind was the Acura Meyershank, the 93, the timing of the pit stop just before the caution. That was pretty good, but we've had a couple of those cases. So maybe I'll look a little bit further into LMP2, where Era Motorsports have had a very difficult day, but they're on course for a top 3 as it stands right now.
Yeah, like that. Peter Mackay, you're the last one to have to pick GT. It can be one of the ones that's mentioned, could be something fresh.
I'm going to go with, in GT, Manthey First Form, who at the moment, they're they're the top bronze graded car, or they will be when the gradient car pits.
Aha, there you go, yes.
You see,
yes,
so I think that's why. And at the start of the race, it went a little bit under the radar because Ryan Hardwick, he did a superb job. He did a lot more than his minimum drive time. Now, I don't know if there was a strategical window they were trying to fit into or whatever, but clearly it's worked. So that they would get my nod as a bronze class car to be up there in the mix of the overall GTD class. And for prototype. And prototype, I totally 100% agree with Ryan. Cadillac, just Cadillac operation, to have that control over their cars, that is how you win championships. Not just how you win races, that's how you win championships.
I will have to pass that back to the responsible adult to see if that is a legitimate nomination, but I like that call as well, now that Ryan's mentioned it. Okay, we've got 27 minutes of the race to go at the front of the GTD Pro field. Dennis Olsen has held back Nick Tandy for I can't tell you how long now. Seems these two cars, the blue number 64 car, isn't it? And the bright green Rexy, the T-Rex EO Racing car, being tied together with a short bungee cord. It's the same story for the Liquid Moly Turner car, and down the inside of turn 7, here comes the number 12, tries to make the inside move, can't make it happen. That was tight. That was very tight. Robbie Foley and Aaron Tielitz. Tielitz must think this is the time to go. We don't think either of those cars can make the end as it stands. There's 26 minutes to go. Dennis Olsen and Nick Tandy, I reckon, have to stop as well, and Daniel Serra. So who's better placed? Nicky Katzberg and Alexander Sims, you know, never mind it's a double top 5, that could be a double top 3 for those two if everyone else ahead of them has to stop. I don't see much fuel saving in any of these battles, Peter Mackay, from teams that we've heard from our driver database informed pit lane team, all having to save a bit of fuel. I'm not seeing that at all.
Well, I don't think, but particularly Jack Hawksworth, I think he's really in the driving seat right now at the wheel of that Lexus, a car that he's raced for nearly 10 years, remarkable, and still they get the performance from it. He's looking good on fuel right now, I would say, as is Neil Verhagen in the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. But that would then, the neck on net, if we stay green to the end, Nicky Katzberg would be on the podium as through into the lead of GTD goes Aaron Tielitz past Robbie Foley. Now, both of these cars have to pit. They cannot get to the end unless we have a long full course yellow. But Tielitz makes the move, proving that that Lexus has pace regardless who's driving it, whether it be Tielitz or Hawksworth. But yeah, I think there's a strong possibility that the number 4 Corvette racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports could get on the podium. And I agree with Arjuna's point. They didn't have a good qualifying. They haven't necessarily had the pace, but they could bag some very valuable championship points.
Down at the Manthey pit awning with Ryan Hardwick, we were just talking about your stint. I know it was a difficult start to the race with qualifying being determined by championship position, but what was it like being behind the wheel at the start?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for us to have the qualifying thrown out, but some of the most fun races are coming from the back, right? But it was very intense for me. There was a lot of traffic and obviously a lot of chaos this entire race, but we were able to keep our car clean without any damage, and now here's almost 5.5 hours later, we're in a pretty good position.
We missed you guys since Sebring. I know you were excited to come back to IMSA competition. Has it been everything you expected it would be?
Yeah, I love racing here. I mean, this is where I got started, racing, and I love these tracks. I love these fans, and it's great to come back here along with Manti, being a part of their, first time coming to race in the States. So, yeah, I'm enjoying every minute.
Fingers crossed to the end of the race. Good luck.
There you go. Thank you.
Pick up right.
Turner has blinked. They've decided enough's enough. Time to call Robbie Foley in and send him out. It was fuel only. The fill took 10.3 seconds, and they send him back out on track. He should be fueled to the finish.
Yeah, Robbie Foley in, and Corey Lewis, stays out. They're still battling away at the front of the field. Tom Dillman into Europol, now only 2 seconds away from a podium position, but he's going to have to fight Ferdy Habsburg for it in the Era Motorsport. This has been a good run back from into Europol. Looked like they had LMP2 under control earlier on, Peter Mackay, then just got the wrong side of a couple of safety car calls, and then the last couple of safety cars have squared everybody back up again. But this has been a good drive from Dillman and a great run from into Europol. Exactly what we expect from the Polish squad.
All true if they can make it to the flag. And I think they're right on the edge in terms of fuel. They exited with 42 minutes to go, which, if the checkered flag falls the right way in terms of when the leader comes through, great, but if they have to go around an extra lap, they could be in trouble. And that might only tell in the last 10, maybe even 5 minutes if they're trying to get to the end. The other cars around them all pitted a lap later. The AO car in the lead, the CrowdStrike car in second, the Era car in third, and so on. They've all got a lap better fuel, if you like. So all your points are absolutely true. Into Europol once again showing how good an operation they are, but they are right on the edge on fuel.
They've been tweeting like mad today in the Europol competition. An incredible final stint. Thomas running P4. Top 5 are covered by nothing at all. Everything to play for is the last thing that they tweeted. IE_competition if you want to follow them. And why wouldn't you? Meantime, in the GTD battle, Corey Lewis is hanging on to the back of Vasser Sullivan's Lexus. Their times last time a 47 and a 49 for those two. Is there a bit of fuel saving going on there? 47 is the best time for the Gradient Ford Mustang, 46.6 for the Vasser Sullivan Lexus. Meantime, GTD Pro, Ford Racing, EO Racing, they're getting down towards 20% now. We've got 20 minutes to go. I'm still waiting for clearance about one of our nominations for our BDO nose strategy. I have passed it up the managerial chain to the responsible adult. We've never had a group nominated like that before. The Cadillac Racing Group. What we were talking about there was Wayne Taylor Racing, and they're being asked to their number 10 car not to fight Whelen Cadillac number 31 in the fight for the potential victory, and that's allowed Jack Aitken ultimately to get up the road and get ahead of Nick Yellerly. There was a slightly different strategy going on with those cars at the time. So now 4.5 seconds. Oh, there's a little touch there as the number 93 Nick Yellerly Acura goes through past one of the Fords going into turn 7. That's been another place where cars have come together and been very close indeed. Nick Tandy's got a drive-through. Nick Tandy, an EO Racing Porsche, second at the moment in GTD Pro's got a drive-through. Well, never mind the fact that they're short on fuel. There it goes. There it goes. My goodness. We have talked about this all the way through, of where you've got to be patient, where your track positioning is, and track limits, particularly at turn 8, have been punished today. There's so many people on final warnings, including Gradient Racing now as well, that still leads under Corey Lewis's auspices the Bronze Club and is second in GTD. That's a final track limits warning as well. Oh my goodness me. Tandy will be fit to be tied.
He'll be very angry with
now,
himself because
where's
the upside there?
Sorry, go ahead again, Peter.
I said he'll be very angry with himself there because where's the upside? You know, they know they're not able to make it on fuel, so you're just driving to the end. I mean, I really don't see the upside there. He'll be very angry with himself, I'm sure.
What he'll be, if it hasn't happened, he'll be disappointed if nobody's told him he was on a final warning. And he was counting through turn 7 at the moment. 17.5 minutes to go. I mean, stranger things have happened. That will drop him. I mean, they're well up the road, but he's still got to stop for fuel as well. And, he let one of his Porsche factory colleagues go through turn 9. That is the
old car.
Number 7 of, yes, his old car, exactly, Felipe Nasr. So Tandy still to come in and dives to the inside at turn 11 now. Slips the car onto its pit lane speed limiter and will come straight through. Do you know what? I think I'd splash for fuel first and then come in next time around for my drive-through, just in case there's a yellow. Just in case. But it looks like they're doing the drive-through first. 16.5 minutes to go. Is there one final twist? Are there many final twists still to go? Tandy has come out. It's 14.
Well, it's academic. He's got a pit again.
He's come out behind Triasi Competizione, actually, and James Collado. I mean, all of the guys in front of him's got a pit for fuel as well. So there might be a 5th or a 4th position on if Tandy can find the pace. He couldn't find the pace to pass Dennis Olsen because maybe they were saving fuel, I don't know. Hi to Stephen Gardner. Might have been distracted by a football match. Making ribs and watching the last 20 minutes. Hello, Stephen. Thanks for tuning in at IMSA Radio. Michelin post-race tech to come. The checkered flag ends the race, but only starts our conversation. We will break down what we reckon from the race, but we want to hear from you. The hashtag is MichelinPRT at IMSA Radio. You ask the questions, you make the points. You tell us what you've seen. I want your opinions. Don't hold back. Hashtag MichelinPRT at IMSA Radio. Arjuna Kankapati watching closely down the pit lane to see who's about to blink.
And slowly making their way down to me, John, it is the number 12, the leader in GTD, Vasser Sullivan Racing, with Dry Reinbold Racing as well. A great tribute to it with this team as the car hits its marks, a quick scrape of the radiator, and no question of tyres, it is just fuel. They need about 15% energy more to get to the end of this race. They count the driver out, off and away he goes. Where will he blend?
While he's dropping positions as a whole host of cars goes through. Most of them, however, GTDs. He's out and running again. And through has gone the Turner Motorsport car, at the very least. I'll give you an update in a moment. Meantime, in the battle for LMP2, Dane Cameron and Alex Quinn are hard at it. Ferdy Habsburg just a second further back, an interested observer, and Tom Dillman there as well. Oh my goodness, the P2 battle is not over yet. Conquest fighting off the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing as well, and side by side prototype battles at GTP, and once again it involves Lauren Heinrich through the inner loop, and Heinrich in that car that we know is well fueled is up to third. Heinrich goes past the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, and he's now only just over a second behind second place, and around about the same energy. In fact, no, a little bit more energy than both Nick Yellerly and Jack Aitken. Could it possibly, Peter Mackay, be a second victory for JDC Miller Motorsport? That was a power move to get past van der Linde. He was not going to be denied.
No, he wasn't, and set it up around the outside going into the inner loop. What a move, and to give Sheldon van der Linde a huge amount of credit. He did leave racing space, and Heinrich goes through, almost intimidates van der Linde out the way, which you do not do in a hurry. Heinrich is having another day in the sun here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. What a year in the works team with Porsche Penske Motorsport at Daytona and Sebring, wins them both, then is dovetailed into this JDC Miller car and wins at Laguna Seca. What a story this is, and it almost stealing the headlines a little bit from Jack Aitken and the 31 Cadillac Wheel and Engineering crew, who have been absolutely, I mean, 99% close to perfect today, and are 6 seconds up the road. I think they will take some catching, but Nick Yellerly, he's only a second and a half up the road, and Heinrich has just got his head down. He's got that, the body language of the car has a determination to it that's undeniable.
In the GTD Pro battle, it's red numbers now for first and second, Ford Racing. And Dennis Olsen comes to the pit lane. Daniel Serra has stayed out. They're both under 5%. James Collado on 24% is in the box seat here for the car that was on pole position, the Lexus RCF GT3. 24% for him. Neil Verhagen, BMW number 1, have been battling that number 14 Lexus all race. They've got the fastest lap of the race, and they're the next best for energy with the 2 Corvettes. And Chris Meese in the Ford Racing Mustang, all good to go to the end. Hello to Tom Marshallek. Didn't get to watch a single minute of the race today. Listened to all of it on IMSA Radio while painting the porch. Porch, not Porsche. Crazy race. Thanks for the coverage. Don't forget IMSA post-race tech. Tom, I don't think you're going to get a Mustang victory here this weekend as Dennis Olsen is back out. Now, they've only put 20% in to get to the end, so those cars that have got 20% in right now must be good to go. At the front of the field, it was a 37-1 from the Wheeland Cadillac of Jack Aitken leading, 37-1 from Nick Yellerly in second, and a 37-1 from Lauren Heinrich in third position, a 37-8 from Sheldon van der Linde. Peter Mackay, last 10 minutes.
It's just remarkable. It never stops here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. In LMP2, Dane Cameron trying to hold off a determined Alex Quinn, who's only 1.1 behind him, who in turn has Habsburg for Era Motorsport, just 8/10 behind him.
GTD Pro leader in.
Yeah, so Daniel Serra, Risi Competizione, not been a good season for them. They're not going to make it home. That will then bring Hawksworth into the lead. He is fuel to the end, so he effectively is your net leader. Also, James Collado in the 033 car for Triarsi Ferrari, he will also have to pit, which will bring Neil Verhagen up into second.
Jack Aitken by 6.1 seconds. Can they consider themselves lucky? Whelen Cadillac Action Express did not get investigated for the incident with Simon Mann. Didn't even get looked at by race control. If it did, I apologise, but I didn't see it getting a warning or NFA'd. Can they consider themselves lucky? I think they can. Simon Mann will be fuming. He left the space on the inside. And another serious incident up on the S's. But it looks like it certainly hasn't come up now, and that was some time ago. Jack Aitken leads by 6 seconds then. The battle for second and third is still on. Nicky Ellerly, Lauren Heinrich, Sheldon von der Linde still just a couple of seconds further back. Nobody can afford a slip up, and still late pit stops inside the last 10 minutes. Ryan Murray.
The gradient gamble did not pay off in a race that has been full of full course yellows. All they needed was one more, and it didn't come, at least not in time. 8 seconds, that's all the energy they put on that car, 8 seconds worth, and then they sent Corey Lewis out. He'll try and take it to the finish from here.
Will, I think, hold on to second place in GTD, but it looks like Manthey First Form are going to win the Bronze Club and win overall, as Ricardo Perra is 4.7 seconds to the good in that category. Hello to Sem, sacrificed the World Cup to watch this race. 0 regrets. Lauren Heinrich is unbelievable.
This is far more entertaining in every area.
Well, we've had more penalties, mate. There's no doubt about that. And there's been as much controversy as well in terms of penalties given and penalties not given as well in terms of the Cadillac Whelen car out there. We don't have VAR here. We have RC, race control, and they have been very busy today. I do suspect that when we have our next competition call, which we do with the race director before the next race, I suspect that there'll be some explanation from Bob Barfield and the rest of the team about what they are going to say or have said in the next drivers' meeting, because it's been a bit untidy, let's say.
Interestingly,
so last 6.5 minutes.
The 2 Corvettes, John, have switched around. The number 3 car of Alexander Sims has gone past Katzberg in number 4. Now, Katzberg on the number 4 Corvette, the championship leader in that category, is on a final warning for track limits, so that's maybe held him back a fraction. Yes, the Milner Katzberg number 4 car is the championship leader, but Garcia and Sims, who are back in 4th, they're only 29 points back, so it's very much an open fight there. So those championship points are vitally important for the number 3 crew. Of course, your defending champions.
Arjuna's just reminded me that Nicky Katzberg number 4 car didn't take tyres at the last stop, so they may be struggling just a tad for pace. I'm leaving it as long as I can before we announce the BDO Nose Strategy Award, because there may yet be something that definitively fires us towards one of the nominations that we've had. Ferdinand Habsburg holding on to 3rd position, but only just. Still a dogfight in LMP2, Dane Cameron, Alex Quinn, Ferdy Habsburg, Tom Dillman and Paul di Resta. That's your top 5, and they are not even 5 seconds apart on the track at the moment.
It's just a train of Oricas.
Hello to Emma
1, 2,
Laddiman.
3, 4, 5.
Yes. Hello to Emma Laddiman. First yellow was very handy for a quick spar, post-spar, pre-Watkins nap. And still supporting the WRT ladies and gents from Belgium. 4th place at the moment for Sheldon von der Linde, 5 seconds off a podium position, and okay on the energy. But it's Lauren Heinrich who's close right up to Nick Yellerly now in that battle. Nick Yellerly 6.5 seconds away from the leader who's cutting through traffic out of turn 4, but the battle behind is on. Turn it up to gas mark 6. Lauren Heinrich right on the tail of the Acura Meyershank Racing as they come through the inner loop, and they've got traffic again, and it's one of the leading P2 cars. Warning for blocking as well for Dane Cameron. Oh my goodness, it's not over yet. Lawrence Vantor and Felipe Nazara in the red on their energy. That's when it's under 10%. Louis Delatraz the same. Oh, could this be a second position for Lauren Heinrich and the rest of the team of JDC Miller? That would be a great reward for him coming back to this team, and surely would mean he'll be in for the rest of the championship to try and have a go at the overall GTP. Oh, a little stumble by the leader as they go past the Autosport 13 car through turn 10. Coming down to 3 minutes to go.
2 laps left on the clock then. 2 laps left on the clock, and Heinrich is putting Yellerly under the ultimate pressure, and I am sure these two will have plenty battles in the future as well as here today at Watkins Glen. Meanwhile, in GTD Pro, Dennis Olsen, after some great strategy from Ford Racing to get that Mustang number 64 up into 3rd place, holding off the Corvette, and this is when Ford announced their return to sports car racing with the Mustang. We got that Ford versus GM battle, and this is it playing out right now with Alexander Sims, the Briton, trying to chase down the bespectacled Norwegian Dennis Olsen for that last spot on the podium.
Number of cars on the fumes right now, and including at the front of the field, and still Lauren Heinrich will not let Nick Yellerly have any peace whatsoever. Lawrence Vantor is close to his teammate Felipe Nasser for 5th and 6th position in the numbers 7 and 6. And our BDO No Strategy Award, we need to do it. And in the prototype category, it was Ryan Marine and Peter Mackay who mentioned Cadillac as a team. As the white flag flies, the tactical decision for Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing to tell their driver to allow the 31 to go through, one Cadillac, one team, and that allowed Jack Aitken and the rest of the Whelen Cadillac team to get up the road. There was a possibility that they might have a penalty, and they needed to get up the road. That penalty hasn't come, so it's Cadillac that win the BDO Knows Strategy Award. I'm leaving it to someone else to work out who to give to that. Maybe you have to give it to the program management for that one. And in GTD, or GT, it's going to the 912 team of Manti. First form, we're good, it's the last lap, full course yellow, 65, Chris Meese in the wall, and that will freeze the scene. That is turn 9 coming back onto the substantive part of the circuit, and Chris Meese has gone in hard in a very odd place. Oh my goodness. And we will finish under yellow. So it is the 912 first form Manti car. It wins bronze and wins GTD, who gets our LMP GT Knows Strategy by BDO. Good news is Chris Meese, who's had a trying year, is moving around, he's fine. How did that car get there, having hit on the left-hand side first? Here comes the leader, soon to be the winner, right behind the Faf Temerario follows home. Cadillac wheeling. 182 laps completed, nowhere near a distance record, with getting on for a third of the race run under full course yellow situations, which ironically meant that we had a Cadillac at the sharp end of the field as our safety car. That last run at 1 hour and 12.5 minutes was the longest green flag period. Nick Yellerly holds on to second place. There'll be no last lap dive from Lauren Heinrich, but JDC is the best Porsche and they are on the podium. Good championship points for Lauren Heinrich. He and Jack Aitken both in the championship fight for drivers and both as singleton drivers. Then it was Team WRT. They played their cards nicely as well today, with the number 24 car anchored to the finish by Sheldon von der Linde. Then Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport ahead of his teammate, 7 from 6. Then the two Cadillac Wayne Taylor cars, 10 and 40. And the rest of the field going through. Marco Wittmann there. We'll do you the P2s and GTD Pros at the moment. Earl Bamber down on the pit lane. He was the one who had that accident, but they are celebrating nevertheless. Arjuna.
I'm sure there was some nerves after that moment, Earl, but it's a 5th win here at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen for Cadillac Wheeling and Action Express. A dominant weekend in many ways as the team continues to hit some fine form.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing job from this whole team of guys, through the engineering crew, everyone at Cadillac Racing. I mean, they gave us an amazingly quick car, kept it out front all day. We had a few challenges, but we managed to fend it off every step of the way. So that's what this team's built on, is coming up from adversity. So double victory in a row, keep the podium streak going. So now rolled on to a new event, which is Road America. We can't wait.
Was there some coordination and some communication between the Cadillac teams and Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing?
Yeah, no, definitely. The team helped us out there to get through. Obviously, the most important is always that a Cadillac wins the race, and that's what we did today. So huge thanks to them to help us out there. I'm sure the favour will return one day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is absolute bedlam in the Vassar Sullivan with Dreyer and Reinbold pit lane, celebrating a breakthrough win for the season at GTD Pro. Sully Sullivan, one of the co-owners, just hugging everybody huggable at this point, looking for anybody he could give a high five to. Sully,
so proud of you guys.
This has been a star-crossed season to this point. The car has been quick. You've had poles, you've had fastest laps, but the results have eluded this GTD Pro team. It comes today. Describe the emotions that are flowing from you right now.
You know, there's a lot of things going on here, Ryan. Obviously, I'm thinking about Dennis, man. That's pretty cool, right?
Let's talk about Dennis Reinbold. The team this weekend, it's Vassar Sullivan with Dreyer and Reinbold.
Yep, I'm bringing home for Dennis, man. And last year we had this race won, and we bobbled, right? And we redeemed ourselves here, and it feels so good. Doing it for him, doing it for us, doing it for Lexus. It's absolutely phenomenal. So, praise God. It's a good day to be a Lexus fan for sure.
And we'll let you go celebrate with the rest of the team. That's Sully Sullivan.
Just let that sink in for a moment. Chris Mace with a huge incident, Peter, coming up to turn number 9. He'd just gone by... he'd just gone by the number 4 Corvette of Nicky Katzberg. And there was contact, sustained contact. Katzberg goes to the right-hand side to defend into turn 8, then moves back, then goes to the inside. It's the old over and under. Meese goes through, holds his line, does he? Hard to say. But the sustained contact on the back of that Ford, and a drive-through penalty has been assessed for Katzberg. It doesn't give the position back to the Ford, and Chris Mace will not be happy, but that will drop Katzberg out of the top 5. Let's go back and get some more reaction from the pit wall. Here's Ryan.
And in GTD, it's Manthey first form. Rickard leads with the first form in hand. He's about to crack it open. Let's listen. Oh, you just heard it open up right there live on the radio. Congratulations, what a victory, not just in the bronze side of things, but to come out on top in GTD overall.
Yeah, to be honest, we hoped for a good result, for a podium. To win it, it's amazing. I mean, thanks for having me. That Mantai asked me to come. Thanks to Ryan that he supports this idea. And we had a good weekend in Spa for Porsche, and now we had a good weekend here in Sahlen, at least in the GTD. So it is fantastic for us, and I'm happy for the team that we finally got a good result.
And the team, by the way, won the BDO No Strategy Award for the way they were able to keep you guys in the fight. Can you talk a little bit about what was going on behind the scenes to put yourselves in a position to go get the win?
To be honest, I thought our strategy was quite wild. I sometimes had no idea if we are on the right strategy, but we won, so I guess it was right. And if the team now get also a prize for it, so hats off, and thanks to the team.
Certainly. We'll let you go celebrate. I'm going to try and quickly grab a word with Ryan Hardwick as well, the bronze in this lineup. And John, let me know if we got to go. But if we have the second, Ryan, sorry to interrupt, just would love to congratulate you. Fantastic result for you and the entire team. Rickard was just saying the strategy was wild, but it worked out in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think today you had to be a little bit lucky, right? You know, and avoiding all the crashes. There were so many accidents, and man, it was a tough race. But what a lot of fun coming from nearly the last row on the grid and all the way through the team. I mean, my hat's off. I mean, everyone stayed calm. Everyone stayed cool. We made smart decisions, impeccable work on pit road, and we were always gaining some positions here in the pit lane. So hats off to the Mantai Racing crew. They're the best. I mean, to me, I think they're right at the top. And it's nice to be back here on top with Richie and Ricardo. The three of us have we've won a lot of big races together, and so it's nice to be back together again.
Welcome back to IMSA and to Victory Lane.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's not been an easy year for AO Racing and Spike. However, Watkins Glen sees some more success. Johnny Edgar, an interesting race where I don't think strategy was ever quite clear-cut.
No, I think there was a lot of different strategies. It felt like we'd gain some places and then people on different strategies with the yellows would jump ahead. But yeah, we had a great car and we always managed to go forward, and Dane did 3 or 4 great overtakes in the final few stints, which those were the moves that won us a race.
And PJ Hyatt, I know for you, you're probably a little frustrated with how Daytona and Sebring went, but this time last year is when you guys really picked up momentum. Are you feeling that a wave right now as we celebrate this win?
It is a bit of deja vu from last season, to be honest. It's it's always frustrating when you know you have the right car and you just catch the wrong side of a safety car in previous races. And we know we have the right car and the right team to do stuff like this, and it's just a testament to the entire team that, it feels great to win one.
And how close was it on fuel at the end?
Very, very, very close. But no, we got it done, so that's all that counts.
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
We've got to work out now who we're going to give the BDO No Strategy Award to at Cadillac, which might be a bit of an issue. Let's run through the results as they stand prior to post-race tech, our own post-race tech show coming up in a moment. It is the Frederick Vesti, Earl Bamber, Jack Aitken, Cadillac, Wheeland Engineering number 31 that takes it by 11 seconds in the end, but actually it doesn't matter because we were under full course yellow, weren't we, at the end. The number 93 Kaku Auto, Renger van der Zande, Nick Yellowly, Acura Maishank Racing with Kerb Agajanian, Acura in second. JDC Miller Motorsports with the 3 drivers, Timon van der Helm, as well as the Lauren Heinrich and Frederick combo with Timon van der Helm in 3rd position. Then BMW number 24, then Porsche 7 from 6. Then the 2 Wayne Taylor Cadillacs. Good to hear that Earl Bamber acknowledged their part in that victory, and that's why they got the BDO No Strategy Award to Cadillac. BMW M Team WRT in 8th and 9th was the best of the LMP2s, which was a cracking battle all the way through. AO Racing win it from CrowdStrike and Era Motorsport. In GTD Pro, further down in 19th, it was Vassar Sullivan Racing from Paul Miller Racing and Ford get some reward with Dennis Olsen getting the 64 through to third. Then it was Manthey first form in 24th position, winning bronze and GTD overall for Porsche. Wright Motorsports in second. And a brand new team, Carte Blanche, third position for Aston Martin. Valentin Asclaude doing his thing for the 068. Let's hear from them down in the media scrum.
A lot of brand new with this team. A lot of the basics are the same, but it's a new livery, a new name, Carte Blanche. Valentin Asclaude on the podium. First time with the team in its current form. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the whole team. I would like to say thank you to Carte Blanche, to Brian, to his family, and everyone who supported us for the past 3 years. I'd like to say thank you to Rory van der Steuer and his family too. They gave me the chance 3 years ago, and it's our first podium with the team as it is, with the new name. I'm so happy, and I thank you to my teammate Marius and Trenton. They've done a great job as well.
Yeah, Marius on his IMSA debut, Trenton back for the first time in a little while. Congratulations to the whole group. Can't wait to see what's next.
Hey, French can drive.
Ah, that's right, you remember.
Well, there we have it. Don't go away. We're going to wrap up on the world feed with the pictures, but coming right up after a very quick breath and a sip of water from all of us, it's Michelin Post Race Tech. You get to drive that program. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. And we'll have some more interviews if we can grab them. All four of us staying around for comments and answering questions, as well as points arising. Don't forget, we're back for every single IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race. Thanks to the whole tech team on site and up at Concord. Been a hard week this week, and especially to our team in London under Tim Gray with our very own Kerry across there as well.
Well, we thank you everybody for watching the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship 6 hours at the Glen. Right now, we've got the end of the NASCAR Cup Series. 3 laps remain over there, and that's where we are going to take you with the redirect. What a race! We'll see you next time out for more action. Take care. Bye-bye.